Chapter 482, At the City Lord Manor. At the City Lord Manor, a semi-clad woman in extremely thick makeup was panting endlessly in the embrace of a man in luxurious black robes. City Lord, Your Excellency, you're so naughty. Haha, this is called naughty? There are still naughtier things at the back. Hee hee, I just like you to be bad. Jean Fong was just about to go further when he was interrupted by an extremely disharmonious sound. Reporting, a manservant barged inside, dragging his tone, kneeling on the ground with a slam. City Lord, Your Excellency, things are bad. Jean Feng's face fell, and he said, What is it? Kicking up such a fuss. This Breaking Dawn city is already under the rule of the Purple Mansion sect at present. What major thing can there be? City Lord, Your Excellency, young master he, said the manservant as he panted heavily. Jean Feng's expression changed. Pus. Plussing away the woman in his arms, he stood up and asked, What happened to young master? Is it possible that there are still people who dare to touch Peng in this Breaking Dawn city? Young master he. His essence energy got sealed by someone and then hung on the city gates. A strip of cloth is even hung on him. On it was written. Can you *King say finish in one breath or not? Quickly speak. What was written? Jean Feng grabbed the manservant's collar and asked. This lowly one dare not say, said the manservant timidly. Talk. Otherwise, I'll smack you to death in one palm. Jean Feng roared. Don't. I'll talk. On it was written, I'm a tortoise's son. Bang. Jean Feng clapped that manservant into minced meat with one palm. I want to take a look if there's anybody more arrogant than me in this Breaking Dawn city. Saying that Peng is a tortoise's son, doesn't that rope your father together into the scolding? Looks like my Jean Feng's temper these 2 years has been too good. There are already people that dare to not appreciate it and become unbridled. Finished talking, Jean Feng rushed out with a swoosh. There were streams of people below the city gates. Many people were gesturing and pointing. Who's that young man? Such great nerves to actually dare make fun of Jean Peng, this little overlord? Don't care who it is. Either way, it really vents our anger this time. This punk normally played the tyrant. Finally, there's somebody who came out to control him. That's true. This father and son pair are like vampires, cheating us of how many essence crystals in the past. You look at what's written there. An old tortoise. A tortoise's son. Really vivid. Jean Feng was powerful. The City Lord Manor had as many experts as clouds. These bottom-level martial artists normally dare not resist at all. Today, there was someone helping them vent their anger. They naturally felt liberating in their hearts. Yi Yuan stood on top of the city gates, one leg stepping on a rope. The other end of the rope was tied onto a leg of Jean Peng's, looking really like some silk pants playing around. Jean Peng was still reluctant to admit fault in the beginning, but his essence energy was sealed by Yi Yuan. Currently, he was no different from normal people. Being yo-yoed up and down by Yi Yuan a couple of times, all the blood in his body rushed to his head. At the end, his entire person fainted and was now unconscious. The martial artists below were all incomparably excited when they saw this scene and gave off a series of praises. All of a sudden, an extremely strong pressure pounced from face front. Everyone chose to shut their mouths sensibly. They all knew who came. Peng. Jean Feng saw Jean Peng being dangled on the city walls from a long way and was so furious that he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. He came to not far away from Yi Yuan and stood in the air, saying in a cold voice, Punk, you really have such great gall to actually dare provoke somebody who is far superior in power? Yi Yuan smirked and said, It's your son who provoked me first. Sorry, I hate others being even more silk pants than me the most. Seeing Yi Yuan so arrogant, Jean Feng flared up even more. Brat, quickly let Peng down, or else I'll make you die without a complete corpse. Jean Feng's killing intent was already not concealed in the slightest. The next scene made everyone dumbfounded from shock. Yi Yuan gave an O, and then he actually lifted up his leg. Breaking Dawn City was a ma. frontier town. Hence, the city gates were constructed very grandly. Earlier, Jin Peng was moved by Yi Yuan to the highest point of the city gates and was several hundred feet away from the ground. In just a blink of an eye, after Yi Yuan lifted his leg, everyone could hear a huge slam. Jin Peng's head smashed straight onto the ground. With this, even Jin Peng, a sea transformation realm powerhouse, did not react to it. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan would have a verbal exchange with Jin Feng and say a few fierce words. Who knew that Yi Yuan would actually be so obedient and directly let go of the rope? You, why did you release the rope? Jin Feng said, currently enraged. But Yi Yuan said blankly, huh? Didn't you say to let me release him just now? Puff. Jin Feng nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. I asked you to release, but I didn't ask you release him that way. Jin Peng's essence energy was sealed and totally could not muster essence energy to protect the body. Hence, Jin Peng directly had intimate contact with the ground through his fragile fleshy body. Although martial artists' bodies were extremely robust under the nourishment of essence energy, it was still a flesh and blood human body in the end. He directly tumbled down from a height of several hundred feet. Moreover, it was even head landing on the ground. Oh, forgot to tell you. I poured in quite a bit of essence energy just now into the ropes. That's why it fell so quickly. You quickly take a look at him. Don't let him fall to his death. Yi Yuan's words were H-E-L, bent on shocking people to death. Jin Feng's figure swayed, and he nearly fell down from the air. This punk was absolutely deliberate. You got guts, boy. You'll regret the things that you did today. Jin Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred as he glared at Yi Yuan finished talking. He leaped, arriving by Jin Peng's side instantaneously. The ground was stone bricks. Currently, the stone bricks were already smashed to dust by Jin Peng's head. Jin Peng's head directly entered the ground, leaving only half of his body still on the surface, a reverse living onion. Since the start earlier, Jin Peng did not even give off a mumble. This made Jin Feng's heart give birth to a hint of foreboding premonition. If it were a normal fall, Jin Peng would not be in a situation to the extent where he could not even give off a wail. But that boy actually poured essence energy into the ropes. That speed earlier was exceedingly swift. Even he was not able to react to it. By then, Jin Peng already dropped down. Jin Feng raised his hand to pull his son out from the ground, but saw that Jin Peng's entire head was a B-L-O-O-D. Why mess? Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries. Seeing his son in such a wretched state, Jin Feng's killing intent surged towards the skies. Come in, Jin Feng yelled out. Two martial artists rushed out from the crowd very soon. City Lord, Your Excellency, send Peng back to the City Lord Manor for me. Find people to treat him at once. Jin Feng said in a low voice. Yes. Those two martial artists carried Jin Peng away very quickly. Jin Feng's expression became even more somber too. From start to end, Yi Yuan did not stop them. Seeing Jin Feng come in front of him again, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, Why the superfluous action? Actually, I dealt my blow very properly. Jin Peng can just be an idiot from now on. There's no need for him to come out and harm people. You, poo work. This time, Jin Feng was really angered until he vomited blood. He had been a Breaking Dawn City Lord for so many years. Today, he was actually being toyed around in the hands of this boy before his eyes. How could people accept this? Boy, you're digging your own grave here. Jin Feng said word by word. Chapter 483, haha. I'm digging a grave. But it's dug for you, said Yi Yuan with a smile. He took no heed of Jin Feng's threat. Haha, I'm digging a grave. But it's dug for you, said Yi Yuan with a smile. He took no heed of Jin Feng's threat. What a sharp tongue. I want to see if you can still be stubborn in a while. Jin Feng's hand suddenly appeared a ringed great saber. Killing intent surged towards the skies without being concealed at all. When those martial artists below were enveloped by this immense killing intent, they withdrew one after another. Yi Yuan, who was opposite of Jin Feng, was seemingly oblivious to the intent. Jin Feng's killing intent seemed to directly pass through Yi Yuan without any effect. Seeing this scene, Jin Feng's expression suddenly became grave. Jin Feng, being able to become the Breaking Dawn City Lord, was by fighting it out with his own strength and real swords and spears. This youngster might be remarkable, but he's still a little too reckless. Jin Feng has killed countless people in his life. This killing intent is already on the verge of materializing. It's on a completely different level from that Yu Qing. I heard that before Jin Feng became the Breaking Dawn City Lord, he killed countless people. Back then, when he was still at the 6th level C transformation, he wielded the ringed Great Saber in his hands alone to come and challenge the previous City Lord. The previous City Lord was a 7th level C transformation expert. Jin Feng actually crossed realms and killed his opponent, becoming the new City Lord. It could be seen how formidable his strength is. Now that Jin Feng has already broken through to the 7th level C transformation for so many years, his strength is already on an entirely different level from back then. Against the present Jin Feng, most likely even 9th level C transformations might not be his match. Yeah, he has already not personally taken action in the Breaking Dawn City for many years. And, Body knows just how powerful he is now. But just based on this killing intent, it can make ordinary martial artists' minds waver and not even unleash their martial techniques, right? Crossing a small stage to battle was as easy as eating and drinking to Yi Yuan. But among normal martial artists, it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. For Jin Feng to be able to cross realms and kill a 7th level C transformation when he was at the 6th level C transformation, it could be seen that his concept's comprehension was already tremendously powerful. However, concept's comprehension, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan transcended the entire endless world. Boy, I couldn't tell that you still have some capabilities to actually be immune to the killing intent that I'm releasing. However, my ravaging heaven's melody saber isn't that easy to resolve. Died obediently. Jin Feng gave a cold smile. The saber quaked, and a series of class HI plus ing metal sounds emitted from the blade's body. As soon as this sound emitted, it was like a demonic melody tunneling into every martial artist's ears. Those martial artists down below did not think that such a situation would occur. Each and every one of them desperately used their hands to cover their eyes. But even so, the expressions on their faces were still incomparably as if in agony. Even Yi Yuan's mind fell into a trance after hearing this bizarre, demonic melody. Once Jin Feng saw this state, he cleaved towards Yi Yuan with a blade. Yet, Jin Feng's eyes blurred, and Yi Yuan's figure vanished. He was inwardly alarmed, and suddenly felt like his blade was being blocked by something. It actually could not slash downwards. Focusing his eyes to look, Jin Feng's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were frightened away. He saw that Yi Yuan had actually arrived before him, since who knew when, using 2 fingers to clasp hold on his ringed great saber. The saber momentum stopped, and the sound wave attack immediately dissipated. Those martial artists below recovered to normal very quickly. But when they saw the scene of Yi Yuan using his fingers to grab hold of Jin Feng's saber, every one of them was astounded until their jaws all hit the ground. You got a kidding, right? Such sharp and fierce saber momentum. He actually used his fingers to grab it, and he is still perfectly unscathed? Just who in the world is this youth? Why is he so powerful? Using one's fingers to grab Jin Feng's ringed great saber, even peak 9th level C transformation won't dare to do so as well. Right? Too strong. Totally not on the same level. Completely crushed. A 1st level C transformation cruise. HI plusing a 7th level C transformation. Such a thing actually happened? The sword intent on Yi Yuan's body was much stronger than Jin Feng's saber intent. Jin Feng's saber intent could not harm Yi Yuan at all. Things that other people dare not do, Yi Yuan did it without impediment. How can you not be affected by the sound wave attack? Jin Feng was alarmed until he was stammering when he talked. For that lousy thing of yours to want to hurt me, training another 1,000 years isn't enough either. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, but his body surged with sword intent. With a smash, Jin Feng was sent flying out. Yi Yuan had indeed received the influence of the sound wave earlier. This sound wave attack not only acted on the martial artist's sense of hearing, but also applied to the martial artist's divine soul even more, making it impossible to guard against. But once that attack reached Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the nameless black bead suspended in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness lightly vibrated and dissipated the attack. Yi Yuan did not even have time to take the initiative to defend. What this sound wave attack was most powerful at was divine soul attack. Once the divine soul attack was broken, one just had to use essence energy to close off their hearing, and the sound wave attack would be useless. Jin Feng was struck by the sword intent released from Yi Yuan's body. His innards were like being overturned, instantaneously sustaining extremely severe internal injuries. Just what is this boy's background? How can he be so strong? Up until now, he hasn't even released a proper attack. Jin Feng was shocked beyond words in his heart. He could sense that Yi Yuan was completely toying with him. Or else, with that blow earlier, he would already have croaked. You gotta kidding. Just using the powerful sword intent emitted from his body, and he could cross boundaries to wound a 7th-level C transformation martial artist. If he were to unleash martial techniques, then how strong would that be? Thinking up to here, Jin Feng unwittingly shuddered. How could such a powerful existence suddenly appear in Breaking Dawn City? Seeing Yi Yuan walk over towards him, Jin Feng crawled to his feet and flew in the direction of the City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and followed after. His speed was much faster than Jin Feng's and caught up to him very quickly. Slam! Sword intent clashed with saber intent. Jin Feng was sent flying by Yi Yuan again. Just like this, Yi Yuan chased Jin Feng all the way to the City Lord Manor. Lord Dai, help! Lord Dai! Jin Feng's shrill cry reverberated throughout the City Lord Manor. Bang! Jin Feng's body directly broke the City Lord Manor's front gate, flying inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked inside the City Lord Manor. Looking at the Jin Feng lying on the ground covered entirely in blood, he said coolly, "You father and son pair committed all sorts of crime in Breaking Dawn City. You complied to the Tranquil Cloud sect in public while opposing in private, and actually even willingly become the Purple Mansion sect's lackeys. Death isn't regrettable." Jin Feng was alarmed in his heart, and he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly as he said, Why you are? How is this possible? Why didn't I receive any news at all that you came to Breaking Dawn City?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If you got the news, how could I make it to Breaking Dawn City? All right, thanks for leading the way. Now, you could go die already." Don't!" Jin Feng yelled out in despair. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him. Forming a sword with his fingers, a streak of sword chi sped like the wind towards Jin Feng. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared between the two people. The person lightly flapped his sleeves. That streak of sword chi was scattered. When Jin Feng saw this person's back view, he immediately said agitatedly, "Lo Lord Dai. Many thanks for Lord Dai's life-saving grace." But when Yi Yuan stared at the person before his eyes, his expression became solemn. Chapter 484. I didn't think that the Purple Mansion sect actually sent a Soul Sea realm over to station at Breaking Dawn City. I didn't think that the Purple Mansion sect actually sent a Soul Sea realm over to station at Breaking Dawn City. This person in front of Yi Yuan, wearing the Purple Mansion sect's outfit, was shockingly a Soul Sea realm expert. Yi Yuan even thought that the Purple Mansion sect would at most send a 9th-level sea transformation here. To think that it would actually be a Soul Sea realm. The Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea realms appeared to be many, but when distributed across the entire southern domain, it was not enough. Since the Purple Mansion sect eradicated the 6 great sects until now, it had merely been several months' time. There were still many places that were not very stable, requiring Soul Sea realm experts to hold down the fort. Yi Yuan never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect would send a Soul Sea realm powerhouse here to hold down the fort at Breaking Dawn City. It was a remote place. The Purple Mansion sect Grand Elder had a middle-aged appearance. Among Soul Sea realm experts, he was also considered an up-and-coming star. After the middle-aged man saw Yi Yuan, he was observing Yi Yuan the entire time, but did not speak. Seeing Yi Yuan talk at this time, he gave a faint smile too and said, "Looking at your appearance, you're that Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect. This seat is the Purple Mansion sect's Dai Yuan." From an initial shock, Yi Yuan recovered too and said coolly, "That's right. I'm precisely Yi Yuan. To think that Elder Dai actually recognized me at a glance." Dai Yuan said smilingly, "Stopping my Purple Mansion sect with your strength alone, wanted to not recognize you, is out of the question as well. Furthermore, you have such skills at such an age. I thought about it. In the land of the Southern Domain, there's only you." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "I'm quite surprised, though. Why is Elder Dai here in Breaking Dawn City?" This Dai Yuan was actually not in a rush to take action against Yi Yuan either. He actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan, appearing like everything was under control. Seeing Yi Yuan asking, Dai Yuan did not hide anything either, and he said with a smile, "Speaking of it, me being here is still because of you." Yi Yuan was said bewilderedly, "Because of me?" Dai Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, because you've done too many inconceivable things. In order to prevent for contingencies, Sect Master went out of the way to transfer me over from another place to garrison this place. It's just I didn't think that this contingency actually really happened." Yi Yuan could not help smilingly bitterly when he heard that. The one who drew this Soul Sea realm expert over was actually still himself. But Yi Yuan became curious again very soon and inquired, "There are many frontier cities that can lead to the Northern Domain. How did you know that I'd definitely go through this Breaking Dawn City?" Dai Yuan said about this, "Martial nephew Lin Chao is still quite farsighted. He once said that if the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, they would definitely break down into parts and choose an extremely remote city to leave. And with your personality, you're bound to choose the most complicated circuit. Stance is Breaking Dawn City." To think that his words really hit the mark. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly amazed. This Lin Chao's thoughts were meticulous. He was definitely an adversary that was extremely hard to deal with. Including the previous time, he Mingda led a team to besiege the Tranquil Cloud sect. It was also Lin Chao guessing that it was him presiding over the Grand Array. This Lin Chao's understanding of his character was very thorough. He was also exceptionally skilled in grabbing other people's soft spots to do things, and his actions were remarkably ruthless. If not that he had some measures, he would really still have to suffer a huge deal the previous time. Seeing Yi Yuan's face revealed a look of realization, Dai Yuan then asked, "Martial nephew Lin said that there was a need to guard against you guys. I previously even thought that he was making a big deal over nothing. Looking at it now, your means are truly fantastic. Before meeting you, I actually did not even get wind of any news at all. Sect Master laid down countless informers at the Tranquil Cloud sect. How did you all escape?" Yi Yuan did not conceal anything either, briefly recounting the matter of him constructing a miniature transmission array, leaving Dai Yuan staring wide-eyed and mouth agape. After a long time, Dai Yuan finally heaved a long sigh and said, "What Martial nephew Lin said was correct. Luo Qing Feng and Sky Maple escaping to the Northern Domain are but stray dogs. You're my fierce gale world's mortal malady. Yi Yuan, I actually focus wholeheartedly on Dao and dislike these strifes. But you and I each serve a different master. I can't let you leave today." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. He also saw through that this Dai Yuan was rather different from the Purple Mansion sect's other people. Or else, it was not possible to talk so much P with him. But since the Yuan showed up here, this fight was destined to be unavoidable. "Come on," Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuan was stupefied as he asked weirdly, "You want to fight with me? What? Can it be that you want me to surrender?" Yi Yuan replied with a question instead. "Isn't that so? I know that your strength is very formidable and can cross realms to battle. But against me, you don't have any chance of winning." Dai Yuan shook his head and said, Yi Yuan was rather amused and said, "How will one know without trying?" At this time, Jin Feng, who had been watching the two people converse by the side the entire time, said with a loud laugh, "Punk, what are you thinking? Lord Dai is a soul sea realm expert. You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually dare challenge him with no notion of how high the heaven and how deep the earth is." Soul Sea Realm was an invincible existence to sea transformation realms. This was common sense. Yi Yuan's actions were actually subverting common sense in itself. Jin Feng, finding it absurd, was within reason too. Yet Yi Yuan's existence had always been SMA's. Plus in common sense. Seeing Jin Feng rear his head, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Just now that interruption, I forgot that there was still you a trash. All right then, before fighting, I'll send you to heaven first. There's no need to thank me." Yi Yuan already had an understanding of the conduct of Jin Feng, this father and son pair. Jin Feng, this person, had complete disregard for human life, using his position as a city lord, who knew how many people he had exploited. The martial artists all dared to be angry, but dared not voice out. Regarding such a scourge, Yi Yuan would never show leniency. However, Dai Yuhan clearly did not plan on letting Yi Yuan kill Jin Feng. He said indifferently, "Jin Feng has already pledged allegiance to my Purple Mansion sect. I won't let you kill him." Jin Feng was overjoyed hearing that and said, "Thank you very much, Lord Dai. Jin Feng will definitely slog it out for the Purple Mansion sect." Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Punk, in front of Lord Dai, you still dare to be so arrogant. The southern domain being unified by the Purple Mansion sect is already something which cannot be stopped. You all these tranquil cloud sects remaining SPAW. NS still not going to obediently submit to arrest with folded arms?" With Dao Yuhan backing him, Jin Feng felt like his waist could be straightened even more. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Jin Feng. Instead, he said to Dai Yuhan nonchalantly, "If I want to kill him, you can't prevent it." His voice had yet to fade when innumerable flower petals instantly appeared in the city lord manor. It was precisely Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's brows furrowed slightly. The power of this move was rather formidable. Although it was not worth mentioning to him, to Jin Feng, it was plenty to kill him several times over. Dao Yuhan flicked his sleeves grandly. Majestic Essence Energy Part 1. Tioni those flower petals far away. When Jin Feng saw such a horrifying move, his eyes revealed a stunned expression. But, seeing Dai Yuhan resolving it casually, he could not help becoming even secure. "Huh, you. Just a boy who is overestimating his own strength. I'm standing right here. You come and kill me. Come and kill me." Jin Feng said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. All of a sudden, Jin Feng's laughter ceased abruptly, because he felt a chill behind his back. Two fingers pressed at the center of his back, since who knew when. "As you Wisconsin H. Plus," Yi Yuan's voice seemingly came from the underworld. Force was released. A sharp and fierce sword intent instantly pierced Jin Feng's heart. Chapter 485. Dai Yuan reacted at the first moment, but it was already too late for him to save people. Dai Yuan reacted at the first moment, but it was already too late for him to save people. Avatar body. Seeing the two Yi Yuans, one at the front and one at the back, Dai Yuan's expression became somber. Seemed like this Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than imagined. As for Jin Feng's life and death, Dai Yuan actually was not overly concerned. Jin Feng used his final consciousness to lower his head and look at his own chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Finally, his consciousness dissipated entirely, and his body collapsed weakly onto the ground. "Looks like I still underestimated you." Dai Yuan heaved a sigh and said. The avatar body was not the least bit threatening to him at all, but to Jin Feng it was deadly. Yi Yuan's means were inexhaustible. It really made it impossible to guard against. Dai Yuhan could not help sizing up this youth before his eyes, once more as if the latter had limitless methods. It was not to the extent where Yi Yuan really had the qualifications to fight with him. right? Dao Yuhin very quickly denied this idea. How is this possible? Between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm, there was a giant chasm. It was impossible to cross, let alone that Yi Yuan was still only first-level Sea Transformation. What was happening to him? He was actually frightened from a teenage youth, truly declining as he aged. Dai Yuhan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. All right, that hindering fellow is already eliminated. There won't be people hampering us anymore. When Yi Yuan was talking, he was actually B-R-I-M-I-N-G with fighting intent. You're sure that you really want to fight with me? I know that your strength isn't weak, but it's precisely so that I might not be able to grasp the limits properly. A genius like you falling is seriously too pitiable, Dai Yuhin asked once more. Yi Yuan did not think that this Dai Yuhin actually still had a heart that cherished talents, and he was rather surprised. But since Yi Yuan broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm, he had yet to unleash his full strength. He was already matchless among Sea Transformation Realms. Only Soul Sea Realm experts were worthy to be his opponent. This Dai Yuhin was clearly an opponent tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Elder Dai is indeed quite different from He Mingda, those SCU bags. But you don't have to worry about me. Just come at me with your best shot. Even if I beat you today, I'll let you leave as well, Yi Yuan said with a huge laugh. Arrogance. In Dai Yuan's eyes, this Yi Yuan was too arrogant. A Sea Transformation Realm saying to let a Soul Sea Realm live. This sounded somewhat comical no matter how one listened to it. Dai Yuan's face sunk slightly, and he said, Humph, what a rampant boy. I want to see just how you'll beat me. Finished talking, the two people arrived in mid-air without prior consultation. With their strength, fighting in the City Lord manner would probably exterminate even fowls and dogs at the side. You guys look, there are two people facing off over there. That purple S-H-I plus RT man has such a powerful pressure. Doesn't seem like what Sea Transformation Realm experts can have. Could that be a Soul Sea Realm expert? My God, is this Soul Sea Realm? Indeed, ridiculously powerful. Separated so far away, and I'm even somewhat stifled. Moreover, I feel that he isn't even intentionally giving off the pressure of a Soul Sea Realm expert. Who's that young man opposite him? Seems like only first-level Sea Transformation. These two people facing off in the air aren't about to have a fight, right? Are you kidding? First-level Sea Transformation versus first-level Soul Sea. Is that boy a moron? You're the moron. That young man is the youth who used his fingers to grab Jin Feng's great ring saber just now on top of the city gates. His strength is terrifyingly powerful. He was chasing Jin Feng to the City Lord Manor and actually provoked a Soul Sea Realm expert. But no matter how great his strength is squaring off against Soul Sea Realm, it is most likely a hopeless action. What? Using his fingers to grab City Lord's great ring saber? Holy **T. Are the youths now all-powerful to such a degree? Indeed, these front waves, are all smacked to death on the beach. Once Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan appeared, they drew a large number of martial artists to crowd around and spectate. But Dai Yuhan's aura was too strong. Those martial artists all crowded around far away to watch self-consciously. Body dared to approach the two people. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and directly activated Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Facing Soul Sea Realm experts, his present realm was seriously too low. Hence, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, using Origin Spirit 9 Transformation straight away. Dao Yuhan's expression changed. He saw Yi Yuan's aura rise with rapid speed and actually broke through the second-level Sea Transformation very quickly. Yi Yuan's aura surged all the way, finally stopping at the fourth-level Sea Transformation. Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the essence energy in his body first to instantly break through 3 minor realms, arriving at the middle stage Sea Transformation realm. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's expression could not help changing drastically. This. Could it be that what you just used is Origin Spirit 9 transformations? Dai Yuhan exclaimed in shock. You actually know the Origin Spirit 9 transformations? Hearing Dai Yuhan saw through it right away, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. It's really Origin Spirit 9 transformations. I heard that you silently sneaked into the Fierce Gale world. Could it be that you stole the Shui family's martial art manuals away? Dai Yuan's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Stole away? You're thinking too much. Shui family, those dunces. Most likely, there has yet to be anyone who can use it to my level, Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuan was involuntarily shocked, and he thought to himself that was true as well. It had only been a few months' time. If Yi Yuan really stole the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to such a level. Directly breaking through from early stage C transformation to middle stage C transformation, such a span was too outrageous. Dai Yuan naturally did not know that the reason why Yi Yuan only broke through 3 minor realms was that his essence energy C was too large. With Yi Yuan's foundation, advancing 3 minor realms was already the limit. But the way those martial artists below them saw it, that was entirely not the case. What martial technique did that youth use just now? He actually broke through to middle stage C transformation in the blink of an eye. Too sick. Never heard before that there's still such a perverse martial technique. With such a martial technique, wouldn't crossing realms to battle be as simple as eating and drinking? He initially thought that it was just a lopsided fight. Now, it looks like there's a good show to watch. That young man's strength was very formidable to begin with. Now, he actually broke through 3 minor realms in succession. While I don't know how much distance it can pull closer to Soul Sea Realm, there is more or less something worth watching. Such a battle is hard to come across in 100 years in the Breaking Dawn City. These martial artists' blood were all boiling. They were looking forward to this great fight. Soul Sea Realm experts were extremely rare in the Southern Domain. Except for the 8 great sects, there were extremely few Soul Sea Realm experts that existed. Just like the disparity between strength, wanting to break through to Soul Sea Realm from Sea Transformation Realm was similarly a heavenly chasm. Being able to watch a Soul Sea Realm expert level great battle today was perhaps a turning point for them too. 1,000 flowing petals. Yi Yuan's Sanhua sword shook. Countless flying petals swept over. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to Sea Transformation Realm, his execution of 1,000 flowing petals was already at the extent of being at his fingertips. Executing this martial technique virtually did not require any time at all. Yi Yuan leaped lightly. The Sanhua sword, wrapped around by countless flying petals, slashed towards Dai Yuan. Chapter 486, Fine Lad. Watch this. Fine Lad. Watch this. Even though Dai Yuan had confidence, he did not dare to belittle Yi Yuan at this time either. Yi Yuan's combat strength greatly set his level itself, consecutively jumping 3 minor realms at this moment. D knew how formidable his strength was. Such an increase in strength was already very terrifying for ordinary martial artists, let alone it happening to a top genius. Yi Yuan's speed was seemingly slow, but in reality, it was fast. Furthermore, it was erratic, just like a specter. Moreover, the places that he reached all had large 1. Ties of flower petals following, looking like countless large flower petals had bloomed in the air. Crane dance 7 absolute palms. Dai Yuan's palm force spat out. It was akin to immortal cranes dancing, graceful and agile. At this instance, the power of a Soul Sea Realm martial artist was displayed beyond all doubt. The places that Dai Yuan's palm wind reached, Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals would be dissipated instantly. Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was nigh invincible in the Sea Transformation Realm. But in front of Dai Yuan, it could not gain any advantage at all. This is Soul Sea Realm? Really powerful. A casual move can explode with such horrifying power. It's completely not what Sea Transformation Realms can contend with. F asterisk CKU. Are you blind? Isn't the youth that's fighting with him a sea transformation realm? If not for seeing with my own eyes, I truly dare not believe that there is really a sea transformation realm that can fight to such a level with the soul sea realm. That young man is indeed powerful, but he totally cannot approach that purple S, H, I, plus RT expert. Carrying on like this, a defeat is something inevitable. Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan exchanged 100 moves in the blink of an eye, but Yi Yuan simply could not even enter a 50 feet radius around Dai Yuhan. Moreover, Dai Yuhan had been on defensive the entire time and had yet to take the initiative to attack once. Hence, in the other martial artist's view, Yi Yuan's strength much too weak. Actually, they did not know that it was not that Dai Yuhan did not want to counterattack, but it was because he simply could not find the opportunity to counterattack. Yi Yuan's figure was erratic, leaving upon hitting. He seemed to be completely without any desire to continue fighting aggressively. Dai Yuhan simply could not figure out where Yi Yuan's next attack would appear at. Only by waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to show himself that he could passively counterattack. From start to end, it was all Yi Yuan holding the initiative. Yi Yuan's attack might not be able to pose a threat to Dai Yuan. Likewise, Dai Yuan had no way of causing any harm to Yi Yuan. By fusing the wind flow concept into his movement technique, it made Yi Yuan's movements become extremely bizarre. For Dai Yuan to want to catch Yi Yuan, he had to give up on his defensive circle and let Yi Yuan approach. But Dai Yuan, who had already borne witness to Yi Yuan's methods, did not dare to do so at this time. Who knew if this boy had some powerful attack that could breach the protective essence energy of Soul Sea Realm Expert? Therefore, Dai Yuan also decided to play it safely, executing probing attacks with Yi Yuan first. Fighting up until now looked like flowers cascading from the skies. Actually, it was just the two people warming up. It was just that the way the other martial artists saw it, this was already a peak battle. Because among them, there was no one at all who could withstand a casual blow from the two people. In the crowd, Tianyu and the rest were watching the fight too. When they saw Yi Yuan suddenly face off with a Soul Sea Realm Expert, their hearts leaped to their throats. As disciples of the 8 great sects, they were deeply aware of the might of Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Tianyu, they all knew that Yi Yuan had once defeated the myriad sword sects Qin Yan. But just what the chances of victory was like facing off against a Soul Sea Realm Expert, they really had no score in their hearts. Seeing Yi Yuan locked in battle with Dai Yuan at this time, they were a little calm in their hearts instead. However, they were also aware that the real fight was only starting now. Yi Yuan, do you plan on dragging out like this all the way? I can afford to drag on, but can you do so? Carrying on probing like this, you won't be able to figure out just where the limits of my strength lie either. Dai Yuan clearly had plenty of strength left over, even talking while he was defending. All right then. 1,000 flowing petals, arise. Yi Yuan's voice came over faintly. All of a sudden, essence energy flower petals that blotted out the skies and covered the earth condensed in the sky above Breaking Dawn City, practically covering the sun. Horrifying essence energy undulations crushed the martial artists below until they could not catch their breath. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuan was not alarmed but became delighted instead. Yi Yuan was finally going to have a frontal battle with him. Under the powerful strength of Soul Sea Realm, everything was nothingness. With the strength of 4th level sea transformation, the 1,000 flowing petals that Yi Yuan used was unbelievably horrifying from beginning to end. Right now, the entire sky was a sea of flower petals, looking extremely torrential and grandiose. If Yi Yuan could battle with Zhao Qinggan in his present state, it was ample to one-shot him. Haha, this should be the move that you created yourself, right? Indeed prodigious. If I didn't have Soul Sea Realm strength, I would most likely be one-shot by you instantly. Truly impressive. However, using this move to deal with me is still too tender. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. When Dai Yuan's move was released, it instantaneously AMA. S. Sedma. S. Sivquant. 1. Ties of heaven and earth essence energy. The aura belonging to a Soul Sea Realm pushed aside the petals which filled the skies. F***ck me. So this is their true strength. I already have no way of describing using words. These two people are really powerful until it makes people despair. Yeah, if this is the true strength of a Soul Sea realm, then I feel that I'll probably have no way of striding out this step for the rest of my life. That young man only has 4th level sea transformation boundary right now, and can actually unleash such a terrifying move. In my view, this move of his might really not be beneath that Soul Sea realms. The two people's moves are both extremely terrifying. Who wins and who loses? It is really hard to say. Dai Yuan struck out a palm, compressing the air until it exploded. Yi Yuan sensed a harrowing aura coming from the front. Facing a Soul Sea realm expert's powerful martial technique, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it. Mobilizing those countless flower petals, it charged at Dai Yuan frantically. 1,000 flowing petals explode. Yet, the 1,000 flowing petals which had never failed finally lost its edge this time. Even with the 1,000 flowing petals detonation producing Ma's sieve obstruction, Dai Yuan's palm wind still pressed forward irresistibly like a hot knife through Teeter. Talking about it was as if things happened slowly, but in reality, it was only in a twinkle. Dai Yuan's crane dance 9 heavens finally still landed on Yi Yuan's body. Boom! Yi Yuan was blasted out several hundred feet away. Poor Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Sigh. Still lost in the end. But for a sea transformation realm martial artist to be able to accomplish to such an extent, it's already plenty to be proud of. Yeah, a 1st level sea transformation could actually cross a major realm to fight with a 1st level Soul Sea to such an extent. Before this, I simply dare not imagine it. Also don't know how that Soul Sea realm expert plan on dealing with him. Such a genius Paris. Plussing is truly too pitiable. A series of sighs was emitted from the crowd. But regarding Yi Yuan's performance, they were all immensely shocked. If it were an ordinary 1st level sea transformation, they probably would not have the courage to attack at all in front of Soul Sea realm expert, right? Dai Yuan flew to not far away from Yi Yuan, his face carrying solemnness as he said, "Really didn't expect that you could actually force me to use Crane Dance 9 Heavens. Furthermore, even dissipating most of Crane Dance 9 Heavens' force truly widened my horizons greatly. However, it ends here. Follow me back to the Purple Mansion sect." Chapter 487. Hearing Dai Yuan's words, Yi Yuan suddenly wiped away the fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and gave a grin. Hearing Dai Yuan's words, Yi Yuan suddenly wiped away the fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and gave a grin. Soul Sea realm is indeed powerful. Looks like I still underestimated Elder Dai. Elder Dai's strength among 1st level Soul Sea realms is also considered very strong. But wanting to bring me away just based on this is still not quite enough. Dai Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I know that geniuses all have their pride, but you being able to perform to such an extent is already very impressive. Even if you lost, there's nothing to be ashamed of either." The way Dai Yuan saw it, Yi Yuan was a dead duck being stubborn and could not bear a loss. In the case of geniuses, their talents were greater compared to normal people. But they also found it very hard to accept failure without misgivings. Yi Yuan forcing him to this extent with 1st level sea transformation boundary was truly very remarkable already. Lost? I can't afford to lose. Hence, my only way out is to keep winning all the way. Yi Yuan laughed self-mockingly. Finished talking, Yi Yuan released his aura fully once more. Windfire violent blaze, transforming dragon condensed and formed in his hands rapidly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuan's face changed. This move had yet to be released, and it already made even him, this Soul Sea realm expert, feel somewhat daunted. Presumably, the power was extraordinary. Just how many trump cards his hands has this boy not used yet? The power of that move earlier was freakish enough already. This current move is actually even more perverse than the move just now. Dai Yuhan silently cussed in his heart. But grumbling was grumbling. Dai Yuhan's speed of executing his move was not slow. Crane Dance Nine Heavens. It was still the previous move, Crane Dance Nine Heavens. But this time, Dai Yuhan used 90% of his power. Under normal circumstances, not at a life-and-death juncture, martial artists would not employ all of their essence energy. If the essence energy that one martial technique move expended were too much, it would make the martial artist lack strength to carry on. Once they could not dispose of their opponent, then it would be them perish. Plus-ing. Hence, martial artists only used 60% to 70% of their strength under most circumstances when fighting. That Crane Dance Nine Heavens move earlier, Dai Yuhan already wielded 70% strength. It was not to be underestimated how this 70% strength did not seem to be much. To a first-level C transformation like Yi Yuan, it was already tremendous respect. One had to know that if Dai Yuan's opponent were swapped, he probably would not even use 10% of his strength. First-level Soul C and fourth-level C transformation was simply not a fight on the same level. But this time, Dai Yuhan used 90% power in one go. It was practically already his full power. Before this, Dai Yuhan simply had not thought of this possibility that Yi Yuan would actually force him to this sort of degree. 90% power Crane Dance Nine Heavens. It actually carried the faint cries of immortal cranes in the palm wind. It could be seen that Dai Yuhan already displayed this move to the ultimate. The roaring sounds of the wind and fire colossal dragon and the faint cries of immortal cranes surged to the skies, colliding together fiercely. Rumble. Sieve impact, stirring up waves of air billows, sending the City Lord Manor's rubble flying. The martial artists below already deliberately maintained distances, but there were still many martial artists who were knocked over by this bout of air blast. The shockwave of Soul C realm level battle was too great. That young man is too scary. This time, the two people are actually evenly matched. He is still first level C transformation and has such terrifying combat strength already. By the time his strength reaches Soul C realm, how terrifying would it be? This young man seems to have limitless trump cards. I even thought that move just now was already his greatest trump card. To think that this move is even more terrifying. This time, Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan fought to a draw. Dai Yuhan was actually blasted flying out, but Dai Yuhan's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's, so he only suffered some light injuries. However, this was already plenty to shock Dai Yuhan to his core. The attack of a middle stage C transformation realm could actually hurt a Soul C realm. Furthermore, the attack this time was even under the prerequisite of him using 90% power, which was also to say that Yi Yuan's combat strength was already infinitely close to his. Yi Yuan, I must admit now that you have enough qualifications to be my opponent. You're very strong. Dai Yuhan declared to Yi Yuan earnestly. Yi Yuan was similarly blasted flying out, but his injuries were much heavier compared to Dai Yuan's. However, Yi Yuan's facial expression did not have the slightest hint of pain. He was abnormally excited instead. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he actually gradually developed a liking for this feeling of fighting. Previous life, all of his time and energy was spent on alchemy skills, and he virtually did not experience the joy of fighting. But in this life, he walked the path of vengeance and experienced countless instances of great life and death battles. He actually gradually developed a liking for this sort of feeling. This feeling of treading the borders of life and death made Yi Yuan incomparably stimulated. Fighting formidable foes one after another also made Yi Yuan unbelievably free from inhibitions. This feeling of liberation was exactly the same as refining pills. Originally, Yi Yuan was only passively walking the martial path, but now he quite enjoyed this joy of growing. Yi Yuan was deeply aware that only by falling in love madly with something could people have the chance to reach the top. Previously, He had always been forcing himself to cultivate the martial path. Actually, it was not enough to sustain him to reach Ji Kanglin's height. But now, Yi Yuan had the confidence to Serpa. S everything. Huh. Elder Dai, you're very strong too. Truly to my heart's content. Let's fight again. Yi Yuan said heroically. Dai Yuan's life goal was likewise the martial path. In this battle, fighting until now had great inspiration to him. Saying it out was even quite inconceivable. A Soul Sea Realm expert actually obtained enormous harvests through a fight with a Sea Transformation Realm martial artist. Yet, this was not something that was unthinkable. Yi Yuan's moves contained the of the great Tao, much greater than Dai Yuan's own comprehensions. It was precisely due to this that Dai Yuan could glean much insights from this battle. He believed that if he went back to seclude and comprehend things this time, he was bound to have huge harvests. But the fight was not over yet. Good. It's hard to meet an opponent like you. The next attack, you have to be careful. This is where the essence of my life's work lie, and also my final trump card. If that was your limits just now, I advise you to best not fight anymore and surrender without resistance. Dai Yuan was also stimulated by Yi Yuan's heroicness and wanted to have a final great battle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, I said before, I'll keep winning all the way. Elder Dai, you'd better return to the Purple Mansion sect and devote yourself to the martial path. This kind of thing like invading the endless world is unsuited for you. Yi Yuan, you see it clearly. But I, Dai Yuan, receive His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's great grace. How can I watch with folded arms to this sort of thing? Enough C-R-A-P. Come and fight. Dai Yuan said with a loud laugh. All right, since that's the case, then I'll send you packing. I recently comprehended a sword move. I myself have not tested its power either. Elder Dai, you have to be careful. After the laughter, the two people's expressions were both a never-before solemnness. Both knew that the other party's next attack would be an earth-shattering blow. Chapter 488. What are they talking about? Invade the endless world. What are they talking about? Invade the endless world? Seems like that's the meaning. However, what in the world is going on? Who would invade the endless world for no reason? No idea. Their conversation is rather baffling. Yi Yuan's words caused a considerable stir among the crowd. The Purple Mansion sect's true face had yet to be exposed up until now. These martial artists still thought that the Southern Domain's great change was just the endless world's internal affairs. Even though Yi Yuan did not put the cards on the table, he actually already stated it very obviously. As to how much these people would believe, it would be up to their fortunes. If possible, Yi Yuan naturally wanted to bring everyone in the Southern Domain and move north. But time was pressing, and where would he find the time to convince these people one by one? And at this time, the atmosphere between the two in the air already become somewhat strange. The two people were still talking in a jovial manner just now. At this moment, the expressions on the two people's faces were never before solemn. It even led to the surrounding atmosphere to be somewhat different. Some slightly stronger martial artists were affected by this atmosphere and sensibly distanced away from the two once more. Very soon, somebody guessed that this might be Yi Yuan or Dai Yuan going to unleash their move. Right then, Dai Yuan moved. This time, Dai Yuan no longer held anything back. His full strength erupted abruptly. The surrounding essence energy gathered around him frenziedly. Quickly look. What's that? My God. He actually condensed gathered essence into materialization. How much heaven and earth essence energy did he needed to gather? Immortal Crane Phantom. The power of this move truly demonstrates the disparity between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm. Wonder how that young man will respond. Where Dai Yuan's palm force rose, a faint phantom of an immortal crane actually formed gradually. That was to say that Dai Yuan already condensed essence energy to materialization. It could be seen how great the power of this move was. And the condensed form of the AMA. Said essence was precisely the prominent characteristic of Soul Sea Realm experts. Soul Sea realm experts could gather very terrifying essence energy with a wave of their hands. It was already on an entirely different level from sea transformation realm experts. This essence energy that was gathered could become corporeal. It could be seen just how powerful a martial technique move that they could use was. But to the early stage Soul Sea Dai Yuhan, condensing gathered essence was still somewhat too forceful. That was why he saved this move for the last. Even so, that faint immortal crane phantom was also sufficient to astonish people. On the other side, after Yi Yuan prepared for a long time, he finally moved too. But this movement left everyone dumbstruck in amazement. What? This young man can actually condense gathered essence into materialization too. Isn't he just sea transformation realm? What the F*CK? This is too perverse. He actually condensed out so many sword blades. Just who the H-E-L is this young man? His talent is too terrifying as well. Since ancient times, I've never heard of anybody who could condense gathered essence into materialization at the sea transformation realm. Yi Yuan used Sanhua, sword as a guide, and then around them were condensed myriad tiny sword blades. The sword blades were not large. It was like fragments of a sword. Regardless of so, Yi Yuan succeeded in condensing beyond all doubt. Those martial artists down below did not know Yi Yuan's past. If they knew that Yi Yuan could already maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the spirit condensation realm, perhaps they would feel that him condensing gathered essence in the sea transformation realm was nothing much. Of course, the difficulty of condensing gathered essence was completely not on the same level as maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy. Otherwise, Dai Yuhan would not treat it as his final ace in the hole either. However, Yi Yuan's realm was still a little low in the end. So his control over essence energy reached an extremely minute degree, only condensing out tiny sword blades. This way, the difficulty would lessen greatly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuhan's face also had indescribable solemnness. The impact that Yi Yuan gave him today was seriously too great. I truly didn't think that you can actually perform to such an extent. You really made this Dai widen his horizons. Then let us use this move to determine the victor. With cranes, immortal comes. Go! Dai Yuan's palm force pressed on. That faint immortal crane phantom attacked Yi Yuan with a light cry. Seeing that aggressive immortal crane phantom, Yi Yuan launched this martial technique unhurriedly. Azure Dipper, floating zero sword. Myriad rain sword blades. Sword blades whirled towards the immortal crane with extreme speed. It actually somewhat had the hint of reaching first despite launching later. In that instance, in the eyes of the martial artist below, an immortal crane and a ma. Civ CLU, Tur sword rain collided together violently, seemingly like a celestial phenomenon. Rumble. A violent explosion sound emitted in the air. Two figures plummeted from the skies, respectively. When Tian Yu saw the situation, he hurriedly leaped up and caught the Yi Yuan who fell down. Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you all right? When the tranquil cloud sect disciples saw the situation, they hurriedly crowded around and showed great concern about his well-being. Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale. The corners of his mouth and his body dripped with a considerable amount of blood, his condition looking very poor. Seeing his seniors and juniors express concern, Yi Yuan waved his hands feebly and said, "It's fine. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, I'll have to trouble you to help me over." Dai Yuhan did not have Yi Yuan's treatment. His body slammed fiercely onto the ground. But this degree of impact was not considered much to Soul Sea realm martial artists. Dai Yuhan's injuries were primarily from the fight earlier. He was covered in wounds all over his body. That appearance was just like being stabbed by swords. They were evidently wounds left behind by Yi Yuan's move just now. Seeing Yi Yuan came over, Dai Yuhan could not help forcing a smile and said, "To think that I actually lost to a sea transformation realm today. However, you're really very strong." being able to condense gathered essence into materialization at the sea transformation realm. Not saying never to be seen again, it's absolutely without any precedence, right? This sentence from Dai Yuhan immediately brought on a storm. This soul sea realm actually lost because Yi Yuan and Dai Yuhan both sustained very severe injuries. Those martial artists could not figure out for a moment just who won and who lost either. Only hearing Dai Yuhan admit it personally, now did they know that this sea transformation realm youth actually really triumphed over a soul sea realm expert. They had long borne witness to Yi Yuan's might, and were also already aware that Yi Yuan had the strength to contend with a soul sea realm expert. Even after Dai Yuhan used a martial technique that condensed gathered essence into materialization, Yi Yuan still defeated him. This made those martial artists all feel like they were dreaming. Turns out that soul sea realm experts were not undefeatable. Dai Yuhan's with cranes. Immortal Comes was very strong. But during that battle earlier, Yi Yuan's sword blades ultimately still had a small number of them that broke through, landing on Dai Yuhan's body. Hence, even though the two people both received severe injuries, it was actually still Yi Yuan whose skill was a level higher. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet. This was not just suffering the tremendous impact of with cranes, Immortal Comes. It was even because of essence energy expenditure being too exorbitant. This move, Myriad Rain's sword blades, seriously expended too much essence energy. Even if Yi Yuan's control of essence energy reached an extremely subtle level, it was also somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and threw it to Dai Yuhan, saying with a forced smile, "Elder Dai is a true gentleman. Today, I won't start a slaughter. Hope that you conduct yourself well and don't associate with those fierce-gale world's people's vile deeds." 0. Not important for those who aren't reading the Chinese Ross. Author has decided to change the name from Sword Rain Myriad Run to Myriad Rain Sword Blades arbitrarily from chapter 559 onwards. The run was an ancient unit of measurement, but I think author typed the wrong run blade. Us puny mortals are at the whim of author Sama. This run, unit of measurement, was used several times up until it changed to run blade in chapter 559. So, to avoid confusion later on, the technique will be standardized as Myriad Rain Sword Blades in accordance to the more recent chapters. Just in case some of you cross-reference to the Ross and start flaming me. Chapter 489 Cough, Cough, Cough. I'm originally a fierce gale world's native, whence the don't associate with their vile deeds. You've been to the fierce gale world before and should know that I have no command over myself. Cough, cough, cough. I'm originally a fierce gale world's native, whence the don't associate with their vile deeds. You've been to the fierce gale world before and should know that I have no command over myself. Dai Yuhan also had a doleful look. Clearly, on the matter of invading the endless world, he was quite conflicted too. The war between two worlds signified endless sacre why the dead souls being countless. No command over yourself. Your life is your own, not others. Zhao Tianin is a paramount existence in your eyes, an existence that brooks no desecration. But do you know what you all are in his eyes? You people are just a bunch of tools for him to order around. Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan's gaze sunk slightly. His complexion suddenly flues. Plussing crimson as he said furiously, "How can His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, be profaned by you like this? If you have the capabilities, just kill me, or else I'll surely make you pay the price for today's affront." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Pedant, Zhao Tianin is just a boundless realm expert. He's only immortal too. Look at him, summing solemn airs normally. When he kneeled before me, wasn't he like a dog too? Cough, cough, cough. Why, you're courting death." Dai Yuhan struggled, wanted to stand up, but he could not even do so after trying several times. Sigh. Heavenly Tao is boundless. Humans are insignificant. In front of Heavenly Tao, we're but merely ants. Elder Dai, if not on account of you and I were having this battle today, Why would I waste my breath on you? You feel that I'm insulting Zhao Tianyin, but let me tell you something. Zhao Tianyin doesn't have the qualifications to make me insult him at all. Place your horizons further. There is still the divine realm. Dai Yuhan's expression froze. Divine realm, these two words naturally aroused his desires. Dai Yuhan suddenly recalled that Yi Yuan had once entered deep into the fierce gale world to rescue his fellow apprentices, but he returned to the endless world without a scratch. When the world happened in between this, why did His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, actually not keep this boy behind? There seem to be many stories in between this. After this fight, Dai Yuhan and Yi Yuan could even be said to have some appreciation of each other. Dai Yuhan could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity. Otherwise, he could very well just kill him and be done with it. Yi Yuan did not show any mercy when cutting down Liao Wenguang, He Jun, and the rest. The reason why he did not kill him today was probably still because of this standing aloof from the world mentality of his. Was it possible that he was really wrong? Also, although I don't know just why 2 generations of your Wind Emperor invaded the endless world back to back, I have a feeling that they have some kind of ulterior objective. But no matter what, Zhao Tianyin, I'll definitely kill him with my own hands. Speaking up to here, Yi Yuan suddenly seethed with killing intent. Zhao Tianyin's humiliation that day. Yi Yuan will ultimately claim it back one day. All right, my words end here. As for how you choose, that's your matter. Nothing to do with me. However, if I be you, impeding you next time on the battlefield, then I won't show mercy. Senior apprentice brother, let's go. Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuhan silently watched Yi Yuan's back view, but storms were brewing in his heart. The ideology that he had been inculcated with since young was to give allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. And the cultivation method he trained in, medicinal pills used in cultivation, were all bestowed by His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. So in Dai Yuan's mind, pledging allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, was something that came very naturally. Yet Yi Yuan's words today silently opened up a window in his sealed mind. Northern Domain, Xiuming Mountain Peak. 2 elderly men and a middle-aged woman who had lost some of her charms were drinking tea at the stone table under the pine tree. A youth each stood behind the middle-aged woman and one of the old men, respectively. The 2 youths, one male, one female, were shockingly the Yin Yanhua and Guo Taochuan who returned to the Northern Domain from the Tranquil Cloud sect. With 2 of them appearing here, these 3 people's ident. 1. Ties were also obvious. These 3 people were precisely the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Eye sect's old ancestors, and also the Northern Domains, and even the entire Endless World's 3 most powerful people. It was just that these 3 people had knitted brows which did not relax at the present, and were not in the mood to drink tea at all. The Myriad Sword sect's old ancestor was called Qin Hongtao. At present, he currently had an enraged look as he said, "That punk called Yi Yuan is too arrogant to actually dare detain Yin Er. I think he's tired of living. Ning Yixian, you actually even made me spare that brat. You're simply too ridiculous." The Ning Yixian in Qin Hongtao's words was precisely the Heavenly Martial sect's old ancestor. According to what Taochu and they all said, this child's talent is exceedingly freakish. He's already matchless among the young generation. Now that the endless world is about to fall into a catastrophe, if you kill Yi Yuan, wouldn't it grieve our own and gladden the enemy? Ning Yixian urged. Ning Yixian knew that Qin Yin was Qin Hongtao's lineage grandson, the person to inherit his mantle in the future. Now that Qin Yin was held captive by Yi Yuan, how could Qin Hongtao not be furious? But this time right now, it was totally not the time to have internal strife. If the Tranquil Cloud sect was just an inconspicuous little sect, then forget it. But Yi Yuan's talent was too startling. Such a genius being killed by their own people. Wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? But Qin Hongtao did not think this way. Yi Yuan's actions were simply plucking his whiskers. When he heard this news, Qin Hongtao wanted to go and kill people at that time, but was held back by the Ning Yixian who had arrived first. The result was that Qin Hongtao was forcefully hurled up at Xiuming Mountain by Ning Yixian. Humph! No matter how great that punk's talent is, taking Yin'er as hostage won't do, unless he personally goes to the Myriad Sword sect to kowtow and offer an apology to this old self. Otherwise, this grudge isn't over. Letting this tranquil cloud sect off back then was a mistake. Now, this old man, I will mend the fold after the sheep is lost, and go through the trouble of making this trip to eradicate this tranquil cloud sect. Qin Hongtao said in a towering rage. Ning Yixian said, "Hey, you this old man, still have such a fiery temper. What will you do to eradicate their tranquil cloud sect? You don't wish for that beloved grandson of yours to live anymore? That boy is clearly somebody who is decisive in killing. You dare to go and exterminate his sect. He will dare to kill your grandson. Could it be that you dare to lose all decorum with him?" Qin Hongtao's expression froze. Ning Yixian's words evidently struck his soft spot. Yes, Yi Yuan's move was too ruthless. He, Qin Hongtao, was formidable, but Qin Yin with a hostage in his hands. Sigh. As a matter of fact, you and I both still have to thank this boy called Yi Yuan. If not for him withstanding the entire Purple Mansion sect with his strength alone, the Fierce Gale World's army would probably have crossed the endless forest already. Speaking up to here, Ning Yixian's eyes revealed thick admiration too. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance messing up the Purple Mansion sect's arrangements, after the Realm Pass Sageway linked up, the Fierce Gale World would be able to march straight in, directly crossing the endless forest. Yi Yuan, this child's merits are the greatest. Qin Hongtao, you're a character on the level of being as weighty as Mount Tai and as brilliant as the Big Dipper. Why stoop to the level of a junior? Moreover, Qin Yin being detained was originally you all-provoking first. Yi Yuan doing so was also just for the sake of self-preservation. This period at present, our three sects still need to put the interests of the whole above all else. The profound ice sect old ancestor, immortal Jing Xian, who did not speak the entire time, finally opened her mouth. 0. The immortal, used for immortal Jing Xian, is to describe a middle-aged fairy maiden. Just a tidbit. Chapter 490 Jing Xian's evaluation of Yi Yuan could not be said to be not high. Jing Xian's evaluation of Yi Yuan could not be said to be not high. And in reality, Yi Yuan could live up to this appraisal as well. If it weren't Yi Yuan defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice at the Tranquil Cloud sect, they would already have firmly controlled the Southern Domain situation. After the Fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts show up, the Southern Domain's overall situation would be a foregone conclusion. They would just have to place their sights on the Northern Domain, and that would be it. And at that time, these people in the Northern Domain would still be unaware that the Purple Mansion sect was the Fierce Gale World survivors. Humph! Yin'er is still in their hands right now. How will this account be settled? Not knowing why, once this Jing Xian spoke, Qin Hongtao's BLU's turf fell in an instant. How else can it be settled? Didn't you detain a sea transformation realm elder from the Tranquil Cloud sect? Just send him back for them. Ning Yixian said. Fine, send him back then. But I'll say the nasty things first. If Yin'er has any injuries, I'm going to send an army to denounce them. Qin Hongtao said with a black face. Ning Yixian waved her hand and said, Enough nonsense. Let us discuss how to deal with the Fierce Gale World martial artists. Back then, the Grand Yin True sect sealed off the realm Pa's Sageway, and the future generations gradually forgot about this matter. To think that after several thousand years, the Fierce Gale World had yet to give up hope and staged a comeback again. Sigh. Speaking of which, it's our oversight too. Jing Xian said, Those few seniors from the Grand Yin True sect back then deserves our admiration. Now that this heavy responsibility has fallen on our shoulders, the martial artists of our generation should follow the example of our predecessors, possess the will to die and to resist foreign enemies. Although this Jing Xian preserved her looks exceedingly well and only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, she was actually a figure from the same generation as Qin Hongtao and Ning Yixian. She also had peak divine, traversing realm strength. This Jing Xian was as cold as ice, a cut from the same cloth as Yin Yanhua. But the words that she said had the breadth of spirit of rather to break than to bend. But Qin Hongtao said with frowned brows, that might be the case, but the fierce gale world has a boundless realm expert. Once the realm Pa-S, Sageway, stabilizes fully, the endless world will. Speaking of Zhao Tianyin, the three people felt a heavy burden like a 30,000 caddies cruise. Plussing down. There's still an issue. The Purple Mansion sect has already laid low in the endless world for several thousand years, experiencing countless generations of people and already know the endless world like the back of their hands. But we're completely clueless about the fierce gale world. One had to admit that the endless world was Pa-S, Civ everywhere right now, and virtually could not see any hope. These three people conversed here for a long time and also had a woebegone look. Old ancestors, to say who in the endless world understands the fierce gale world best, it's none other than that tranquil cloud sex Yi Yuan. He'd once entered deep into the fierce gale world and even captured a sea transformation realm slave. Yin Yanhua suddenly voiced out. This boy is truly an enigmatic character. No idea which hole in a rock he jumped out from either. Oh, right. Speaking of this boy, has their tranquil cloud sect completed their migration already? Ning Yixian asked Gua Taochuan. Gua Taochuan nodded and said, 3 days ago, they already gathered in Fallen Rain City. They already sent news before coming here. Everyone from the Tranquil Cloud sect will be gathering in Spirit Sealing City. Ning Yixian said with a frown, Spirit Sealing City? That seems to be the Heavenly Evil sect's territory, right? What are they going there for? This? I don't know. Gua Taochuan shook his head and said. But at this time, Yin Yanhua's eyes glimmered slightly and voiced out. The Heavenly Evil sect is notorious. Burning, killing, raping, pillaging, committing all kinds of atrocities. They just happen to lack a place to settle down. Could it be? Not to that extent, right? Although the Heavenly Evil sect's strength isn't considered much in the Northern Domain. At any rate, they have a Soul Sea realm expert holding down the fort too. The Tranquil Cloud sect going to do battle at an opponent's home ground. I think taking down the Heavenly Evil sect wouldn't be that easy, right? This boy really makes people rather look forward to it. In this Northern Domain land right now, the most eye-catching is most likely this Tranquil Cloud sect group's movements, right? Since they have this intention, then let's just sit tight and watch. If they really can't, then giving them a hand is good too. That Heavenly Evil sect, I've long found them an eyesore. If not for the sake of Wufang City, I'd have long exterminated them. Speaking until the back, Ning Yixian's tone became icy cold. Evidently, he disliked this Heavenly Evil sect too. Hearing these words, Jing Xian nodded slightly, while Qin Hongtao snorted coldly. Taochuan Yanhua informed the various Northern Domain's major factions' old ancestors as soon as possible. They are all to hurry to Wufang City to meet in half a month. In addition, since the Tranquil Cloud sect has already moved north, then shut down all the transmission arrays leading to the Southern Domain. This important juncture, Ning Yixian instructed. Different from the Southern Domain, the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Eye sect were not all the Northern Domain's forces. These three great sects all had peak divine, traversing realm old ancestors holding down the fort. So they were the strongest three great sections. Apart from this, there were still many forces with late-stage divine, traversing realm holding down the fort. These factions were all the Northern Domain's peak forces. As for middle-stage divine traversing realm and early-stage divine traversing realm forces, there were many too. Of course, like the Heavenly Evil sect, small sects with only a Soul Sea realm martial artist holding down the fort were as many as Oxenhair. This Heavenly Evil sect's strength was not strong, but the sect's only Soul Sea realm expert, Mao Yuanji, cozied up to the number 1 Alchemy Path faction in the Northern Domain through some means somehow. Hence, even though this heavenly evil sect's evil doings knew no limits. Body dared to do anything to them either. At the heavenly evil sect's main peak, two silhouettes stood in the air. Who are you people? Such audacity, to actually dare barge forcefully into my heavenly evil sect's main peak. The one talking was a heavenly evil sect elder, but his round of questioning was without any confidence whatsoever. These two people appeared too suddenly. There was actually not a bit of news which came from the gates. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect still had the sect protecting Grand Array guarding. If enemies came to attack, how could there possibly be no reaction at all? This elder instinctively sensed that these two people were not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan stood in the air with his hands behind his back, lightly sweeping a glance down below. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "From today onwards, this world will no longer have the name Heavenly Evil Sect. This place has been taken over by us." What? What did he say? Taken over? Ha ha ha. A sea transformation realm brat uttering such wild ravings to take over our heavenly evil sect? He even said to let our heavenly evil sect's name be removed just now. Ha ha ha. Is this boy soft in the head? Yeah, our heavenly evil sect is the Wufang city's subordinate power. Who dares to provoke us? These years, how many people wanted to take down my heavenly evil sect? Didn't each and every one of them still ended up dusty and dirty in appearance? Yi Yuan's words drew a wave of guffawing. In their viewpoint, Yi Yuan and Luo Qingfeng were here to be a joke. If two people could wipe out the heavenly evil sect, they would have been exterminated countless times over long ago. Moreover, these two people, one was first-level Soul C, one was second-level C transformation, which were also equivalent to the heavenly evil sect's sect master plus the lowest level elder strength. Remove their name? Being dumb, right? Right at this time, a black-robed man flew out from the main hall and came before Yi Yuan pair. The two of you are guests from far away, but isn't wanting to remove my heavenly evil sect's name right after coming a bit too arrogant? Said the black-robed man coldly. Chapter 491, this black-robed man was first-level Soul C strength. Very clearly, he was the heavenly evil sect's sect master, Mao Yuanji. This black-robed man was first-level Soul C strength. Very clearly, he was the heavenly evil sect's sect master, Mao Yuanji. But the meaning in his words was some trepidation towards Luo Qingfeng. These two people could appear on the main peak without any signs. Presumably, they had some capabilities. You're Mao Yuanji? Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and asked indifferently. When Mao Yuanji saw a sea transformation realm brat being so arrogant, he was very displeased in his heart. Humph! This is a conversation between Soul Sea realms. Since when it is your turn, a junior, to be presumptuous here? As he said, Mao Yuanji flicked his sleeves grandly. A burst of tremendous force pushed over towards Yi Yuan, wanting to push Yi Yuan aside. He did this to firstly demonstrate his means and let the other party know his power. Secondly, it was to probe just where Luo Qingfeng's baseline lay. Mao Yuanji completely thought that Yi Yuan would be knocked until he was muddled by the force of this flick of his and fell down from the air. Who knew that Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle? Mao Yuanji's eyes became wide as saucers, staring at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. The force of his push just now, forget about first-level C transformation, even late-stage C transformation would not dare say, will not budge an inch either. This boy was abnormal, but Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Mao Yuanji. He said indifferently, 10 years ago, you took fancy on West Ridge City's W.A.N. G family's eldest daughter. You forcefully asked for her. The W.A.N. G family's eldest daughter was ready to die to preserve her caste. One tie. She committed suicide and died. The result was that you vented your anger on the W.A.N. G family, and you exterminated every last one of the W.A.N. G family. Was there such a thing? Mao Yuanji's expression darkened. This matter naturally happened. It was not some secret in the Heavenly Evil Sect either. The Heavenly Evil Sect's conduct from top to bottom when doing things had always been based on one's own desires. Taking action to kill people at a word of disagreement was the norm. Back then, he took fancy on that W.A.N.G. family's eldest daughter and made the W.A.N.G. family send their daughter over using the name of the Heavenly Evil Sect. Who knew that little girl would actually be so staunch and directly hanged herself and ended her life? In his rage, Mao Yuanji sent people to slaughter the W.A.N.G. family down to the last person. Who the H.E.L.L. are you, to also be worthy of me answering? Mao Yuanji said with a cold snort. Even though Yi Yuan's performance earlier made him somewhat amazed, he still thought nothing of a first-level C transformation. The way Mao Yuanji saw it, Luo Qingfeng was his formidable enemy, and Yi Yuan's speaking tone completely made light of him. This made Mao Yuanji even more infuriated. If not for dreading Luo Qingfeng's strength, Mao Yuanji would have long finished off Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not bother with Mao Yuanji and continued. He said, 7 years ago, a 9th-level C transformation called Zhang Dongyu peddled a high-ranking spirit artifact in Spirit Sealing City. After you got the news, U.S. N.A.T.C. had the treasure and killed him. 5 years ago. For years ago. Yi Yuan counted each one of Mao Yuanji's wicked deeds in detail, as if he was engaging in small talk. But everyone present could sense the cold intent in Yi Yuan's words. This Mao Yuanji was simply up to the neck in crimes and misdeeds. He did not need a reason at all to murder and commit arson. Many people simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had killing intent. Furthermore, in front of Mao Yuanji, this Soul Sea Realm expert, Yi Yuan did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. Could it be that this boy's state of mind had some problems? All these should be done by you, right? You can choose not to answer. But I've already investigated the matters clearly. Hence, you must die today. Yi Yuan said coolly. In Yi Yuan's view, there was no big deal about martial artists killing people. The martial arts world was a world where the strong feasted on the weak in the first place. But concerning such a character who was utterly devoid of conscience like Mao Yuanji, Yi Yuan would have a killing intent that could not be restrained when he saw them. This might be related to his ident. 1. Tai is an alchemy emperor in his previous life. Of course, it also had to do with Ji Xingyang's teachings. Hence, in the previous life of Yi Yuan, he saved people in various situations. A lifetime of several hundred years, the people that Yi Yuan treated and helped simply could not be counted. Even though he came back to life again, this kind of thing in Yi Yuan's bones still had no way of being erased. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mao Yuanji laughed from extreme rage. He said, "Boy, so what if your grandpa Mao killed a few people? Messing around for so long. You're here to be chivalrous? All right, your grandpa Mao, I will be standing right here. You come and kill for me to see." A brat still wet, behind his ears, running in front of your grandpa Mao to posture. You have to see if you have that capability or not too. By now, Mao Yuanji also knew that these people came with ill intentions. This matter most likely could not be settled. But if it was just a Soul Sea realm, he could still handle it. This punk did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Heavenly Evil Sect still had quite a few high-level sea transformation realms waiting for him. Furthermore, the Heavenly Evil Sect disciples' methods were extremely bizarre, impossible to guard against. Such a young brat dare to run over here to learn how to be chivalrous from others. Seemed to be really kicked in the head by a donkey. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "Whether I have the capability or not, you'll know right away." Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Boom! Yi Yuan's aura released fully, and he broke through to 5th level C transformation very swiftly. After the fight with Dai Yuan, Yi Yuan likewise benefited a great deal and consolidated his realm very quickly. After coming to the northern domain, Yi Yuan's cultivation progress was not the slightest bit slow as well. He finally broke through to second-level C transformation yesterday. Battling a Soul C realm expert again today, Yi Yuan clearly had more assurance. Seeing Yi Yuan break through 3 minor realms instantly, Mao Yuanji's pupils involuntarily constricted. But very soon, he said with a cold laugh, "This is your alliance? Ha! You're not thinking that by bringing along a 5th-level C transformation, you can wipe out my heavenly evil sect, right?" The latter half of the sentence, Mao Yuanji directed it to Luo Qingfeng. In his opinion, Luo Qingfeng was going to assist Yuan to fight with him here. But they were wrong, right? Could it be they think that the heavenly evil sect only had him alone? However, Luo Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Your opponent is him. As long as others don't intervene, I won't be taking action." When Luo Qingfeng's voice faded, the crowd was shocked. Are these two people morons? To let a C transformation realm challenge a Soul C realm? Even if it was to temper juniors, there's no need to send him to death either, right? This boy is the same. He's a complete idiot. A senior made him go and challenge a Soul C realm. And he really went to challenge the person? I'm already in a mess. Ha. Too hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. After the astonishment, it was a series of mockery. In these people's view, these two were purely madmen. But Mao Yuanji narrowed his eyes slightly as he said with a cold smile, "You're sure to only let him take action?" Luo Qingfeng chuckled, and his figure flashed but withdrew several hundred feet away, expressing his stance. Such a distance, if Yi Yuan was really in any danger, Luo Qingfeng simply could not rescue in time. This attitude was already very clear. He really did not care about these two people's fight. Mao Yuanji grinned hideously and said, "To think that Grandpa Mao, I am actually being belittled by a C transformation realm brat. Ha. However, I like your ignorance. I'll let you know what is called despair." The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, raising the Canghua sword in his hand. A bout of terrifying power undulated out. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 492, what? That's condensed form of gathered essence. Isn't he C transformation realm? What? That's condensed form of gathered essence. Isn't he C transformation realm? Is this messing with me? How can C transformation realm martial artists possibly achieve condensing form of gathered essence? No wonder this boy dared to be so arrogant. Turns out that he actually already learned how to condense form of gathered essence. Seeing Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades being initiated, the heavenly evil sect disciples all burst into an uproar. Same as during incident at Breaking Dawn City, this unexpected scene made everyone draw in a cold breath. A C transformation realm being able to achieve condensing form of gathered essence. It was truly two freakies. Plus Mao Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and he hastily employed his cultivation method to the extreme. Although Mao Yuanji was a Soul C realm expert, he was just the lowest level existence among Soul C realms. He had not even grasped condensing form of gathered essence. Something that he, a Soul C realm, did not grasp. This C transformation realm youth before him actually grasped it. This was too unbelievable. However, Mao Yuanji simply had no time to think so much. He could only erupt with all of his strength and crush Yi Yuan's condensed form of gathered essence using his powerful cultivation realm. Fire immolating heretic cloud. Mao Yuanji gave an explosive roar. The entire stretch of the sky seemed to be burning. The horrifying flames swept towards Yi Yuan like a fire snake, wanting to devour Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Myriad rain sword blades erupted abruptly. Although the sword blade phantoms were not large, its power was unparalleled. Those myriad sword blades actually sliced the fire snake to a disorderly mess. By the time it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it simply had not much power left already. Compared to Dai Yuhan's with cranes, immortal comes this fire-immolating heretic cloud technique simply paled in comparison. But Mao Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert after all. His attack still annihilated quite a number of sword blades. It was just that the 5th level Sea transformation Yuan was much greater in strength again compared to the last time. When one aspect was weaker, the others will be stronger. How could Mao Yuanji neutralize this attack fully? There was still a large portion of the sword blades that penetrated Mao Yuanji's attack, stabbing directly on Mao Yuanji's body. Mao Yuanji's protective essence energy could not withstand a single blow at all under the condensed sword blades of gathered essence. He was being stabbed full of holes like a wasp nest in an instant. After the tragic cry, Mao Yuanji's corpse dropped down from the air, landing heavily on the ground. Killed in one blow. The heavenly evil sect disciples had yet to understand what was going on, and Yi Yuan already killed Mao Yuanji. My eyesight isn't failing, right? Sect Master, he was actually killed by a Sea transformation realm brat. Sect Master, he actually lost for real. We were still ridiculing the two of them for being fools just now. To think that they actually really had the strength to crush the heavenly evil sect. This boy is truly too terrifying. A Sea transformation realm could actually unleash such a horrifying attack. It could even cut down a Soul Sea realm expert. He's not going to kill all of us, right? The heavenly evil sect disciples still did not dare to believe it until now. The Lord Sect Master, who was ever victorious in their eyes, was actually killed by a Sea transformation realm brat that popped out from D knows where. By the time they understood it, their first reaction was boundless fear. Like the saying, a crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Mao Yuanji, this person, was not some good person. How could these people, be any better? After the one move finished casting, Yi Yuan's complexion was rather pale. But compared to that time with Dai Yuan, it was quite a lot better. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng felt overcome by a vicissitude of emotions too. After arriving at the northern domain, hearing Tian Yu, they all mentioned that Yi Yuan actually defeated a Soul Sea realm expert in Breaking Dawn City. They were shocked until their eyes nearly fell out. Only after seeing Yi Yuan slew a Soul Sea realm expert by condensing form of gathered essence with his own eyes today, did Luo Qingfeng truly witness Yi Yuan's strength. In combat power, Yi Yuan already said him this tranquil cloud sect master, which was also to say that the 2nd level Sea transformation Yi Yuan was already the tranquil cloud sect's most powerful existence. Although Luo Qingfeng was not an ordinary 1st level Soul Sea 2, he had yet to grasp condensing form of gathered essence as well. Even though he speculated that he could defeat this Mao Yuanji, he absolutely could not achieve a kill so clean and neat like Yi Yuan. He came today only for the sake of cheering Yi Yuan on and to awe the rest of the heavenly evil sect a little. Young hero, spare us. Those things were all Mao Yuanji instigated us to do. We couldn't help ourselves to. Yeah, it was all Mao Yuanji. We had no choice but to do as compelled to. Young hero, spare us. Now, it was only to hear thudding sounds echoing everywhere. Those heavenly evil sect disciples with things to hide all kneeled down, begging Yi Yuan to let them go. The wailing sounds joined together. These people saw that Mao Yuanji died. They just pushed all of the wrongdoings to him all together, condemning in speech and writing for time. Gus. Plusing until Mao Yuanji, this dead person, wasn't worth a cent, Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. What a fine could not help being forced. Rest assured, as long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't pursue it. But those fiendish monsters who perpetrate every conceivable crime better end yourselves early. Or else, there will be suffering. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, some people shuddered all over. There will be suffering. These 4 words was like a sharp sword, stabbing into their hearts all at once. That taste of being unable to pray for life nor beg for death. They had made others experience it in the past. Now, was it going to be their turn? Who cares? As long as they insisted that they did not do misdeeds before. Could it be that he could even search souls one by one? Yi Yuan seemed to know what these people were thinking of and said with a cold smile, "Don't think about telling lies to deceive me. It's useless." As he said, Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills and said, "These are truth pills. After eating, whatever I ask you, you will say it. Therefore, better give up on this." Many heavenly evil sect disciples' faces all changed. There was still such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world. When they heard this kind of effect, most people's faces all had disbelief. But there were ultimately still people who could not resist Yi Yuan's pressure and exploded. "Everybody, quickly run. It's death either way. One being able to escape counts as one. I don't believe that he can kill all of us." The Sea Transformation Realm Elder cried out. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. What he wanted was this kind of situation. Interrogating one by one was so bothersome. This saved a great deal of trouble. Seeing those recklessly fleeing figures, flower petals swiftly formed in the air. Arc, arc, arc. Miserable cries linked up together. Each and every one of the heavenly evil sect disciples either fell from the air or were directly killed on the ground. The 1,000 flowing petals were like a bunch of sickles, easily reaping these martial artists' lives. These people were all people who deserved to be killed. After several dozen breaths, the heavenly evil sect's main peak suddenly quieted down. There were already not many people left. As long as they stood still without moving, none of them died. All right, from today onwards, the heavenly evil sect's name will be expunged from the northern domain, and this place will serve as my tranquil cloud sect's stronghold. I still have that sentence. As long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't do anything to you. So much so that if you all didn't join in their vile deeds, the tranquil cloud sect can even take you all in," Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 493. At the early phase of the tranquil cloud sect being established, 1,000 things needed to be done. At the early phase of the tranquil cloud sect being established, 1,000 things needed to be done. These days, on the one hand, the tranquil cloud sect was so busy from top to bottom that their feet did not seem to touch the ground. On the other hand, the tranquil cloud sect needed to take over the heavenly evil sect zone of influence. They also needed to contact the various major subordinate forces. For another, inside the sect reeked of a foul atmosphere caused by Mao Yuanji. There were too many things that needed to be tidied up anew. Mao Yuanji's residence was like a palace. When the tranquil cloud sect disciples went over to search, there was actually still a large group of concubines, each one of them beautiful as a flower. These women were mostly forcefully abducted by Mao Yuanji. They naturally had to let them go, and Yi Yuan was generally unconcerned with these mundane affairs. He revamped the heavenly evil sect's original sect protecting Grand Array and then entered closed seclusion to cultivate by himself. Although the heavenly evil sect's sect protecting Grand Array could not compare to the tranquil cloud sect's Yin-Yang turbid heaven Grand Array, the former was a middle-grade tier 4 Grand Array. Through Yi Yuan's improvement, it could still accomplish withstanding middle-stage soul Sea Realm martial artists. While Yi Yuan busied these few days, there was a pair of eyes silently observing him from behind from start to end. Clearly 2 people. But why? Do I keep on superimposing the 2 of them together? Yumengli frequently watched that back view, staring in a daze. Her thoughts drifted D knows where to. But being together with Yi Yuan these few days, Yi Yuan frequently helped her to concoct some divine soul nories. Plussing medication. Her illness did not flare up again. Unknowingly, Yumengli developed a liking for the feeling from staying by Yi Yuan's side. This made her very at ease. Yumengli even felt that it would be good if this kind of days could carry on continuously. However, busy yet peaceful days like this was very quickly shattered. Just several days after the Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the Heavenly Evil sect, an uninvited guest came to the new Tranquil Cloud sect. Wufang City's patrolling inspector, Bao Sangui, is here. Tranquil Cloud sect's people quickly come and welcome. Outside the gates, a voice penetrated the grand array, reverberating throughout the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Wufang City actually came so quickly? Martial uncle, what should we do? Hearing this voice, Luo Ching Feng said with a frown. Sky Maple just happened to be present too. Hearing that, he knitted his brows as well and said, the Heavenly Evil Sect was the Wu Fong City's subordinate faction to begin with. I heard that Mao Yuanji and Wu Fong City even has 1,001 links. Originally, I still thought that with the fierce Gale World's invasion near at hand, they have no time to bother with us. To think that they actually came so quickly. This is quite troublesome. Quickly send people to inform Yi Yuan. No need. I'm already here. Yi Yuan's voice came from the main hall's entrance. There were too many trivial matters recently. Yi Yuan was not in terminal seclusion either. That Bao Sangui's voice could obviously be heard. Seeing Yi Yuan, Luo Ching Feng and Sky Maple both heaved a sigh in relief. No idea since when they actually already started looking to Yi Yuan for instructions. This kind of S-H-I plus FT was unconsciously influenced. Even they themselves were not aware of it either. Ever since after Yi Yuan came back from the Fierce Gale World, his status in the Tranquil Cloud Sect could no longer be replaced by anyone. From then until now, all the major and minor matters in the sect, Yi Yuan practically had the final say in all, even exterminating the Heavenly Evil Sect this time. It was also the location chosen by Yi Yuan. Actually, Luo Ching Feng and Sky Maple both proposed to find a slightly weaker sect to replace. But Yi Yuan stubbornly clung to his view. The reason was that the Heavenly Evil Sect committed many evil deeds. Heaven did not take care of the Heavenly Evil Sect. Then the Tranquil Cloud Sect would do it. Right now, even though Luo Ching Feng returned, this kind of momentum carried on as well. Compared to Luo Ching Feng, Yi Yuan was a little more like a sect master right now. But regarding Yi Yuan's special kind of status, Luo Ching Feng and the rest did not grumble about anything, because they all knew that Yi Yuan totally did not belong to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. The talk of him fighting for power and money simply did not exist. Everything that Yi Yuan did right now was all for the sake of the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Yi Yuan, this Wu Fong City's patrolling inspector, Luo Ching Feng asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whatever nonsense, patrolling inspector. Since our Tranquil Cloud Sect replaced the Heavenly Evil Sect, we'll be an independent sect in the future. Being Virginia S. Sal's to anyone doesn't exist. But what about that Bao Sangui? Just let him wait. He likes to throw his weight around and then give it a good throw outside the sect gates. Ignore him. Just a lousy, whatever patrolling inspector, and he wants us to go out of the sect to welcome him? Who does he think he is? Luo Ching Feng and Sky Maple exchanged glances, both unconsciously sucking in a deep breath. Only Yi Yuan dare to say such doughty words. This patrolling inspector wasn't much. But the Wu Fong City behind him was the Northern Domain's top major faction. They could exterminate the Tranquil Cloud Sect down to the last person by casually sending out an expert. Seemingly detecting Luo Ching Feng and the rest worries, Yi Yuan said with a smile, Grand Elder and Sect Master need not worry. While Wu Fong City is powerful to the present endless world, my status is irreplaceable. So this little matter, Wu Fong City won't blame us. Even if they really place blame, there will also be people blocking on our behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left the main hall. Luo Ching Feng and Sky Maple exchanged looks. Both did not understand. Although Yi Yuan was monstrous, he was also just a sea transformation realm. Even if he could defeat Soul Sea realm experts, in this war which engulfed the two worlds, what part could he play? Bao Sangui waited outside the gates for an hour and shouted many more times again. The Tranquil Cloud Sect actually did not even have a reply. As the Wu Fong City's patrolling inspector, no matter where Bao Sangui walked to, he was always waited upon as a distinguished guest. In the past, when coming to the Heavenly Evil Sect, Mao Yuanji would come out to greet him personally from far away. But now, this whatever dog, F*RT, Tranquil Cloud Sect, actually dared to shove him to one side. Utterly preposterous. A few days ago, Bao Sangui was patrolling right around the area, and just happened to hear the news of the heavenly evil sect being wiped out. He was taken aback with shock right then. This heavenly evil sect had been around for quite a long time, under Wu Fong City's protection, although they did many things which went against heaven and reason. Body dared to touch them either. Mao Yuanji knew how to get along with people very well. It was also uncertain what relations he went through to become acquainted with the third young master. These few years, the complaints to Wu Fong City were not few in number, but were suppressed by the third young master. Who would have thought that a tiny sect which popped out from Dinos were actually eradicated the heavenly evil sect? Exterminated then, let them be exterminated. He himself already made his ident. 1. Tie clear, but those bunch of fellows actually did not have a single person come out to welcome. Utterly preposterous. Preposterous. Bao Sangua berated countless times over fiercely in his heart. Humph. Refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today, I'll carry out the duty of this patrolling inspector and destroy this tiny sect of yours. Bao Sangua was a 5th-level Soul Sea expert. He already inquired about it before coming. The strongest in this tranquil cloud sect was but a 1st-level Soul Sea. With his strength, destroying this sect was something effortless. The heavenly evil sect protecting Grand Array, Bao Sangua knew in his heart too that it was basically the same as nothing to him. Bao Sangua arrived in front of the Grand Array, mustered up the essence energy in his entire body, and launched an attack abruptly. Boom! A tremendous backlash blasted Bao Sangua, flying out several thousand feet. Chapter 494, Poo Work. Poo Work. Bao Sangua spurted a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were actually wounded by the enormous backlash power. This Grand Array, how can it be so strong? Bao Sangua muttered under his breath. Originally, he thought to take this tranquil cloud sect down a notch. Who knew that he would be knocked out a mouthful of his teeth? Bao Sangua stood outside the tranquil cloud sect's gates, but was unbelievably embarrassed. Said he, a distinguished patrolling inspector, acting out a play outside other people's gates alone. Simply disgraced all the way home. But for him to return to Wu Fong City like this, how would he give an account to his higher-ups? The heavenly evil sect was destroyed, and he, this patrolling inspector, did not even know who destroyed it. There was no way to report after returning. After all, his duty was to give an account to Wu Fong City at all times about its subordinate forces matters. Although the heavenly evil sect was replaced by such a tiny sect, it was not something of a big deal to Wu Fong City. But he, Bao Sangua, ultimately could not avoid a crime of oversight. Tranquil Cloud sect's people, listen up. You people offending me, this patrolling inspector, is equivalent to offending Wu Fong City. Within the next few days, Wu Fong City will send experts over and exterminate you bunch of fools who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bao Sangua felt disgraced, and he could not resist leaving a vicious sentence. But this was not threatening the Tranquil Cloud sect either. This place was in the scope of Wu Fong City's influence after all. They could not possibly silently watch a disobedient sect gain a foothold here. Bao Sangua had sufficient confidence to return and request for even stronger martial artists forward and wipe out the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. However, there was still a body who responded to Bao Sangue's ruthless words. Courting a rebuff, Bao Sangua also knew that he could not do anything to the Tranquil Cloud sect and could only plan on leaving with a dejected face. Reckon that it's a bunch of hillbillies from the countryside, right? Wu Fong City's might. You probably can't imagine it. Humph. Just wait for death, you all. Bao Sangua cursed and swore, then turned around and wanted to leave. Bao Sangua, why are you here? Bao Sangua was just about to leave, but ran into a person straight ahead. Seeing the arrival, Bao Sangua could not help being overjoyed. Brother Zihue, you came just in time. Wu Fong City's sphere of influence was very large, so the patrolling inspectors were also divided into levels. Bao Sangui's middle stage Soul C realm strength was already considered not bad. But he was just a second CLA's patrolling inspector as well. While this Su Zihui in front of him was Wufang City's first CLA's patrolling inspector. This Su Zihui's 9th level Soul C strength was an exceedingly powerful existence when looking at the Northern Domain too. With him and Su Zihui joining hands, he had faith that breaking this tranquil cloud sect protecting Grand Array should be nothing difficult. Seeing Bao Sangui's appearance, Su Zihui frowned and said, "Sangui, why are you hurt? Within my Wufang City sphere of influence, is it possible that there are still people who dare to attack you?" Mentioning this, Bao Sangui said with an enraged look, "Who else can there be? It's this tranquil cloud sect that popped out from D knows where." Seeing Su Zihui, Bao Sangui's stomach full of grievance finally had a target to vent. Hence, he described the process of his humiliation, becoming more indignant as he talked. "Brother Zihui, luckily, I ran into you today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to make a report this trip back. This tranquil cloud sect has absolutely zero respect for my Wufang City. Today, you and I brothers will join forces, and we will bathe this tranquil cloud sect in blood." Bao Sangui said indignantly. Bao Sangui said it enthusiastically, but he could not help looking over to Su Zihui. He noticed Su Zihui was currently looking at him with strange eyes. "What, Brother Zihui? Is there anything wrong?" Bao Sangui finally discovered a hint of something wrong. Su Zihui patted Bao Sangui's shoulder and heaved a sigh, saying, "You haven't returned to Wufang City recently and don't know what major issue happened in the Northern Domain." Bao Sangui was dazed and could not help asking, "Major issue? What major thing happened? Could it be related to that earthquake and mountains shaking from a while back?" This matter of the fierce gale world invading, at present, was still only limited to those top figures in the Northern Domain who knew. Bao Sangui was always patrolling outside. Although he felt that the tremor that time was very seldom seen, he did not take it to heart either. Su Zihui nodded and said, "Actually, that earthquake was because the Realm Pa's sageway between the Endless World and the Fierce Gale World had completely linked together. Now, Fierce Gale World martial artists already occupy the entire Southern Domain. This time, the three sects, Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and Profound Eye Sect, sent out, rarely seen, jointly signed hero invitations to convene the Northern Domain's various major forces chiefs to gather in Wufang City and discuss ways to deal with the Fierce Gale World. What, as such a major thing actually happened? Bao Sangui was taken aback with shock by Su Zihui's words. This kind of thing, like another world invading, could be said to not be encountered for several thousand years to ordinary martial artists. How could Bao Sangui not be shocked? Su Zihui nodded his head with a grave expression and said, "Just looking at the present circumstances, the situation is very unfavorable to our endless world." Bao Sangui drew in a cold breath. His mind was somewhat in a disorderly mess. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Su Zihui, "But what has this got to do with Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Su Zihui gave a bitter smile and said, "I'm here this time to issue a hero invitation to Tranquil Cloud Sect." What? Bao Sangui really jumped up this time. This news astonished him even more than another world's invasion. A tiny sect with only first-level Soul Sea realms. What could issuing them a hero invitation do? Thinking up to here, Bao Sangui could not help sweating profusely. Brother Zihui, as far as I know, this Tranquil Cloud Sect only has 2 Soul Sea realm experts. Among them, there's even an alchemy king. Why would the 3 sects issue hero invitations to such a tiny faction? Su Zihui forced another smile and shrugged his hands, saying, "You ask me, but who do I ask?" The name list was drawn up by the 3 sects and is issued under the 3 sects plus Wufang City's name. How much of what goes on behind the scenes do you think that minor characters like us can understand? Such a major matter, Even early-stage divine traversing realm experts might not have the right to speak either. Bao Sangui was somewhat dejected as he said, Then, the heavenly evil sex matters are dropped just like this? But how should third young master's side be given an account? Suzy Hui said crossly, What kind of time is it already? Still talking about heavenly evil sect. If the fierce gale world attacks, even Wu Fong City might not be able to be defended. What the H*LL does a puny little heavenly evil sect count as? Moreover, this hero invitation is already given out. No matter how great third young master is, he isn't greater than City Lord, His Excellency, either, right? Characters able to receive this hero invitation aren't who you and I can afford to offend. Bao Sangui opened his mouth but did not speak in the end too. Yeah, characters that could receive the hero invitation were not who a minor character, like him, can afford to offend. Fine then. This time I, old Bao, admit to my bad luck. However, since you're delivering the hero invitation, how about I go in together with you? I'm really curious right now, just who in his tiny sect actually has such tremendous capabilities. Bao Sangui said. Suzy Hui nodded and said, All right, but you must remember, regardless of what kind of person the other party is, apologize first when you see the master. Otherwise, SCREWING up this errand isn't what you and I can afford to bear. The matter concerns the entire endless world's safety. You and I are merely minor characters in this. Bao Sangui struggled for a bit, but still nodded his head. Chapter 495, Wu Fong City's first as patrolling inspector. Suzy Hui specially came here to request an audience with Lord Yi Yuan under City Lord's orders, and to deliver the 3 sects and Wu Fong City's jointly signed and issued hero invitation. Suzy Hui came in front of the gates and called out in a clear voice. Wu Fong City's first CLA. S patrolling inspector. Suzy Hui specially came here to request an audience with Lord Yi Yuan under City Lord's orders, and to deliver the 3 sects and Wu Fong City's jointly signed and issued hero invitation. Suzy Hui came in front of the gates and called out in a clear voice. After finished talking, Suzy Hui stood with his hands by the side, silently waiting for Tranquil Cloud Sect's response. Lord Yi Yuan? Who is that? Never heard before that the Northern Domain has such a character. Is he the Tranquil Cloud sect master? Bao Sangui asked curiously. But Suzy Hui shook his head and said, I don't know either. Before coming, City Lord, His Excellency, personally pious, said the hero invitation to my hands, and told me this name Yi Yuan, making sure that I invite him cordially. As for who this Yi Yuan is, what he looks like, what kind of strength he has, I'm clueless. The more Suzy Hui said so, the more curious Bao Sangui was. But in his view now, this Tranquil Cloud sect being so unbridled had the capital to be unbridled too. A character that could let City Lord, His Excellency, personally instructed to invite cordially, was bound to not be an ordinary person. Him meeting a rebuff was also something within reason. Thinking up to here, Bao Sangui made up his mind with even more certainty to apologize properly in a while. Before long, a crystal formation realm disciple welcomed the 2 people in. Suzy Hui and Bao Sangui entered the main hall. On the left-hand side sat an old man and a middle-aged man. A youth sat on the right side. Suzy Hui swept a glance at the few people's cultivations. The elderly person and middle-aged man were both Soul Sea realm experts, while that young man was only Sea Transformation Realm Sea Transformation. Seeing such a lineup, Suzy Hui's heart unwittingly thumped. Could the ones City Lord made him find be these several people? But what part could such strength play in the war between 2 worlds? However, he also asked Bao Sangui before coming in. The strongest in the Tranquil Cloud sect was merely first-level Soul Sea. Seeing these 3 people now, it was not too unexpected either. Be that as it may, Suzy Hui did not dare to slight them, and still gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng and said, First S patrolling inspector under Wu Fong City Lord's command. Suzy Hui pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan. 2nd CLA. S. Patrolling Inspector under Wu Fong City Lord's command. Bao Sangui pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan. This Bao didn't know the inside story earlier and offended Lord Yi Yuan. I hope that Lord Yi Yuan can pardon my offense. Bao Sangui gave Bao too and said. Luo Qingfeng's face was somewhat unnatural, but it was not because these two people identified the wrong person. A 9th level soul C and a 4th level soul C bowing towards him seriously made him feel immense pressure, but Yi Yuan gave him a meaningful look to calm down. Luo Qingfeng could only just do his best to keep a calm exterior. Haha, the two of you identified the wrong person. He is Yi Yuan. Luo Qingfeng forced a smile and said, honestly speaking, facing Su Zihui and Bao Sangui, especially Su Zihui, even if he did not deliberately give off the power of a 9th level soul C, it still made Luo Qingfeng feel fidgety. Such an existence could blot them out with just one hand. The reason why the other party was standing here talking to them courteously was entirely that of Yi Yuan. Once Luo Qingfeng's words were said, Su Zihui and Bao Sangui were both greatly startled. The person that City Lord, His Excellency, made him invite cordially was actually this young man who did not look older than 16 to 17 years old. His strength was not beyond 2nd level C transformation. This was too absurd, right? Su Zihui was a little more dignified in the end and hurriedly gave a bow and said, Su Zihui has seen Lord Yi Yuan. Only then did Bao Sangui react and hastily gave a bow too. He gave an apology to Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan waved his hand, indicating that this incident was considered over. But he asked Su Zihui, that hero invitation that you mentioned, what's the deal? Su Zihui hurriedly retrieved a bright red invitation and handed it up. Yi Yuan opened it, swept a glance over, then closed it. You go back and tell City Lord, His Excellency. Say that Yi Yuan can go, but the sex elder is still imprisoned and is truly not in the mood to bother with other things. Gentlemen, please return, Yi Yuan said coolly. Su Zihui did not think that Yi Yuan would actually reply like this. Su Zihui was somewhat baffled, uncertain what Yi Yuan was doing here. Wufang City Lord personally issued an invitation to invite a sea transformation realm. This was such unparalleled glory. This boy was unexpectedly still putting on airs. A sect elder of yours was actually even more important than City Lord. His Excellency's invitation? Looking at this small sect, the elders were also merely sea transformation realm too. Could a minor character like this compare to the great matter of the endless world survival or downfall? Su Zihui was rather displeased in his heart. But, recalling City Lord, His Excellency's reminding him previously, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Furthermore, Su Zihui was a shrewd person too. He had long seen that the actual person in charge of the Tranquil Cloud sect was actually this young man called Yi Yuan before his eyes. A 2nd level C transformation was actually so ace, summing in front of 2 soul C realms. And those two people still had a look of not a single grumble. This youth called Yi Yuan was indeed not that simple. Actually, seeing Yi Yuan being so assertive, Luo Qingfeng and Skymapple's hearts were both thumping. It was not that they were unconcerned about Meijin's safety. It was just that their Tranquil Cloud sect seriously did not have much capital to bargain within the northern domain. Experts roamed like clouds here. A random one that came could wipe out the Tranquil Cloud sect. Zihui is slow-witted. Can Lord Yi Yuan express things clearly? Not afraid of Lord Yi Yuan laughing, but City Lord, His Excellency, repeatedly exhorted before coming to definitely invite you over. But now, Su Zihui revealed a difficult intent. When he was talking, Su Zihui could clearly sense Luo Qingfeng and Skymapple's nervousness. But this young man called Yi Yuan actually treated him like air. Such composure was absolutely not feigned. It was just that Su Zihui could not figure out, even after racking his brain, just where this young man's confidence lay. Yi Yuan shot Su Zihui a nonchalant glance and was suddenly a little clearer as he said, Since that's the case, Both of you stay here for a few days first. After this, you welcomes back the sect elder. I'll go together with the two of you. The meet will be happening in a couple of days. Delaying several days like this isn't good, right? Su Zihue said depressedly. He discovered that in front of this sea transformation realm, he actually could not grasp the slightest initiative to speak. Right this time, another voice sounded out again. Myriad Sword Sect's envoy, Fu Zonghu, requests an audience. Yi Yuan was stunned, then became delighted right away. Really just so happened that what should come came together today. Saved quite a bit of trouble too. Brother Su, since this Myriad Sword Sect envoy came, it can be some that I can leave with you guys today. Su Zihue was uncertain what it meant. Why did it strike up a relation with Myriad Sword Sect too? But that name Fu Zonghu, Su Zihue had heard it before. When he heard this voice earlier, he was startled in his heart, and his eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, underwent a transformation once more. This Fu Zonghu was a Myriad Sword Sect's divine, traversing realm expert. What matters actually troubled his grand presence. Even though the Northern Domain had many divine, traversing realm experts, the status of divine, traversing realm experts was exceedingly high. They generally did not show face easily. One had to know that divine, traversing realm experts had sufficient strength to establish a sect. Chapter 496. Returning to the Tranquil Clouds sect once again, Meijin truly felt like a lifetime had passed. Said. Returning to the Tranquil Clouds sect once again, Meijin truly felt like a lifetime had passed. Said. It was only after being detained by the Myriad Sword sect that Meijin knew that the ones who nearly caused the Tranquil Cloud sect destruction back then was actually this Myriad Sword sect. Him reporting the name of his sect was simply sending sheep to the tiger's maw. Those few days when he was just detained, his essence energy was sealed, and he did the lowest HORES in the Myriad Sword sect. Whatever dirty work or tiring work would be done by him. He originally thought that he would be tormented to death like this very soon. Who knew that after several days, the Myriad Sword sect people not only removed his essence energy seal, they even provided good food and drinks for him. Although he had no way to leaving the Myriad Sword sect, compared to the days before, it was simply immortal-like. All the way until a couple of days ago, Fu Zonghu found him and told him with a mild tone that he was going to send him back to the sect personally. Meijin first thought that he heard wrongly. When he confirmed that this was not a hallucination, it brought him great agitation. Furthermore, this in front of him was a divine, traversing realm expert. Fu Zonghu actually used a consulting manner of speaking when talking to him. What was this playing at? But on this trip, Fu Zonghu did not say why they released it back either. Although he was very courteous when talking, upon mention of this matter, he was always vague. But Meijin did not haggle over this either. To be able to return to the Tranquil Cloud sect, he was already very satisfied. Grand Elder, Sect Master, you guys actually came back. When Meijin saw Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng, he was stunned speechless. These two people were thrown in jail. With the Tranquil Cloud sect strength, how could they possibly be rescued? Even if Yi Yuan's present combat strength was a Stony's. Plusing, it was not possible to charge all the way to the Heavenly Sky Sect's towering peak either and rescue these two people, right? Hoo-hoo, same as you, we could return to the Tranquil Cloud sect all due to Yi Yuan's credit. Sky Maple said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan. It was really Yi Yuan, but how on earth did he accomplish it? Meijin was even more perplexed. All right, we'll talk in detail later. There are still guests around, Sky Maple said smilingly. Meijin was dazed, then nodded his head and retreated to one side. There were still Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie standing behind Fu Zonghu. They were familiar with the situation here, so Fu Zonghu brought them along. Fu Zonghu came before Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "You're Yi Yuan, right?" "Indeed. Heroes come from youngsters. This heavenly evil sex matters. I heard about it. You actually directly killed the first-level Soul Sea Realm Mao Yuanji with second-level Sea Transformation Realm strength. Truly inconceivable. Su Zihue and Bao Sangue were greatly taken aback with shock when they heard these words. Sea transformation realm, killing soul, sea realm? Was this really accomplished by the teenage youth before their eyes? The pair exchanged looks, both reading the astonishment in the other party's eyes. No wonder the city lord, His Excellency, attached such importance to this Yi Yuan. Such terrifying talent. Not regarding him highly would be weird. Those top juniors in the northern domain might not be on par with this young man before their eyes either. But Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan's meager strength is most likely not worth mentioning in front of Senior." Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and opened his mouth and said, "We've already sent him back. Shouldn't you keep your word as well?" "That is so, of course." Yi Yuan was not melodramatic too. He lightly formed seals, releasing Qin Yin. Seeing Qin Yin, the others were still fine, but Su Zihue and Bao Sangue were so shocked that their ALS nearly popped out. They finally knew what those incomprehensible words of Yi Yuan's meant just now. This boy actually detained the myriad sword sect's old ancestor's lineage grandson as a hostage to use to exchange for a puny little elder from his own sect. How was this touching the tiger's whiskers? This was simply directly plucking out the tiger's whiskers. Although that myriad sword sect's old ancestor was elusive in his whereabouts, his legends in the northern domain were still plenty. It was said that that old ancestor's temper was very explosive. But now he actually swallowed his pride and endured in silence. And he really sent the person back. Su Zihue sucked in a deep breath. He finally knew why the city lord valued Yi Yuan so highly. This young man was simply heaven-defying. Since the three sects and Wufang City jointly issued hero invitations, it meant that the myriad sword sect's old ancestor already let bygones be bygones regarding this matter. Did this boy stumble randomly, making use of the fierce-scale world invading this node? Or did he plot it long ago? If he schemed long ago, then this boy's mind was also too monstrous. Fu Zonghu saw that Qin Yin only had his essence energy sealed and did not have any injuries other than that. A boulder in his heart finally landed too. According to Qin Hongtao's intentions, as long as Qin Yin had any hint of injury, he would definitely make Tranquil Cloud's sect pay the price. But before he came, Ning Yixian and Jing Xian both came to find him and made him to never take action against the Tranquil Cloud sect. This put him in an incredibly awkward predicament. There was no choice. He could only take it one step at a time and come to the Tranquil Cloud sect and take a look at the situation first before deciding. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not make things difficult for Qin Yin, Fu Zonghu finally put his heart at ease. When Qin Yin saw Fu Zonghu, he could not help flus. Plussing red as he gave a respectful bow and said, "Grandpa Fu." Fu Zonghu and Qin Hongtao were in the same generation. Their relations, plus P, was pretty decent too. That was why Qin Hongtao could be at ease sending him over. When Qin Yin met Fu Zonghu, he would have to respectfully call him as Grandpa Fu. Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and said with a nod, "Don't need to be like this. You lost to Yi Yuan. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. No humiliation, then strive harder. That is how a man should be." Although Qin Yin was haughty, he was not that sort of ignorant silk pants. Hearing Fu Zonghu saying this, he could not help being dazed as he said, "I've embarrassed," said grandfather. "Grandfather, he doesn't blame me?" Fu Zonghu shook his head and said, "Yi Yuan's strength is already unrivaled among the young generation. You losing to him is an injustice." Qin Yan's gaze turned intent as he exclaimed, "Unrivaled?" Fu Zonghu nodded and said, "That's right. Yi Yuan's present strength can already kill a first-level soul C independently. Regardless whether it is you, or Guo Taochuan, or even Yin Yanhua, you are all not his match." Qin Yin drew a cold breath. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with astonishment. Protecting himself in front of a soul C realm, he could accomplish that when he examined himself. Even some slightly weaker soul sea realms, there was a possibility of him defeating them too. But to talk about killing, that absolutely could not be accomplished. And this youth before his eyes, who was 7 minor realms lower than him, could actually accomplish that. Ho, Grandpa Fu, I know what to do already. Qin Yan exhaled deeply and said. Seeing Qin Yan's gaze, Fu Zonghu nodded slightly. Looks like the setback this time was not a bad thing to Qin Yan. Come, I'll remove the seals for you first. Let's return to the sect together. As Fu Zonghu was talking, he plunged a strand of essence energy into Qin Yan's essence energy sea. But very soon, his brows furrowed together. He was actually unable to remove the seal. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he saw the situation and said, Better let me. If forcefully breaking the seal, it will cause damage to his essence energy sea. As he said, Yi Yuan came before Qin Yan and similarly fired a strand of essence energy into his essence energy sea. The seal was removed very quickly. When Fu Zonghu saw Yi Yuan's actions from the sides, the amazement in his eyes was incomparable. Chapter 497, seeing off Fu Zonghu, Yi Yuan then followed Su Zihui and Bao Sangue to Wu Fong City together with Sky Maple. Seeing off Fu Zonghu, Yi Yuan then followed Su Zihui and Bao Sangue to Wu Fong City together with Sky Maple. Along the way, Su Zihui and Bao Sangue accompanied very cautiously. The current Yi Yuan in their eyes was not as simple as just a sea transformation realm. Second level sea transformation killing first level soul sea realm. A casually laid down essence energy seal actually could not be removed even by a divine traversing realm expert. Pray tell, which young genius could do it to such an extent? Just as Fu Zonghu said, Yi Yuan already widened the gap between him and the young generation geniuses. Forget about Bao Sangue. Even Su Zihui looked incredibly cautious. But Sky Maple felt even prouder by the side. Su Zihui and Bao Sangue were very respectful when speaking with him as well. Sky Maple knew that this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, forget about going partic. 1. P. Ate in the highest meat in the northern domain this time. Su Zihui probably would have destroyed the Tranquil Cloud sect long ago. Actually, regarding Yi Yuan's growth, Sky Maple had long expected it. Hence being Serpa S. said by a disciple. Not only did he not feel ashamed, he felt very proud instead. Because Yi Yuan, this rare talent, was Tranquil Cloud sect's disciple. Apart from Sky Maple, Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan followed along too. Yu Mengli could no longer do without Yi Yuan now, while Xiao Ruyan wanted to experience the Endless World's Alchemy World Holy Land too. Wu Fong City was a sacred city to the Endless World's alchemists. So, being informed that Yi Yuan was going to Wu Fong City, Sky Maple wanted to tag along as well to take a look no matter what. In the Endless World, this Wu Fong City could be said to be the place where alchemy skills were the most flurries. I plusing. Virtually all of the top alchemists all gathered here. Of course, this so-called flurries. I plusing was completely not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. On the path of alchemy, other than that fleeting and ephemeral alchemy D-realm, there's really nothing that could move him. Several days later, the party of 6 finally arrived at Wu Fong City. Upon seeing this majestic city, Sky Maple actually trembled all over excitedly. To him, this trip to Wu Fong City was no different from a pilgrimage. As for the meeting that practically gathered all the peak powerhouses in the northern domain, it did not hold much of a meaning to him, because he purely came here this time as a companion. In front of those people, he could not chime in at all. Wu Fong City. Indeed, well deserving to be my Endless World's alchemy holy land. Sky Maple was overwhelmed by his emotions and said. Su Zihui and Bao Sangue were proud too and said, that's natural. In terms of martial power, my Wu Fong City might not be able to compete with the 3 sects. But even those 3 great sects have to show some courtesy to City Lord, His Excellency, because my Wu Fong City doesn't have medicinal pills that can't be refined. Hearing these words, Sky Maple deeply felt that way too. But Yi Yuan could not hold back it and let out a SN. 1. G-G-E-R. These two fellows, being conceited, had to have a limit too, right? Even the previous life's G father and son did not dare to boast such big talk either, let alone a tiny little lower plain city. A frog at the bottom of a well was the most genuine portrayal of these two people. Su Zihui was experienced and cool-headed, but Bao Sangui's temper was quite explosive. Seeing that Yi Yuan was actually so disdainful towards this, he could not refrain from saying, "Young Master Yi came to the northern domain for the first time. Most likely, you're still unaware of my Wu Fong city's prowess. As long as you stay here for a couple of days, you'll be able to experience how great my Wu Fong city's alchemy path strength is." Although Bao Sangui was unhappy, he did not dare to offend Yi Yuan as well. Back at the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan, not pursuing his crime of offending, already made Bao Sangui very grateful. Hence, while his words right now had resentment, it was said very tactfully. Yi Yuan naturally did not feel like stooping to his level, and he said with a smile, all right. I'll experience it well these few days." Said experience, but there was no sincerity at all. Bao Sangui was helpless, but did not really dare to argue with Yi Yuan either. The present Yi Yuan in their eyes, his status was already extraordinary. Haha, the two of you don't look down on Yi Yuan. His attainments in the alchemy path are much greater than this old man. Yi Yuan did not speak, but Sky Maple could not resist voicing out. The two people were alarmed. Young Master Yi is actually still an alchemist? Yi Yuan smiled as he fished out that alchemy master badge and wore it, saying with a laugh, "Ha, yeah, if you guys didn't say, I almost forgot that I still had this thing." This badge was a supreme honor to others. But Yi Yuan simply did not care about this thing. So under normal circumstances, it was thrown in the storage ring to rot. Alchemy master. Su Zihui was dazed. This was also considered an alchemist? In Wu Fong City, not talking about alchemy masters, even alchemy grandmasters were apprentice level 2. Only by reaching quasi-alchemy king could one barely strike the fancy of some small forces. Only by going a step further to reach the alchemy king realm could one be considered attaining a higher level, becoming guest elders for various major factions. But alchemy king realm wasn't considered much in Wu Fong City either. Middle-rank alchemy kings like Sky Maple could be easily found in Wu Fong City. When Sky Maple saw Yi Yuan take out the badge, he could not help scolding with a laugh. "You punk. Seriously, such a long time, and you don't know how to take part in an alchemist association test too. Is taking out an alchemy master badge every day very fun?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "The badge is just a mark. Having it doesn't represent a high level. Lacking it doesn't represent low level as well. The alchemist association test is only the most basic. It's not accurate. Be that as it may, with the Alchemist Association's acknowledgement, it can avoid many unnecessary troubles too." "No," Sky Maple urged. To the vast majority of alchemists, taking tests and getting badges were something universally accepted. Sky Maple was no exception either. That was why he tried his best to advise Yi Yuan to join the next test. After all, the position of alchemist was very revered. Under unnecessary circumstances, body was willing to offend alchemists, especially high-tier alchemists. Yi Yuan thought about it, but he still shook his head and said, forget about it still. I'm afraid that if I go to the Alchemist Association, this alchemy king, that alchemy sovereign, will want to take me in as a disciple again, stirring up considerable problems instead." Sky Maple could not help being speechless when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Yi Yuan's attainments on the alchemy path threw him more than several streets behind. If he really wanted to take part in the alchemist test, striking the fancy of some important people was something very normal. However, these words sounded unbelievably arrogant to Su Zihui and Bao Sangui. They admit that Yi Yuan's martial path was very strong. But alchemy path took time and effort. Even if one's perception was any higher, It was also very hard to train up a true alchemy path powerhouse within a short period of time. Yi Yuan's age was merely 16, and he had exceptionally high attainments on the martial path too. How could he possibly stand out above the rest on the alchemy path as well? But they knew that Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. They also knew to consider Yi Yuan's posturing attitude. Young people, Sherry's plussing face and being a little arrogant could be understood too. Moreover, he had sufficient qualifications to be arrogant as well, right? Clearly afraid of not Pa as Sing, but still want to find this kind of lousy reason to avoid the test. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. This place is Wu Fong City. Who knows how many young geniuses there are? Who the L are you to let an alchemy sovereign take you in as a disciple? At this time, a cold grunt sounded out. The words were filled with contempt. Chapter 498, a discordant voice sounded from side. Yi Yuan and other three turned around to look and saw a young man currently looking over at them coldly. A discordant voice sounded from the side. Yi Yuan and other three turned around to look and saw a young man currently looking over at them coldly. This young man had a displeased look. Clearly, he took all of Yi Yuan's arrogant words earlier into his ears. Seeing this young man, Su Zihui and Bao Sangui's faces both changed. Young Master Rendong. So it's you guys. Where did you guys find this country be? You? Mkin who hasn't seen the world, spouting drivel here. Rendong gave Su Zihui and Bao Sangui a nonchalant glance. Clearly, he knew the two. This is... Su Zihui was just about to explain, but was cut off by Rendong waving his hand. Forget it. This sort of trash, I'm not interested in knowing too. Rendong took a look at Yi Yuan's alchemy master badge, coolly, with a scornful look. Puny little alchemy master. It's best to be more low profile in this Wu Fong city. The Alchemist Association's test is not what some random body can pass. Finished talking, Rendong left with large strides. Su Zihui pair actually did not even get to explain it. Hey, why do you this fellow talk like this? Just your alchemy skills aren't even fit to carry shoes for my master. To actually dare lecture my master here. Yi Yuan did not say anything regarding Rendong's contempt, but Xiao Ruyan could not put up with it by the side, yelling out to stop Rendong. This period of time, Xiao Ruyan had been cultivating the 1,000 augmenting soul, incantation, and Triorigins samsara art all along. Yet, only as her training went deeper and deeper did she realize the extensiveness and profoundness of these two things. She finally knew just how terrifying Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were. In the past, she only wanted to be his disciple in order to get close to Yi Yuan. But now, Yi Yuan already became D-like existence in Xiao Ruyan's heart. This Rendong's badge indicated he was at the middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were totally not on the same level. Now, somebody was actually disrespectful towards Yi Yuan. Rendong just took a few steps. Hearing Xiao Ruyan shout like this, he could not help turning his head back and looked at Xiao Ruyan with an unkind face. You're certain that you weren't joking earlier? Do you know who am I? Rendong said with narrowed eyes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yu Mengli imparted the face-altering skill to Xiao Ruyan. At present, the two of their faces were very ordinary, so as not to let people stare covetously. I don't care who you are. Aren't you just a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king? You might not even beat me, and you still dare to insult my master? Let me tell you, my master just can't be bothered to go take part in the alchemist test. Or else, you wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for him. Xiao Ruyan puffed up her chest and said with righteous indignation. She was all too clear about Yi Yuan's level. Back at the central capital, he beat the Tong family's Tong Wenchong until he had not one iota of confidence left. Now that his strength advanced another step, forget about ordinary middle-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Even high-rank quasi-alchemy kings could not possibly be his match either. Regarding Xiao Ruyan's fervent supporting actions, Yi Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. He really did not have any intention of haggling over Rindong's insult. But Xiao Ruyan seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation. This little lass really could not tolerate anything unreasonable. Haha, such high-sounding sentiments. In this Wufang city, other than those veteran alchemy kings and alchemy sovereign experts, there really aren't many who dare to speak to me this way. Boy, since you're this S's master, do you dare to compete in a match with me? I want to take a look just who carries shoes for whom. Rindong pressed Yi Yuan. At this time, Suzy Hui whispered in Yi Yuan's ear to warn. Young Master Rindong is the strongest person in the Rin family's junior generation. His age is not past 30, and he already has middle-rank quasi-alchemy king strength. It's said that he is already fully qualified to challenge high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Young Master Yi, it is best not to act without due consideration. Suzy Hui had stayed in Wufang City for many years and was deeply aware just how difficult it was for a top alchemist to be born. Based on Yi Yuan's age, he absolutely had no possibility of winning Rindong. Rather than everybody looking bad, he might as well remind Yi Yuan a bit to avoid this unnecessary conflict. Yi Yuan's current soul force already reached middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Within quasi-alchemy kingness realm, it was not possible for anybody to be his match. Towards such combat, Tian, he really could not arouse much interest. Hearing Suzy Hui's high praise, Rindong could not help being pleased with himself in his heart. Competing with Yi Yuan, he did not have any psychological burden at all. Could a teenage youth be his match? As for the master in Xiao Ruyan's mouth, Rindong just took it as a joke to listen to. It was also unknown what kind of relation was between these two people. Saying these words was merely just raising Yi Yuan's status. Haha, turns out that this elder brother is actually so amazing. Younger brother admires greatly. As for this match, I think it's better to forget about it, Yi Yuan said perfunctorily with a smile. The present circuit stances were different from before. The reason why he took action against Tong Wenchang was that Tong Wenchang's actions had infuriated him thoroughly. While this Rindong was just a little haughty and did not do anything to him either, Yi Yuan naturally would not strike down the other party's confidence. Haha, boy, looks like you still know your limits pretty well. However, Rindong took a look at Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, heaved a sigh, and said, "This taste is really a little poor." Hee. Rindong was dripping with sarcasm when speaking. Evidently, he was very contemptuous of Yu Mengli's and Xiao Ruyan's looks. Hearing these words, Xiao Ruyan was enraged until smoke came out her nostrils. Women, especially beautiful women, what they could not stand the most was other people saying that they were not beautiful. Moreover, Xiao Ruyan was one of the capital's dual absolutes in the fierce Gale world. Her beauty could be imagined. Master, this punk needs a beating. Why are you avoiding a fight? Xiao Ruyan stomped her feet angrily. Yi Yuan was just about to say a few words of consolation when the Yu Mengli, who did not say a word the entire time, actually opened her mouth to speak too. Yi Yuan, I know that your alchemy skill attainments are exceedingly high, but I still have yet to see before. How about you let me witness it today, all right? Goodness gracious. The good-natured Yu Mengli was enraged too. Rindong, this brat's one sentence really lit the firecracker. Looks like this alchemist test, he had to take part no matter what. Women, especially beautiful women, were never to be offended. When Yi Yuan heard Yu Mengli's words, he unwittingly sweated profusely too. In his eyes, Yu Mengli was forever that quiet and elegant. Although she was very calm when speaking just now, the faint fury in those words already radiated out. Furthermore, this was still Yu Mengli's first time opening her mouth to beg Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan completely not know how he should reject. Fine then. Isn't it just refining a medicinal pill? How big of an issue is it? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Not refining a pill that's simple. Master, you mustn't stint on materials. If you are competing with him, you have to let him know what true alchemy skills are. Xiao Ruyan pointed at Rindong and said. Yi Yuan could not resist turning back to take a look at Yu Mengli. Yu Mengli did not speak, but the expression in her eyes seemed to be able to talk. That meaning was like saying, properly teach this naive child how to behave. Yi Yuan could not help shooting Rendong a sympathetic glance and said, Brother, it's not that this younger brother, I, am not helping you. It's that you really shouldn't have provoked them. Chapter 499. Rendong was very displeased. These people treated him utterly as they pleased. Rendong was very displeased. These people treated him utterly as they pleased. Regardless where he walked to in Wufang City, he was always the center of attention. When had he been underestimated by people like so before? Just two ugly girls. I can't even say it. Want to challenge me, is it? Fine, I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I just happen to be going to take part in the Alchemist Association's test as well. Let's compete to see whose medicinal pill is more outstanding. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, How to compete? When taking the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill. Whoever's quality is higher, he wins. If the grade is the same, I'll invite the Alchemist Association's elders to judge whose medicinal pill is better. Rendong said it very haughtily, as if fearful that others did not know he knew the Alchemist Association's elders. Yi Yuan said indifferently, Do it as you say then. The Fierce Gale World's Alchemist Association's headquarters was its central capital, while the Endless World's Alchemist Association headquarters was at Wufang City. But comparing Star Abyss's status in the Fierce Gale World, the Endless World's Alchemist Association's chairman's status was evidently not as high as Star Abyss's. This is because the Endless World had many sovereign-level alchemists. Just within this Wufang City, there were two peak alchemy sovereign alchemists. One of them was this Alchemist Association's chairman. Of course, the Endless World's alchemy standards were much higher than the Fierce Gale World's. Star Abyss's level, when placed in the Endless World, could not rank in the top 5. The party came to the Alchemist Association. The Association's personnel clearly all knew Rendong. Many people came up to greet him. Honorable nephew Rendong, what breeze blew you here today? Rendong brought Yi Yuan and the rest into a side hall. An old man immediately greeted warmly when he saw Rendong. So, today is Master Wu Xian managing things. Little nephew has seen Master. Rendong gave a bow respectfully. This elderly man was an early-stage alchemy sovereign. He could naturally receive Rendong's courtesy. Wu Xian waved his hand and said, What are you still being so courteous with me for? I heard that you were in close seclusion for very long. Coming today, could it be to Salt High Rank Quasi-Alchemy King? Master Wu Xian knows me better than anyone. I came today precisely to partake 1p8 in this high-rank Quasi-Alchemy King test. However, Rendong took a look at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Taking care of some inexperienced fellow while I'm at it. This is to let him know what's called the immensity of heaven and earth. Wu Xian followed Rendong's gaze and looked at Yi Yuan, and he could not help being a little amazed. This youth was so young and was actually already second level C transformation strength. How extraordinary! He saw Su Zihui standing with his hands by the side respectfully too, and could not help being even more astonished. A second CLA, S patrolling inspector like Bao Sangui completely could not enter Wu Xian's eyes. But a 9th level soul, C expert like Su Zihui, Wu Xian naturally knew. He was the City Lord Manor's first CLA, S patrolling inspector. Why would he be so respectful towards a teenager? Looks like this youth had some background. Honorable nephew, what's with this talk? In front of Rendong, Wu Xian did not put on any senior's airs. Clearly, he regarded him quite highly. I came to find Master Wu Xian to boldly request Master to be a witness for us. In a while, during the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill and ultimately determine the victor with the medicinal pill's quality, Rendong said with a cold grunt. This time, Wu Xian was really astonished. He said in surprise, You and him? Quasi-Alchemy King versus low-rank Alchemy Master? Honorable nephew, aren't you being a little too much of a bully here? Master didn't hear how arrogant this boy's words were. He said that as long as he randomly took part in the test, whatever alchemy king and alchemy sovereign would be contending des. Let's see, him to be a disciple. Furthermore, he would even find it troublesome. Rindong said with a cold smile. When Wu Xian heard these words, his expression could not help darkening too. A puny little alchemy master uttered such wild ravings. Indeed, this person was unaware of how high the heaven was and how deep the earth was. You really said that before? Wu Xian asked in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded his head, counted as admitting it. Actually, he just casually said it to use to placate Sky Maple, who knew that it just so happened to be heard by Rindong. But the words were already said. Yi Yuan naturally would not deny it. Furthermore, what he said was only the truth. How could those alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns be worthy of being his, Yi Yuan's, master? Hee, what an unbridled brat. Fine. Today, I'll help you guys be this witness, and I'll see if a puny little alchemy master really has such heaven-defying talent that can make me view him in a different light too. Yi Yuan admitting it so shamelessly made Wu Xian very furious too. Yi Yuan just shrugged when he heard this. He did not have the intention of disputing those words. The place for this test did not seem to be any different from back then, when Yi Yuan was at the state of Qin. It was just that the pill refining rooms here were of much higher quality compared to the state of Qin's. All manners of decorations and equipments were much more extensive too. In the hall, one could likewise see everything in the pill refining rooms from the light screen projection. All right, the test will begin soon. What kind of medicinal pill do you guys want to refine? Wu Xian asked. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Rindong jumped in and said, Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that, his eyes looking at Rindong rather strangely. Rindong clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze too, and thought that Yi Yuan could not refine it. He could not help saying delightedly, What? Can't refine it? Or completely never heard before. There's still time to back out now, but there has to be some punishment, don't you agree? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head as he said, All right then. Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill then. Yi Yuan's surprise was obviously not because he could not refine it, and even less because he never heard of it before, but because this Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was seriously too easy for him. He originally still thought that Rindong, being so aggressive, should have picked even more formidable quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Who knew that he actually picked one without any difficulty? However, Yi Yuan was a well-fed person who did not know how the starving people had suffered. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was already the highest-ranking medicinal pill that Rindong could refine. The Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, but was also just an entry-level medicinal pill. It could at most only be considered slightly difficult among the entry levels. Most of those who came to join the alchemist test just barely reached this level. They would naturally choose other entry-level medicinal pills for the test. Rindong being able to refine out high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills at this age was already very impressive. To make him pick some highly challenging high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was naturally something impossible. But Yi Yuan's expression in the eyes of those who did not know the inside story naturally thought that he could not refine it. But Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, even Sky Maple, all of them knew that this should not stump Yi Yuan. This expression of Yi Yuan's could only say, this medicinal pill was too simple. Wu Xian saw Yi Yuan's expression, and he could not help shaking his head secretly in his heart. This youngster's strength was decent, but his temperament was too poor. Unable to refine, then why he pretended to know. Even if a puny little alchemy master really could refine some quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, how could he possibly refine those high-level medicinal pills of the same tier? Now, the true colors were revealed, and the jig was up, right? Chapter 500, all right. Since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin. Wu Xian said. All right. Since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin. Wu Xian said. Hang on. Xiao Ruyan suddenly interjected. What? You this ugly girl want to go back on your words? Rindong said with a grin. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped several degrees. This Rendong really had no idea of death. Xiao Rian said with a cold smile, "Since it's an alchemy duel, there has to be some stake, right?" Rendong could not help being stunned when he heard these words. The smile on his face became even brighter straight away. "Huh, what kind of stake do you want? Just say it out." "Just bet essence crystals then. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Dare to wager?" Xiao Ruyan had a compelling look. Once these words were said, everyone drew in a cold breath. Although Yi Yuan still had some wealth right now, to take out 100,000 essence crystals in one go, he really could not do it. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. No matter where it was a huge sum of money. After the shock, Rendong calmed down very quickly and looked at Xiao Ruyan with a half-smile as he said, "Heh, you this ugly girl talk so big. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Can you take it out?" Xiao Ruyan flipped her hand over. A storage ring appeared in her hand. "There are 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals in this storage ring. Since this Lord Sovereign is the judge, let him confirm it." As she said, Xiao Ruyan very casually threw the storage ring to Wu Xian. Wu Xian was also slightly astonished when he saw the situation. He inserted his divine sense into the storage ring and counted them. Indeed, there were 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. This little lady, such a grand display of one's wealth. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals were not considered much to him as an alchemy sovereign. But to ordinary people, it was absolutely a tremendous amount of wealth. Even for Rendong, as the eldest young master in his family, adding up all of his possessions, it was most likely just this amount too. That's right. It's indeed 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Wu Xian nodded slightly and said. Hearing the affirmative answer, Rendong could not help looking at Xiao Ruyan in slight amazement. This ugly girl's looks were far from attractive. To think that she was actually so wealthy. People really could not be judged by their looks. But Rendong naturally did not mind this as well. He only treated it as a little girl in a fit of pique. With money, one can be willful, but one also has to bear the consequences brought about from being willful. Deal. I'll wager with you. Rendong likewise threw Wu Xian a storage ring and said, Master, this storage ring has high-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade essence crystals. The total sum should be 100,000. I have to trouble you to do a check. Wu Xian briefly counted, and he then nodded his head slightly and said, Only a few dozen pieces short. Not a big problem. Since both parties have agreed to this wager, then this seat will be the intermediary party. These two storage rings will belong to the final victor. Now we can start the test. Yi Yuan and Rendong entered the medicine warehouse. They chose the medicinal herbs the Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill required, and then they entered the pill refining rooms respectively to refine the medicinal pill. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Xian pulled Su Zihui to one side and asked softly, What background does this boy have? Are you sure that he isn't here to cause trouble? Su Zihui had a bitter look when he heard that and said, This lowly one doesn't know either. Young Master Ye's talent in the martial path is unparalleled. But whether he knows how to alchemy or not, I really don't know. As he said this, Su Zihui briefly recounted the matter of inviting Yi Yuan to join the Northern Domain's upper echelons meeting, leaving Wu Xian with shock in his heart. This Yi Yuan was actually even stronger than the three sect's head disciples. Truly inconceivable. But his complexion became dark very quickly as he said in a low voice, Martial path talent being so heaven-defying. But at his age, how could he have the time to learn alchemy skills too? He's truly messing around. Su Zihui clearly did not feel that Yi Yuan could refine out a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill either, and said with a forced smile, Master Wu Xian, this lowly one has interacted with young Master Yi for several days, and more or less has some understanding regarding his temperament. A young man's character can be understood. Since young Master Yi has the badge that the Alchemist A.S. Association issued, he presumably isn't utterly clueless about alchemy skills. Since he wants to mess around, just let him run wild. Or else, if he really gets offended and walks away, City Lord, His Excellency, will flay my skin for sure when I go back." Wu Xian said with a long face, "This old man, an exalted alchemy sovereign, is actually accompanying 2 juniors to mess around. Seriously preposterous." Su Zihui smiled obsequiously and said, "Hoo-hoo. At any rate, young Master Rindong's standards are not for show. To think that he can actually refine high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so soon. At this speed, he'll most likely become our Wufang City's youngest alchemy king expert." After Shi Zihui mentioned Rindong, Wu Xian's expression became a little better as he said with a nod, "This boy's talent in alchemy is indeed exceptionally strong. The Ren family finally produced a decent junior again after Hong Ling that lot. Yes, forget it. Today, I'll just take it as witnessing Rindong this boy's growth then." Wu Xian pair chatted for a while and were just about to go to the light screen to watch Rindong's refinement when the door of the pill refining room that Yi Yuan was in suddenly opened. Yi Yuan slowly walked out from inside. When Wu Xian saw the situation, his expression involuntarily darkened as he said, "Young man, alchemy skills are not as simple as you imagine. A day's work cannot refine out high-tier medicinal pills. If your strength can't compare to others, you have to accept it with an open mind. A momentary dispute caused by personal feelings will do no good for your growth." Seeing that Yi Yuan actually came out so quickly, Wu Xian already confirmed that this Yi Yuan was making a fool out of him, and could not resist lecturing a few sentences with a senior's capacity. Yi Yuan was disinclined to refute as well, and just gave an apathetic RH, and retreated to one side. Xiao Rian's eyes lit up, and she asked Yi Yuan in a whisper, "Master, what grade?" The composed Yu Mengli also could not resist moving closer at this time. But Yi Yuan made a mystery out of it as he said with a smile, "Leave a bit of suspense. Making it known now won't have any meaning anymore." After 2 hours plus, Rindong finally came out from the pill refining room. It was only to see him drenched in sweat all over, as if he was hurled out from a river. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill was still a little too forceful to Rindong. But Rindong's face seemed to be looking very excited. Clearly, the refinement succeeded. Rindong saw Yi Yuan sitting there calm and composedly, looking as if his soul force and essence energy both virtually had no expenditure. Rindong could not help giving a disdainful smile. "Oh, resigned yourself to your fate, right? Alchemy isn't as easy as you imagine. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills are not tier 2 medicinal pills that can be refined as long as one's realm is sufficient," Rindong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan just smiled and was not in the mood to argue with him. Before long, the employees submitted the medicinal pills refined by the two. Wu Xian already had no interest to look at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined at this time. He directly unveiled the vessel used to place Rindong's medicinal pill, his face revealing a satisfied look. Not bad. Actually able to refine a middle-grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill already. Looks like you didn't slack off in the slightest recently," Wu Xian said in satisfaction. Master Wu Xian is too kind. Little nephew is somebody who has the resolve to, salt the realm of peak alchemy sovereign. How can I dare have the slightest hint of remiss? Rindong was pleased with himself in his heart, but spoke humbly on the surface. Wu Xian nodded his head and unveiled Yi Yuan's medicinal pill carelessly. His expression involuntarily changed drastically. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill. Hiss. Young man, do you have a master? Wu Xian asked. Chapter 5. When everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wu Xian. What was going on? Wu Xian was not talking about the medicinal pill's quality, but he asked about Yi Yuan's master first. But everyone understood it very quickly. Wu Xian was trying to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple here. Understanding this subtle question, Rindong's face was already black like a pot's bottom. He still clearly remembered that he just happened to be impeding to the sight of Yi Yuan saying that alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns would be fighting to take him in as a disciple. Wasn't this scene right now exactly verifying Yi Yuan's words back then? But the problem was that Yi Yuan did not even expend much essence, energy, and soul force. How could he possibly refine out a high-quality Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill? Master Wu Xian, the medicinal pill that he refined? Ren Dong clenched his teeth and asked. Only when Wu Xian looked at Ren Dong did he realize his loss of composure. But very soon, he took pity on Ren Dong. Ren Dong's talent absolutely bore no complaints. But compared to this Yi Yuan, it was simply a world of difference. He pa-s, said the medicinal pill to Ren Dong, and said with a sigh, "You take a look yourself." Ren Dong received the medicinal pill in puzzlement and swept over the medicinal pill with soul force. His expression became even uglier. Transcendent grade. It was absolutely transcendent grade. A transcendent grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. How is this possible? Yet, the reality was right before his eyes and not up to Ren Dong to believe or not. Everything in the pill refining room could be projected on the light screen and be recorded down. Yi Yuan's refinement completely could not be faked. Could it be that this boy's alchemy standards actually already reached such a monstrous degree? As an alchemist, Ren Dong was all too clear about the disparity between middle grade and transcendent grade. Comparing using a firefly and the bright moon was not overboard at all. Master is master. Indeed amazing. How is it, great young masterin? Convinced now? Xiao Rian clearly identified the transcendent grade medicinal pill too, and she could not help striking down Ren Dong with a proud look. Yet, Ren Dong completely did not hear Xiao Rian's words. He was currently still battered out of his senses at present. The eyes of Yu Mengli behind Yi Yuan glimmered at this time, staring hard at Yi Yuan's back view. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. You're called Yi Yuan, right? I wonder if you're willing to enter this old man's tutelage? This old man will exhaust everything I have to aid you to reach the divine realm. Wu Xian also said somewhat agitatedly. Yi Yuan sighed slightly. As expected, it still went back to this topic. Is the test considered pa-s, said now. Yi Yuan's reply avoided the question. Of course it's pa-s, said. Wu Xian was dazed for a bit and replied. Then, give what it. Wu Xian discovered that he completely could not follow Yi Yuan's thoughts. The badge. I came to take the test for high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Now that I've pa-s, said the test, shouldn't you give me the badge? Oh, those 2 storage rings as well. Yi Yuan said crossly. In Yi Yuan's eyes, he totally did not have any awe towards an alchemy sovereign. Only then did Wu Xian come to a realization. He hurriedly instructed, Come, men, make haste to produce Yi Yuan's badge. These 2 storage rings are yours. Yi Yuan, I wonder if... Master Wu Xian, actually, I have a master. If it's acknowledging a master, I think forget about it. Yi Yuan received the storage rings and interrupted Wu Xian's words rudely. Having a master doesn't matter as well. Wu Fong City is the alchemy holy land, and Lord Chairman is even a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. If this old man isn't qualified enough, I believe he has the qualifications. With Lord Chairman coming forward, I believe that your master won't say much either. With your talent, with the Alchemist A.S. associations fostering, ascending to the divine realm in the future, is practically a shoe-in. Wu Xian was clearly unwilling to give up, and still wanted to convince Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt his head swell up, and he waved his hands and said, Master, his elder self treats me very well. I don't have plans to change factions. Lord Wu Xian, I still have important matters on hand, so I won't stay any longer. Brother Zihui, after the badge finishes manufacturing, I'll have to trouble you to send somebody to collect it and send it to my residence. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left without even turning his head back. In a tranquil courtyard inside City Lord Manor, an old man with a fierce glare was currently drinking tea in the pavilion. This old man was precisely the person with the highest authority in Wufang City. City Lord Ren Xingchuan. Opposite Ren Xingchuan sat a middle-aged man. Between the latter's forehead had some likeness with Ren Xingchuan. Yujia, these few days, Wufang City will have a meeting of wind and clouds. You have to be more wary, especially those few old fellows from the three sects. They have to be entertained upon carefully. Best to not have any trouble occur, Ren Xingchun said. Father, rest assured. I've already prepared everything. This time, the state of affairs is extraordinary. Those few most likely won't intentionally stir up trouble too, Ren Yujia said. Ren Xingchun nodded and said, I really didn't expect that my endless world would actually suffer such an undeserved calamity. If those few old fellows still don't cease at this time, they will be the endless world's sinners. Other than their 3 schools, have the others all arrived? There are still several people not yet here, but we've already received the news that they are already on the way. It's also a matter of these 2 days, Ren Yu just said. And then that's good. All right, that boy called Yi Yuan will be of vital importance to this meeting. What kind of strategy we take against the fierce Gale world will all fall onto his brain. I made Su Zihue go and invite him. I wonder if he's here yet or not. Already here. I've already arranged for him to be at Fengyao Pavilion. Speaking of this boy, he's really impressive too, Ren Yujia said with glistening eyes. Oh, impressive in what way? Yesterday, Yi Yuan just entered the city. No idea how. He be. You. Pet on a donger. The 2 of them actually carried out a pill fighting match. With this, Ren Xingchun's interest was aroused as he asked curiously, Oh, there is still this incident? I heard that this boy's martial path is exceedingly formidable, even detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson. Could it be that he also has exceptionally high attainments in the alchemy path? What's the result of the 2 of their face-off? Ren Yujia snickered and said, Why don't Father make a guess? Hiss. Hearing your tone, could it be that Donger lost? Donger's talent is not at all inferior to Hongling's. It can't be to the extent where he lost to a boy from the countryside, right? Ren Yujin nodded his head. His eyes were clearly still carrying disbelief. How's it just lost? It was simply an utter defeat. When I heard this news, I suspected that I heard wrongly myself too. For this, I even specially sent people to the Alchemist Association to inquire about it from Lord Wu Xian, only to hear that this is true. Ren Xingchun briefly recounted the matter of Yi Yuan and Ren Dong battling on refining pills. Ren Xingchun drew a cold breath when he heard the story. Transcendent grade medicinal pill? Even if this boy started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also not possible to be monstrous to such a degree, right? Ren Xingchun said in disbelief. That I don't know. But this youngster called Yi Yuan, his background is indeed filled with mysteries, Ren Yujia said. Ren Xingchun nodded and said, This matter, I got it. You go and console Donger properly. He has been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner since young. He has never suffered such a setback before. If he make use of this setback properly, it will be a facilitation for him instead. Hongling is already thoroughly crippled. Our Ren family's future hope is all on Donger. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. Hearing that, Ren Yujia's expression dimmed, wanting to speak. But he said nothing. Chapter 502. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting, Ren Xingchun said unhappily. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting, Ren Xingchun said unhappily. Ren Yujia heaved a sigh and said, So many years have said already. The wood has become a boat. Father, you still can't let it go of it in your heart? You doing this, younger sister will hate you for the rest of your life. Boom! Ren Xingchun slapped a palm down. The stone table in the pavilion immediately turned into a pile of powder. Hongling was originally the successor of my mantle with outstanding talent, but she was abducted by that stinking brat. Now, Hongling became a cripple because of that stinking brat. How do you want me to not be angry? Ren Xingchun suddenly seemed to have become another person, stern in voice and countenance. Father, it has already been so many years since the incident. Our Ren family has Donger too. Brother-in-law brought younger sister back to apologize for their mistake. Isn't it good enough for our family to reunite together? Why must it be a life-and-death struggle? Ren Yujia said carefully. Although Run Yuja already reached middle age, he still did not dare to talk loudly in front of Rin Xingchuan. Rin Xingchuan flicked his sleeves and said with a cold grunt, "It will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart for so many years without killing that stinking brat. Don't mention this matter again. After the meet this time, SES, immediately carry out the death sentence on that punk." Rin Yuja shook his head and sighed again, then turned around and left the courtyard. Yi Yuan, the four of them stayed at Fengyu Pavilion. The next day, Sky Maple was too impatient to wait and left the house on his own to look around Wufang City. Of course, a part of the reason for him doing so was because he did not wish to hinder Yi Yuan and the two beauties' privacy. Him, an old man, always hanging around young people, it seriously could not quite be justified. "Master, let's go out and take a look too." Although this Wufang City isn't as big as our central capital, in terms of bustling degree, it's only greater and not lesser. Furthermore, I heard that just the alchemy sovereign experts here are close to as many as 10. This level of strength truly makes our fear-scale world look up to it. Ever since Xiao Ruyan broke away from her family's fetters, her entire person became much more cheerful. This happy look suited her age more. But Yi Yuan did not have any interest in Wufang City. However, Xiao Ruyan, his eldest disciple, was in such a mood to enjoy things. It was not nice of him to brush off Xiao Ruyan's intention either. As for Yu Mengli, she had an indifferent look. As long as it was accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, it would do. The trio were just about to leave when Su Zihui just happened to stop them. "Young Master Yi, this is your high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge. I sent people early in the morning to help you retrieve it." Su Zihui already used honorifics when speaking. This trip here, he was already prostrating on all fours in admiration before Yi Yuan. At a young age, not only could he cross a major realm to battle in terms of the martial path, he could even refine a high-level transcendent grade quasi-tier for medicinal pill. Such monstrous talent. Just thinking about it made people despair. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and received the badge. The 3.5 stars on it twinkled. Because Quasi-Alchemy King was similarly a special realm, being in between Alchemy King and Alchemy Grandmaster, the Alchemist Association's badge had 3.5 stars on it. Yi Yuan casually threw the badge into the storage ring and did not have the intention of adorning it. When Su Zihui saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Alchemists being so casual with their badges. It was most likely just this guy, right? In other people's view, after getting this badge, they would absolutely be like obtaining a supreme treasure, carefully pinning it on their chest and finding it hard to take it down again. But this lord actually spurned it. Yi Yuan kept the badge, but then he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Su Zihui. He said to him, "These few days, I've troubled Brother Zihui. Younger brother isn't able to refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now, so I can only use this medicinal pill to express my thanks. If Brother Zihui has any son or nephew descendant, it can come in handy." These few days, Su Zihui fussed around as if Yi Yuan was his master, serving him very meticulously. Although he came here because he received Wufang City Lord's orders, Yi Yuan appreciated it too. Moreover, Yi Yuan gifting the pill was naturally because he still had a request. Su Zihui received the pill and took a look, and he could not help drawing a cold breath. Transcendent grade, medicinal pill again. "Young Master Yi, this medicinal pill." Su Zihui completely did not recognize this medicinal pill at all. Yi Yuan smiled and explained, "This is a sea gathering pill. It can allow someone to advance one minor realm in the sea transformation realm unconditionally. If Brother Zihui has any sea transformation realm son or nephew, why not let him give it a try? This medicinal pill is too valuable. I can't take it." Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Su Zihui immediately realized just how precious this medicinal pill was and hurriedly pious, said the medicinal pill back. But Yi Yuan did not take it and said with a smile, "Brother Zihui, keep it. I still have a matter to request, Brother Zihui." Su Zihue struggled briefly, but still could not resist keeping the medicinal pill. His son just broke through to the sea transformation realm. This medicinal pill came perfectly in time for him to use. Su Zihue naturally could not bear to part with it and return it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was given with perfect timing. Then Zihue, thanks young master Yi very much. My son just broke through to the sea transformation realm and could just happen to use this sea gathering pill. If young master Yi has any request, just say it. Zihue is incapable, but I can still say a few words in this Wufang city. Su Zihue was already shedding tears of gratitude right now towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, then I'll thank Brother Zihue first. Actually, I wish to ask Brother Zihue to help me find two people. These two people are a husband and wife pair. One is called Yi Hang. The other is called Ren Hongling. Ever since Yi Hang and Ren Hongling left after leaving behind the letter, although Yi Yuan did not show it, he kept it in his heart all along. Now that the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, Yi Yuan naturally had to inquire about his parents' news. Wufang City's sphere of influence in the northern domain was Ma's Civ. Requesting Su Zihue to inquire about his parents' news was perfect. When Su Zihue heard Ren Hongling, these three words, his expression could not help changing. But Yi Yuan took in Su Zihue's expression into his sight and could not help but be surprised. He asked, "Is it possible that Brother Zihue knows these two?" Su Zihue lowered his voice and said, "It's really a coincidence. City Lord, His Excellency, has a daughter. Her name is called Ren Hongling too." Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning when he heard that. His parents had never talked about their backgrounds. Was it possible that Mother actually still had such a startling background? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan was even more overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Then where is that City Lord's daughter now?" Su Zihue sighed and said, "City Lord's daughter came to a premature end long ago already. It's too bad for an alchemy genius." "Oh, why is this so?" Yi Yuan could not help becoming curious. Back that City Lord's daughter had peerless talent. At the age of 18, she was already a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, greatly seeing those of the same age. But sadly, the heaven is envious of the gifted. That Ren Hongling actually got inflicted with a terminal disease and left this world. City Lord, His Excellency, was even heartbroken over this for a long time. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan already basically confirmed that this Ren Hongling was not the other Ren Hongling, because his mother did not have any trace of essence energy undulation in her body and was only a normal person. She naturally could not possibly be the City Lord's daughter in Su Zihue's story. Chapter 503. Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Shaorian was a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at 20 years old and was already a peak existence in the Fear-Scale world. An 18-years-old high-rank alchemy grandmaster was absolutely a peak existence in the Endless world. Such monstrous talent, but set away young. It was indeed quite pitiful. Yeah, but the heaven does not cut off all paths. City Lord, His Excellency, later got another grandson that is Ren Dong. His talent is similarly a top existence when looking at the junior generation, Su Zihue said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Regarding Ren Dong's talent, Yi Yuan did not have any disagreement. To the lower realms, Ren Dong's talent was already rather decent. Yi Yuan described Yi Hang's and Ren Hongling's looks and characteristics to Su Zihue in detail, and he instructed, "These two people's news will be entrusted to Brother Zihue. If your son needs any medicinal pills, Brother Zihue doesn't need to be courteous. Just come and find me will do." Su Zihue was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, "I'll thank young Master Yi on behalf of my son first." Martial artist cultivation could not do without medicinal pills. With Su Zihue's strength and status, he naturally did not lack medicinal pills. But just looking from Yi Yuan casually taking out the sea gathering pill his alchemy path strength absolutely could not be compared to ordinary high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Su Zihui was 9th level Soul Sea Realm strength, and had mingled in Wufang City for so many years. His horizons were absolutely exceedingly high, but he had never heard before a kind of medicinal pill which could unconditionally raise the level of sea transformation realm by a minor realm. This Yi Yuan's background was absolutely not ordinary. Building up a good relations. H.I. plus P with a future peerless powerhouse like this was absolutely worth it. Seeing off Su Zihui, Yi Yuan was just about to bring Yu Mengli and Xiao Rian out, but then he saw somebody was pacing around outside Feng Ye Pavilion's gates with a conflicted look. Looking closely, who could it be but Ren Dong? Great young master run. It's not that you can't take a loss and want to take back the essence crystals, right? Xiao Ruyan said derisively. It was uncertain what Ren Dong was thinking about earlier and completely did not see Yuan Trio come out. Hearing Xiao Ruyan's words at this time, he involuntarily lifted his head and looked over. With this look, Ren Dong could not help drawing a deep breath. This woman before his eyes was seriously, absurdly beautiful. That exquisite face took Ren Dong's breath away. Taking a look at Yi Yuan's side again, Yu Mengli's beauty was actually a level above Xiao Ruyan's. Ren Dong's mind could not help short-circuiting. This miss you are? You're not that ugly girl yesterday, right? Hey, you try saying that one more time. Xiao Ruyan's expression instantly became cold. Only then did Ren Dong come around to his senses and hurriedly wave his hands, saying, No, miss, I don't mean that. I was saying. Ren Dong thought for a long time and could not figure out how he should organize his words. Those two ugly girls yesterday actually became celestial deity-like girls today with a sway of their bodies. These two beauties before his eyes were simply even more gorgeous than all the women he had seen before added up. He was still criticizing Yi Yuan's taste yesterday. He only discovered now that he was the real blind man. Such remarkable beauties. Being able to get one was already incredible fortune. Yi Yuan actually embraced one left and one right. Enjoying the bliss of dual company to the max, was this wanting to make every man in the world feel ashamed of their unworthiness? No wonder these two beauties changed their looks to that appearance yesterday. Turns out that they were afraid of trouble. Ren Dong did not know that his words yesterday thoroughly stimulated Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan. Going out today, the two of them refused to disguise themselves no matter what. Xiao Ruyan even took care of her looks today meticulously, appearing ephemerally beautiful. Such beauty was not what the mortal realm should possess. The other girl, Yu Mengli, was a born beauty. She just recovered to her original appearance, and that already made the entire city's women fade in color. Yi Yuan felt an endless headache too. Ignoring Xiao Ruyan, Yu Mengli's original disposition was very quiet and elegant and never care about other people's view. No idea what wrong medicine she took today to actually mess around together with Xiao Ruyan. Actually, even Yu Mengli herself probably did not understand either why she would care about her image so much. Say what? You dare to say that you didn't say it just now? Xiao Ruyan pressed on the point to death. Ren Dong's forehead was covered in sweat. In front of Xiao Ruyan, he actually did not have that imposing manner yesterday. Sorry. It was me who have eyes but failed to see. To actually treat a mortal realm's absolute beauty like Miss as a commonplace girl. Truly a sin. Such a sin. Enough. Look at how your eyes are glued. Knew that you aren't anything good. Must be an exceptionally lecherous person. Yi Yuan really could not carry on watching by the side, and he could only speak up. All right, Ruyan. Yesterday, you guys altered your looks to that extent. Young Master Ren's misunderstanding is normal too. You don't keep harping on the matter. Xiao Ruyan pursed her mouth and actually did not dispute, retreating behind Yi Yuan unwillingly. Ren Dong was even more stupefied when he saw the situation. This woman looked to be so fierce and unreasonable, but she actually did not dare to say a word back to Yi Yuan. This Yi Yuan's methods to control women was truly remarkable. Young Master Ren, you aren't really finding me to ask for essence crystals, right? Yi Yuan looked at Ren Dong and said with a smile that wasn't smile. Rendong hastily shook his hands and said, No, the essence crystals is just a small matter. That, can we go in for a talk? Rendong looked around for a bit, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Said. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and knew that he was afraid of him losing face being seen by people, and he nodded his head. Coming to the inner hall and sitting down, Yi Yuan could not help being very helpless too. Looks like wanting to go out to take a stroll around wasn't very likely. What you have to say, you can say it now, right? Yi Yuan said. That, is it possible to teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills? Rendong rubbed his hands, appearing very embarrassed. Said. Evidently, these words took immense courage to come out of his mouth. But Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard these words. He could tell that Rendong was the kind of person who viewed himself very highly and was extremely haughty. To think that he would actually say something like that. Young Master Ren, according to what I know, your grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. Alchemy, this sort of thing, seems like you shouldn't be coming over to ask me, right? Yi Yuan said curiously. But Rendong shook his head when he heard that and said, Even though my grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign, he has no way of refining transcendent-grade medicinal pills when he was at your level. The way I see it, you should have some special skill that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, right? Hearing that, Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming strange, and he said with a cold smile, Even if I have ways to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills, why should I teach you? The process of us becoming acquainted didn't seem to be very merry, right? Rendong's expression was rather ugly. Him suddenly dropping in to find Yuan to teach him alchemy was indeed very brusque. But he thought about it for an entire day after he went back yesterday and did not sleep the entire night. He was extremely curious about Yi Yuan's pill refining techniques. Today, not knowing why, he actually came to Fonya Pavilion at the behest of supernatural powers. Rendong looked at Yi Yuan and stood up abruptly. But this action gave Xiao Ruyan a fright. She hastily blocked in front of Yi Yuan, like a tigress protecting its cubs, and she said fiercely, What do you want to do to Master? Rendong did not bother with Xiao Ruyan, and suddenly he kneeled down with a thud. Chapter 5:0 For this action of Rendong threw Yi Yuan trio into a confusion. This action of Rendong threw Yi Yuan trio into a confusion. What are you doing? Yi Yuan asked in surprise. I'm willing to acknowledge you as master. Please teach me how to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. Rendong said with a stubborn look. This action from Rendong made Yi Yuan view him in a different light. He did not look down on Rendong because of this. Rather, he felt that only such a person was worthy of bearing the word alchemist. Yi Yuan could feel Rendong's intense thirst for knowledge. That sort of extreme desire, Yi Yuan himself had it before too. Alchemist was an occupation held in great esteem. Many people lost their original goals during the process of growing stronger, indulging in the opulence of the secular world and being unable to extricate themselves. Those kinds of people, even if overflowing with talent, their accomplishments would be extremely limited too. What if yesterday I happened to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill by chance? Yi Yuan said. Of course, Yi Yuan would not take him in as a disciple so easily. Yi Yuan had always prioritized quality over quant. 1. Tai when taking in disciples. Even if he did not take any disciples in his previous life, his followers were all carefully selected through a strict process. Regardless whether it was talent or conduct, Xiao Ruyan was a top choice. That was why Yi Yuan agreed. The first impression that this Rendong gave Yi Yuan was not good. Yi Yuan obviously would not relent so easy. Early this morning, I went to the Alchemist Association and examined your refining process yesterday. It's simply a magnificent work of art. Although we're both quasi-alchemy kings, your alchemy skills flung me more than several streets behind. Rendong said. The refining process that the Alchemist Association recorded, normal people naturally could not view it. But Rendong's ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. Wanted to check it was not hard. Master, who knows what intentions this fellow has? You mustn't fall for his trick. Xiao Ruyan slandered him by the side. You're really his disciple? Rindong suddenly asked. Otherwise, what do you think? I'm Master's eldest disciple, Xiao Ruyan said with a proud look. Xiao Ruyan was increasingly convinced by Yi Yuan when following him to refine pills now. This period of time, although Xiao Ruyan did not break through realms, her alchemy skills level had a qualitative leap, and her foundation was much dear compared to before. Hence, she admitted to being Yi Yuan's disciple now was without any pressure at all. In fact, she felt very proud. This master, she acknowledged correctly. Rindong mused for a moment and suddenly did a loud kowtow towards Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi Yuan, please take me in as a disciple no matter what. Rindong perceived some things from Xiao Ruyan's expression and strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, I don't have any method that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. So, you don't need to acknowledge me as master. Rindong became anxious when he heard that and hurriedly said, Is master still blaming me for yesterday's incident? Me apologizing to you for my offense still won't do? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You're thinking too much. I really don't have any technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. No alchemist has such a technique. But I saw master's alchemy skills. Too amazing. There were many areas where I couldn't understand it all. Rindong said. Yi Yuan looked at Rindong and suddenly asked, There's already a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse at your home. Why do you go so far as to barter the trunk for the branches, and you come to acknowledge me as your master? Rindong suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Although I haven't learned grandfather's alchemy skills fully, I've already gotten 50% to 60% of the essence. What's left is just the polis. Plussing of time, as well as the ACCU, mulation of experience. Following the prescribed order like this, I believe that I can also cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign one day. Rindong paused a bit, and he suddenly became somewhat agitated. But I know that grandfather's alchemy skills are already at his limits and is incapable of ascending to the divine realm. If I walk along his old path, it's simply impossible to Serpa. Him, all the way until I saw the image of your refining pills. Then only did I know how great the gap between us was. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. This boy's ambition wasn't small, but if one could not even achieve ascending to the divine realm, where lies the talk of walking to the extremes of the alchemy path? Yi Yuan took a look at the Rindong with a face full of antic. 1p. Asian and suddenly said with a smile, Do you really want to acknowledge me as master? Rindong was overjoyed when he heard this. Master is willing to take me in? You want to enter my tutelage, it's not prohibited to. However, you have to pass. That's my test. No matter what kind of test it is, Rindong will definitely accomplish it. Rindong was still fully confident in himself. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't you want to know why I can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills? Rindong nodded his head fiercely but showed a difficult expression. If Yi Yuan's test was to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill, he could not accomplish that. Don't need to worry. I'm not making you refine a quasi-tier 4 transcendent-grade medicinal pill. Lesser phaseless art, you should know, right? Yi Yuan asked. Rindong was dazed. Lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique. Even for a puny little alchemy apprentice, it was impossible to not know either. Rindong was a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. How could he possibly not know the lesser phaseless art? Yi Yuan smiled and suddenly took out a stock of Tier 1 herbal GRAS, his fingers moving like phantoms. At this movement, Rindong's expression could not help changing dramatically. Refining pills barehandedly. This is lesser phaseless art? No, wait. His fingers' technique and seals are indeed the lesser phaseless art without mistake, but why can it be performed to such a level? Rindong muttered under his breath. It was only to see that the medicinal herb bounced up and down nonstop in Yi Yuan's hand, as if it was alive. And the one who gave it life was precisely Yi Yuan. After 20 breaths, a tiny medicinal pellet appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Tea transcendent grade. Using the lesser phaseless art to refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill barehandedly. Even though it's only a tier 1 medicinal pill, but how is this possible? Rendong was in a complete mess, speaking incoherently. But the astoundment in his heart was written on his face currently. As everyone knew, alchemists all needed to borrow medicinal cauldrons and flames to refine pills. Refining pills barehandedly were completely forsaking these two, directing with essence, energy, and barehandedly refining finished product medicinal pill. The degree of difficulty of doing this was hard to imagine for ordinary people. Don't simply look at how Rendong was a quasi-alchemy king. To make him refine a tier 1 medicinal pill barehandedly, he simply could not do it. I don't need you to refine pills barehandedly. You just have to use the lesser phaseless art to refine out a tier 1 transcendent grade medicinal pill, and I'll take you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan's voice shocked Rendong awake abruptly. Only now did he recover to his sense. Surprised, he said, using the lesser phaseless art to refine a tier 1 transcendent grade medicinal pill? How is that possible? The moment he said that, Rendong wanted to smack his own mouth. Didn't Yi Yuan just refine out a transcendent grade medicinal pill just now? How is it impossible? Furthermore, Yi Yuan even used barehanded alchemy technique to refine it. Although it was a tier 1 medicinal pill, the degree of difficulty in it, Rendong felt despair just thinking about it. Whether it's possible or not, that's your business. This is my initiation test. If you can't do it, don't mention this matter again, Yi Yuan said coolly. With Rendong's standards, going to refine a tier 1 medicinal pill, he naturally could refine out a transcendent grade medicinal pill. But to let him use the lesser phaseless art to refine a tier 1 medicinal pill, it was impossible to refine no matter what. The lesser phaseless art was the most basic refining technique, being extremely simple. There had never been anybody who could use such a simple technique to refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. This test was too hard. Rendong's expression flickered, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll definitely do it." Chapter 505 Rendong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Fengyu Pavilion. Rendong immediately went back to practice the lesser phaseless art after leaving Fengyu Pavilion. Only after witnessing Yi Yuan's methods did Rendong suddenly become aware that he seemed to have found a different sky. He, a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, was too undeserving. This strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. But with this disturbance, the mood of Yi Yuan and the two girls going out to sightsee dulled as well. Yet, right at this time, Su Zihui came back after leaving not long ago. His expression was very ugly. "Young Master Yi not good. Elder Sky Maple he got detained by exquisite Jade Pavilion." Su Zihui said somewhat anxiously. Yi Yuan knitted his brows when he heard that and asked, "What happened?" Su Zihui hurriedly explained. Elder Sky Maple challenged the exquisite Jade Pavilion's 1,000-query wall. The result was that he failed. Elder Sky Maple was unresigned and disputed a couple of words with them, and he got detained by exquisite Jade Pavilion. I went to exquisite Jade Pavilion after being informed of the news to ask for him. Also don't know what wrong medicine they ate to actually not give me face and held Elder Sky Maple in custody, refusing to release him no matter what. In this Wu Fong city, there are actually still things that your city Lord Manor can't settle. Yi Yuan said curiously. This was Yi Yuan's first time here. His head was covered in a fog about Wu Fong City's forces distribution. In his view, although Su Zihui was not a divine traversing realm powerhouse, a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert absolutely could be considered a famed and prestigious character in Wu Fong City. Furthermore, Su Zihui was even the City Lord Manor's first CLA's patrolling inspector. There were actually people who dared to not give him face. Su Zihui forced a smile and said, "Young Master Yi is unaware. Although City Lord, His Excellency, is one of Wufang City's strongest alchemists. Wufang City's forces are intricate and complex. Some families, their forces are only slightly inferior compared to City Lord Manor, and can fully not give me any face. Su Zihui briefly introduced the exquisite jade pavilion situation. Yi Yuan became absorbed in his thoughts. This exquisite jade pavilion was a force belonging to Wufang City's Chao family. This Chao family's strength was exceedingly powerful too. The old patriarch in their family was middle-rank alchemy, sovereign strength. While it was not as strong as City Lord Manor, it was also an extremely powerful faction in this Wufang City. If the City Lord or other divine traversing realm experts in the City Lord Manor came forward, exquisite jade pavilion would of course sell them the face. But Su Zihui's didn't. 1. Tai was a little inferior, except that it was kind of weird thinking about it. Even though Su Zihui was not considered the City Lord Manor's upper echelon, if it were just causing some small dispute, the exquisite jade pavilion would not go so far as to be so domineering. In between this, there should have some other reason. How about I go to City Lord, His Excellency, to report it and request his elderly self to come forward? Su Zihui asked probingly, but Yi Yuan did not speak and was pondering about something. Only after some time did Yi Yuan look at Su Zihui and ask, what relations? I plus P does the heavenly evil sect and Chao family have? With Yi Yuan saying this, Su Zihui was dazed and then immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. Sigh, look at this pig brain of mine. The heavenly evil sect precisely belongs to the Chao family's sphere of influence. The Chao family's third young master, Chao Fong, has close ties with the heavenly evil sect's Mao Yuanji. Oh, Chao Fong is the person with the greatest alchemy strength in the Chao family's junior generation. He is just slightly inferior compared to young Master Rindong. He is also already middle-rank quasi-alchemy king right now, Su Zihui said. Su Zihui's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with admiration. He himself had yet to even think of this aspect, and Yi Yuan, an outsider, actually guessed to such an extent already. Yi Yuan nodded after listening and said, what is this 1,000 query wall? This 1,000 query wall is one of the Chao family's main attraction. Countless alchemists come to Wufang City, and many of them come for this 1,000 query wall. Su Zihui explained. Turns out that in the history of Wufang City, the Chao family had been glorious before too, even producing many generations of city lords. Among them, one of the city lords set up a 1,000 query wall right in this Wufang City. The specific era was already unverifiable. The so-called 1,000 query wall was where alchemists placed their own queries on this wall, offering a reward for other alchemists to come and answer. Through so many years, ACCU, Mulation, the questions on the 1,000 query wall were already more than 1,000 long ago. The questions on the 1,000 query wall, as long as it was answered, it would be removed from the wall. But the queries raised by alchemists were far more than the queries resolved. With the ACCU, mulation of months and days, the questions on this 1,000 query wall was already rather sizable. Furthermore, through the countless years of filtering, the difficulty of the questions on the 1,000 query wall also became increasingly greater. Many of the problems, even peak alchemy sovereign powerhouses, could not answer them either. Challenging the 1,000 query wall, one first had to pay a certain amount of essence crystals. These essence crystals would belong to the exquisite jade pavilion, which was owned by the Chao family. If answered correctly, the alchemist would be able to take away the reward. If unable to answer, they could naturally only return empty-handed. Even the essence crystals from before were gone too. With so many years, the Chao family relied on this 1,000 query wall to earn countless riches. But even so, there were still countless alchemists advancing wave after wave to come to the exquisite jade pavilion to challenge the 1,000 query wall. One could say that the reason why this Wufang City could become the endless world's alchemy holy land, this 1,000 query wall's contributions could not be foregone. Hearing Su Zihui's explanation, even Yi Yuan had no choice but to gasp in admiration at that generation's city lord's outstanding wisdom and resourcefulness as well. Such exchanges absolutely had tremendous advantages towards the heightening of alchemy skills. This thousand-query wall could be said to be an immensely valuable set left behind by that generation city lord. Through so many years, many people who raised the query were no longer around anymore. Those questions naturally become ownerless objects. And these questions, each one of it being answered, had tremendously important meaning in promoting the development of alchemy skills. And the Chow family guarding such a treasure mountain could actually decline. It could be seen that this Chow family was really rotten mud that could not even stick to a wall. Want to challenge Thousand Query Wall? One must leave their background on the contract. The contract won't be publicized, but the Chow family's people most likely have ways to see it. If this matter is really Chow Fong playing tricks behind, it's rather troublesome, Su Zihui said worriedly. Looks like that Chow third young master dug a pit for Grand Elder to jump into. Hee, really thinking my Tranquil Cloud sect is easy to bully? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. When Su Zihui heard Yi Yuan's tone, he knew that things were not good. The upper echelon meeting had yet to begin. Once Yi Yuan had a conflict with the Chow family, it would probably incur many unnecessary problems. Young Master Yi, how about I still report this matter to City Lord, His Excellency? I think that in consideration of City Lord, His Excellency's prestige, Chow Fong wouldn't dare to not give you any face, Su Zihui urged. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, City Lord, His Excellency, has to attend to a myriad of state affairs every day. This kind of minor thing, there's no need to trouble his elderly self. This matter, I'll settle it myself. Brother Zihui, bring me to Exquisite Jade Pavilion right now. I want to experience just how incredible this thousand-query wall is. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaving Fonya Pavilion. Su Zihui could not stop in time and could only bemoan and follow after Yi Yuan. Chapter 506. I wonder what is this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. I wonder what is this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. Yi Yuan walked into Exquisite Jade Pavilion slowly. It was really befitting of its name. There is a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits here. It could really be said to have everything that one desires. Many things that could not be seen in the outside world. This place basically had it all. It was just that their prices were too outrageous. Yi Yuan toured for a bit after entering the door, and a very beautiful female came up to greet him. Within the words, actually carried a slight, bewitching ring. Yi Yuan virtually confirmed right away that this woman definitely cultivated bewitching arts before. Furthermore, her attainments were not low. Ordinary people who enter would probably suck. And be to it unknowingly and willingly by some things to go. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably tempered. How could ordinary bewitching skills enter his all-discerning eyes? I heard that inside this exquisite Jade Pavilion, the most incredible thing is the thousand-query wall. It's my first visit to Wufang City, but I came because of its fame too, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. When a girl saw that Yi Yuan's eyes did not have any turbidness at all, she could not help being very surprised. Such a young age, and actually had such powers of concentration. Presumably, he was not simple. This woman had read countless people and virtually saw through Yi Yuan's uncommonness at first glance. So, Sir wants to challenge the thousand-query wall. Ling Er could not tell. This way, please, sir. Ling Er brought Yi Yuan straight to the rear hall. After a few turns, it actually became bright and open. An enormous temple was in front of Yi Yuan. And in this huge temple, the most eye-catching were several 100 feet tall racks. The shelves had a total of 7 levels. On each level, there were many tags sorted into categories. However, the further up it went, the lesser the tags on the shelves. Very clearly, the further up, the harder the problems that those tags represented. Yi Yuan swept simply. On the highest level shelf, there were only 100 over tags. Miss Ling Er, I wish to challenge this thousand-query wall. I wonder if there are any restrictive conditions? Yi Yuan inquired. Ling Er smiled sweetly and said with 1,000 charms, challenging the 1,000 query wall doesn't have restrictions. As long as you have sufficient essence crystals, you can even challenge all of the problems. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, then that's good. I wonder how much essence crystals are required to challenge once. Ling Er said with a smile, according to the different levels challenged, the fees are not the same as well. Oh, I wonder how many essence crystals does challenging the 7th level require? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Ling Er's smile could not help freezing. This boy had such a big tone, opening his mouth, and it was the 7th level right away. One had to know that those problems on the 7th level were all getting dusty year in, year out. Some problems were even placed there for several thousand years already. During these several thousand years' time, how many alchemy sovereign powerhouses had Wu Fong City given birth to? But not a single one of these alchemy sovereign experts could answer those questions. It could be seen just how perverse this 7th level was. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not bad, his age was too young after all. Ling Er did not feel that Yi Yuan could answer the 7th level's questions. It's not that Ling Er is belittling Sir, but it's just that the problems on the 7th level are a little too difficult. Sir is at the sea transformation realm. The corresponding ones are the 4th level's tags. If Sir wishes to challenge the 4th level, it's 500 middle-grade essence crystals, Ling Er said with a smile. Yi Yuan beamed and said, I have essence crystals. Miss Ling Er doesn't have to be courteous with me. I came today just to witness the 1,000 query wall of the legends. Spending a few essence crystals to experience the most difficult problems, I'm willing to. Ling Er criticized him in her heart. This boy really has too much money with nowhere to spend, in a flurry to burn. But on the surface, Ling Er would not say it out. Deceiving a person on account of his generosity to spend unnecessary money, she would be more than willing to take them. Furthermore, Ling Er knew that while such extravagant wealthy people were rare, there were still that one or two who appear every period of time. The further up, it naturally becomes more expensive, but the rewards are even more plentiful as well. If it's the 7th level, 100 high-grade essence crystals per tag. Ling Er said, even for Yi Yuan, his face changed when he heard it too. The 4th level was 500 middle-grade essence crystals, which was also 5 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. But at the 7th level, the prices actually flipped 20 times over. This was simply robbing essence crystals. No wonder Su Zihui said that the Chow family was wealthy until they flowed like water. Such fees, it was hard to not be wealthy. He just won 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals from Rindong there. Adding it up, it was also just enough to exchange for 10 tags. It was really such a scam. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Ling Er was contemptuous in her heart. A.B. You, kin from the countryside. Scared silly by the price already, right? 100 high-grade essence crystals was not a small sum. Using it to take a look at the 7th level's problems was truly a bit too wasteful. But Ling Er had really seen before people throwing out money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But very clearly, this boy before her eyes did not have that level of strength. I see that Sir is a man of striking appearance. Maybe you can really resolve the 7th level's problems? How about you exchange for 2 to give it a shot? Ling Er's words sounded like flattery. Actually, it was a mockery. Although Ling Er felt that Yi Yuan was not ordinary, conversing to this extent, she already placed Yi Yuan in the ranks of morons. Maybe only morons would have no reaction to her bewitching arts, right? How could Yi Yuan not perceive the meaning in Ling Er's words? But he really did not care. If I answer the question, can I exchange for the reward on the spot? Yi Yuan asked again. This boy is an idiot, right? Really think that you could answer the 7th level's questions? But a wealthy fool. Not earning from you would be a waste. Straight away, Ling Er smiled sweetly and said, that is of course. The owners of the questions deposited the rewards with our exquisite jade pavilion. As long as people can answer the question, the rewards will be theirs. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, then that's good. Give me 10 tags first then. As he said, Yi Yuan casually threw out the storage ring he won from Rindong. T10? That's 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Ling Er's brain was a little short-circuited. She had seen before alchemists who spent money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But she had never encountered a customer who opened their mouths to ask for 10 tags right away. Wasn't such a way of burning money too profligate? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the essence crystals in this storage ring, when added up, should be around 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. You could do an inventory check. Ling Er inserted her divine sense into it and briefly did a count. Indeed, it was 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Ling Er could not help drawing a cold breath and thought to herself, extravagant. This was really extravagant. Earning 1,000 high-grade essence crystals in one go. The commission today was not small. Ling Er gloated to herself endlessly in her heart too. Ling Er beamed widely and said, Sir indeed carries yourself in an imposing manner. Come over here first to register your alchemist badge. Then you can choose the tags. Yi Yuan nodded and followed Ling Er to one side to register. When she saw Yi Yuan take out the high-rank Quasi-Alchemy King badge, Ling Er's expression could not help becoming stiff once more. Such a young, high-rank Quasi-Alchemy King? Yi Yuan finished registering, and he seemed to have thought of something. He said to Ling Er with a smile, Oh, right, forgot to tell you. Hurry up and notify the exquisite Jade Pavilion's manager to let him prepare a bit more essence crystals. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you all won't have enough to pay in a while. Chapter 507. Ling Er gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Ling Er gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Or perhaps, this Yi Yuan was an impetuous person who did not understand the other person's meaning. On the 7th level, over half were questions left behind for 1,000 years. The other half questions were also left by some top alchemy path powerhouses within 1,000 years. Without having peak alchemy, sovereign strength, and realm, it was simply impossible to resolve. This boy in front was merely 16 or 17 years of age. Putting aside resolving it, whether he could understand them or not was also an issue. Prepare essence crystals? You have got to be kidding. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Big Sister will accept it in your place. All of a sudden, the expression of the staff responsible for registration changed and gave Ling Er a look. Ling Er understood and moved closer. You look, this boy and that old fellow are from the same sect. Skymapple's matters had just died down. The exquisite Jade Pavilion was very sensitive to the Tranquil Cloud sect, these 3 words. Hence, that staff noticed something wrong right away. When Ling Er checked, Yi Yuan's background was indeed the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this, Ling Er was even more filled with disdain in her heart. Even the Alchemy King was taken care of. What could a seed transformation realm brat do? Ling Er shot that staff a look. The staff understood and left. But Ling Er herself came in front of Yi Yuan in all smiles. I wonder which tag Sir is going to choose. There are a total of 136 tags on the 7th level, from number 1 to number 136. Number 1 is the question left on the 1,000-query wall for the longest time, and also the question universally acknowledged to have the greatest difficulty. The most recent one is number 136. It's already 5 years since then and was issued by the Alchemist Association's chairman, Lord Dan Chinzi. The reward is 1,500 high-grade essence crystals. Ling Er explained to Yi Yuan with a smile. Ling Er's and that staff's behaviors. Yi Yuan noticed it all, but Yi Yuan pretended to not know. Like that, huh? Doesn't that mean that the tag's closer to the front, the greater the reward money? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That's how it is. The reward for the number 1 tag has already reached a sum of 5 million high-grade essence crystals to this date. This is an astronomical figure to martial artists. It's just, the number 1 tag has already been there for several thousand years, but body could crack at all these while, Ling Er said smilingly. Ling Er was incredibly disdainful in her heart. It was really a toadelle. You Ting after swans meet. Since ancient times, how many major powers wish to crack the problem in the number 1 tag? Among them, there was no shortage of some major powers who ascended to the divine realm. But up until today, the number 1 tag still was on a rack quietly. How could wanting to crack the number 1 tag be that easy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly when he heard and said, "Then give me tags number 126 to number 136 first. I'll solve them for fun first." For fun? Hee, don't snivel in a while. Brat still wet behind your years, to actually dare run to the exquisite jade pavilion to act wildly. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals are probably not a small sum to your sect as well, right? Ling started gloating at others' misfortune inwardly. Ever since she knew Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai. Ling was unwilling to give even the tiniest bit of favorable impression towards Yi Yuan. Before long, there was a staff who took down the last 10 tags from the 7th rack and presented it before Yi Yuan. And this action caused a considerable stir as well. This main hall was very large and could accommodate up to 10,000 people. And the alchemist present at the scene was probably in the thousands as well. Furthermore, those who dared to come to the 1,000-query wall for a challenge were mostly arrogant at heart and haughty in manner too. They were people with some strength to begin with. Of course, these people would pick the tags corresponding to their own strength. On the tags would have a summary of the corresponding problem. These alchemists would all select problems according to these summaries. Body dare to be like Yi Yuan, crossing levels to challenge problems. After all, anyone's essence crystals were not cabbages to simply use to throw at the exquisite jade pavilion. Among the alchemists present, the highest was also just a peak alchemy king. If alchemy sovereigns did not have the need to, they would not come here. Hence, to these people, the 7th level was virtually a forbidden area-like existence. Apart from wanting to experience it a little, there was simply no one who dared to challenge the 7th level. And Yi Yuan drawing 10 tags in one go immediately caused a sensation among the crowd. 10 7th level tags, is he crazy? Even Dan Shinzi and City Lord wouldn't dare to challenge 10 7th level tags in one go too, right? Hee. Also don't know which wealthy and influential family's young master is this. This is gambling at high stakes. 10 tags, can he understand? Sigh. This boy is so young. Maybe he doesn't even know what alchemy skills are at all. Such a pity. How great would it be to let me enrich my knowledge with these 10 tags? So what if let you experience a little? Isn't it still pointless? For a moment, many people's gazes all looked towards Yi Yuan, but majority of the people all had disdainful looks. After all, a wealthy person spending large sums of money lavishly like this was the target for other people's envy everywhere. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not a magnate. But since the Chao family dared to dig the ground on top of his head, he would make the Chao family pay a corresponding price. As an overlord of Wufang City, Yi Yuan did not believe that the Chao family did not know that he received the city lord's invitation. Even so, the Chao family still dared to provoke him. Then he did not have the need to give face to the other party anymore. Sir, these are the 10 tags that you chose. There's a jade slip in the box stuck to the tag, and the question that the employer raised is inside the jade slip. You just have to inscribe the answer in the blank jade slip inside. Our exquisite jade pavilion has a consultant team made up of 3 alchemy sovereign powerhouses, specialized in being responsible for evaluating the answers. As long as your answer gets a pot S from the consultant team, you'll obtain the reward of essence crystals. We've prepared a quiet guest room for you, so you can go to the guest room to slowly answer the questions. Ling explained with a smile. Although in Ling viewpoint, this sort of explanation wasn't necessary at all. Running into such a sucker, it was still better to provide a corresponding service. Yi Yuan looked at Ling and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "That's to say that even if I answer correctly, this consultation team can say that I'm wrong?" Ling facial expression changed, the smile on her face becoming rather stiff. Yi Yuan's words were clearly directed at Sky Maple. In reality, Sky Maple had indeed answered the question, but the consultation team still denied his answer. That was why Sky Maple would have a dispute with the exquisite Jade Pavilion in a moment of anger. What is her saying here? The reputation of our exquisite Jade Pavilion is well known in the entire endless world. Or else, how can there be so many experts who issue rewards at our place? There has never been anybody who dared to question our exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. Ling Er's words already carried some threat, but Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a smile, "Hee, this is my first time here. I really don't dare to believe your exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation that much. So, I wish to add one more person to your consultation group." When Ling Er heard that, her face could not help darkening. "This, sir, is it possible that you're here to cause trouble? Our consultation team has 3 alchemy sovereign experts. Who has the qualifications to join them?" Ling Er's voice had yet to fade when an aged voice sounded out. "I wonder if this old man has this qualification? 0, as some of you who are more astute. Number 126 to number 136 is a total of 11 tags, not 10. Author fail math. I'll leave it as it is because it affects the other chapters when they go through. Chapter 508. It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here? It's Master Wu Xian. Why is he here? Master Wu Xian is an alchemist AS Association's elder. Other than being on duty in the ACE Association, he rarely makes an appearance. Why did he show up here? Could it be that he's here for this youth? Who on earth is this youth? The arrival was precisely Wu Xian. Yi Yuan obviously could not run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion alone foolish. This was other people's territory after all. Other people had the final say no matter what. The Alchemist AS Association was above worldly considerations. Coming here was all too perfect. Before coming, Yi Yuan told Suzy Hui to invite Wu Xian here to back him up. Even though Yi Yuan's attitude that day was not very good, looking at Wu Xian's thirsting after talent appearance, most likely, he was willing to provide this help. As expected, Wu Xian really came. But this favor, Yi Yuan would remember it. In the future, there would naturally be reciprocation. And Master Wu Xian, why are you here? When Ling Er saw Wu Xian, her expression became somewhat unnatural. The Alchemist AS Association meddling in the exquisite Jade Pavilion's matters. This was not some good omen. Furthermore, Wu Xian's status was extremely high. He was not what a little S-liker could cope with. This old man heard that there was somebody challenging the 1,000 Query Wall's 7th level. Such a grand event naturally cannot be missed, Wu Xian said coolly. But, Ling Er did not know what to say. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out. Master Wu Xian, gracing us with your grand presence. It really honors the exquisite Jade Pavilion tremendously. However, Master said that you wanted to join the consultation team earlier. Isn't that rather inappropriate? The arrival was dressed in black robes, his appearance looking rather young. A badge was pinned on his chest. He was shockingly a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Barring no accidents, this person was most probably that whatever third young Master Chao. Wu Xian stroked his beard and said smilingly, "I'm only here to be a witness." Body has challenged the 7th level's questions for very long. This old man is only here to join in the fun today. Chao Fang's face fell slightly. With Wu Xian holding down the fort here, some things were not nice to be done in a flagrant manner. He shot Yi Yuan at vicious glare, but then he said to Wu Xian with a pleasant countenance, "Isn't Master Wu Xian stirring too much of a commotion? The 7th level already had no activity for 5 years. How old is this youth only? Merely here to take a stroll. Could he really stir up anything?" Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a look with a deep meaning and said with a smile, "Although this old man isn't harboring any hopes either, I'm also looking forward to some pleasant surprise. I'm just here to be a spectator. I believe that the Chao family won't forbid it, right?" Chao Fang hurriedly said, "Dare not, dare not. Master Wu Xian normally can't even be invited. How will our Chao family dare to shut the door in your face? Welcome to the utmost degree." Chao Fang was very depressed. Every alchemy sovereign status was incredibly extraordinary, even if Wu Xian was only a low-rank alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign expert coming over to be a spectator, Qiao Feng seriously could not find any reason to refuse. Furthermore, he was just Qiao family's junior and completely did not have the qualifications to refuse either. But with Wu Xian here, it was not very good to play tricks. It was true that the Qiao family's consultation realm was famed for being impartial. But on this earth, what place were there that could really achieve true fairness? Within a very small boundary, Qiao Feng could still make use of the Qiao family's prestige to do some things. But if Wu Xian was here, Qiao Feng would be unable to do that anymore. That would ruin the Qiao family's reputation. With reputation, the Qiao family's thousand-query wall would not be able to carry on running too. This would be a catastrophic blow to the Qiao family. Of course, Qiao Feng did not believe that a puny little sea transformation realm like Yi Yuan could really answer the 7th level's questions too. Qiao Feng looked at Yi Yuan and said with a playful smile, "This distinguished one is really so courageous, taking on 10 tags in one go. Even City Lord and Lord Chairman don't have such breadth of spirit either." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Merely just 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Just playing around. Maybe among these 10 questions, I'll happen to know that 1 or 2 maybe by chance." You really dare to say that? The questions on the 7th level, even the one published by Lord Chairman 5 years ago, Body has answered them successfully to this date. You, a little sea transformation realm, actually dare to engage in such wild talk. Qiao Feng was very displeased by Yi Yuan's disparaging attitude. Hearing these words, Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Honorable nephew Qiao is looking down on Yi Yuan here. He already said the high-rank quasi-alchemy king test at the Alchemist Association yesterday. Now, he's already officially a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Moreover, he defeated Rindong yesterday." When Wu Xian's words came out, everyone was amazed. A 16 years old high-rank alchemy king? What kind of concept was this? Even Qiao Feng was stunned too. He only heard his subordinates say that a tranquil cloud sect disciple came, but he was unaware that Yi Yuan actually had such strength in alchemy. Rindong was the rival of his lifetime. He was an opponent that Qiao Feng was unable to defeat even when he used all of his might too. But the target that he had no way of Sing was actually defeated by this 16 years old youth before his eyes. This was a little too jarring, but it was precisely so that he knew why Wu Xian would make an appearance here today. This youth is actually a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. My God, how does he train alchemy? Isn't this too monstrous as well? Furthermore, he even defeated the city Lord Manor's Rindong. Doesn't this mean that he's already the current junior generation's #1 person? Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. Looking at these young people, I instantly feel that I'm old. 16 years old high-rank quasi-alchemy king. In the future, he's bound to be a peak alchemy sovereign existence. Perhaps he even has the possibility of shattering the void and salting the divine realm. Wu Xian's words caused a huge stir among the crowd. Wu Xian looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Yi Yuan, since you've already obtained the badge, why aren't you wearing it?" After Yi Yuan just registered his badge for a bit, he kept it again. Hearing Wu Xian say, "So now," it was not good to conceal it anymore. He could only take the badge out and wear it. This kid really doesn't have the habit of wearing badges. "Master Wu Xian, please don't take offense," Yi Yuan said with a flattering smile. "You, this punk, really left me speechless at what to say. Other people treat it like a treasure when getting the badge, but only you cast it away like a pair of worn-out shoes." Sigh. Wu Xian scolded while smiling. Yi Yuan slightly lightly and did not explain either, and he said, "Better not waste any more time. Let me take a look at what kind of questions are inside these 10 jade slips." As he said, Yi Yuan came right in front of box number 136 and swept over that jade slip with divine sense. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, even Wu Xian held his breath too. Tag number 136. It was the contents that Lord Chairman published. As the Alchemist A.S. Association's chairman, Wu Xian was all too clear about the contents inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan's speed of checking the jade slip was very quick. He only used several breaths of time and then placed it back. "How is it? Any confidence?" Wu Xian could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Let me take a look at the others first." Chapter 509. When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself, and said, "You this punk are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first." When Wu Xian saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself, and said, "You this punk are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first." TCH, don't know means don't know, pretending rather well. Even if you're a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, so what? These 5 years, a total of dozen over alchemy sovereign experts had challenged the number 136 question. Among them even included Lord Chairman. But not a single one succeeded. With the likes of you, can you even answer it? Chao Feng laughed mockingly. Although Chao Feng's words were not pleasant to the ears, the alchemists present all secretly approved of it. Ren Xingchuan and Dan Shenzi. The two of them practically represented the endless world's alchemy path's highest standards. Questions that even they could not answer basically meant that it was unsolvable and could belong to the conjecture category. This kind of conjectures with the endless world standard there was simply no way of answering. Except they were unaware that Yi Yuan's alchemy standard Serpa said the endless world standards in the first place. Yi Yuan gave Chao Feng a look, but then he said with a faint smile, "Third young master Chao, if I can answer this question number 136, I won't take a single penny of Lord Chairman's essence crystal reward. All for your Chao family, how about that?" Chao Feng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that and asked, "What terms do you have? Release Elder Sky Maple, and you offer an apology to him. How about that?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Chao Feng had long foreseen that Yi Yuan would say this, and said with a cold smile, "That old fellow failed the challenge and even slandered my exquisite jade pavilion's reputation. He naturally can't be forgiven easily. My Chao family has stood in Wu Feng City for several thousand years. What we rely on is reputation, this word. How can one let him go be so easy? Unless that old fellow is willing to come forward himself and admit that he slandered the Chao family." Chao Feng saw that Yi Yuan looked like he had a well-thought-out plan, but Chao Feng was reluctant to give in, shoving reputation this word over. He initially thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a great rage, but Yi Yuan just nodded his head lightly and said, "Then that can't be helped. Third young master, better hurry and go raise the essence crystals now. I'm afraid that your Chao family can't bring out so many essence crystals in a while." Yi Yuan's calm and collected manner was as if everything was under control. Looking at his manner, this 7th level's question number 136 was like a pile of C-R-A-P in his eyes. Of course, this was not how others saw it. In reality, these questions were indeed a pile of C-R-A-P in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple, which was to challenge the 1,000 query wall. He wanted to challenge them all the way until the Chao family went bankrupt. These essence crystal rewards were under the Chao family's charge, but they would not lie there untouched. The Chao family naturally wasn't willing to do something so silly. Those essence crystals, they would definitely use to do other things. But these several thousand years, all of the alchemists who answer the questions, the Chao family would pay out the full sum according to the reward amount. There had never been a missing sum, even if the person who raised the question was already a dead person. It was also precisely because of this that the Chao family could ensure its powerful reputation. Yi Yuan had long known that the Chao family's reputation was already deeply engraved in people's hearts along the way. So he did not clash head-on, coming out to question Chao family's prestige issue. That way, other people simply would not believe. He would instead become a vile character who defamed the Chao family. Even someone as powerful as Wu Xian would not come out to question the Chao family's prestige either, let alone Yi Yuan, whose words carried little weight. Hence, Yi Yuan found another path. He was going to keep challenging question after question. He was going to make the Chao family be unable to take out so many available essence crystals. Yi Yuan did not believe that at the end, the Chao family still dared to not release people. Yi Yuan dared to do this entirely because of his incomparably formidable strength in alchemy. If it were another person, how would they dare to use this kind of extreme method? When Chao Feng heard Yi Yuan's words, he just took it for a joke and said indifferently, "If you have the capabilities, then make my Chao family be unable to take out so many essence crystals." So many alchemists are watching here. Don't be all talk and no action. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Many people saw Yi Yuan say such arrogant words, and all could not stifle their laughter. Still young and impetuous. Even if he can really answer Lord Danshanzi's question, how can the problems in front be that easy to resolve? That's right. Being arrogant has to have a limit too, no? These several thousand years, the 1,000 query wall only ACCU. Mulat this 100 over questions. If he answered all of them, wouldn't the alchemy powerhouses in these thousands of years all be unfit to carry shoes for him? Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His attitude can still be understood. Yi Yuan did not refute. He just nodded his head slightly and started examining the number 135 jade slip. Yi Yuan's examining speed was very fast. He practically just gave a brief scan and placed it down. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, the others felt even more that Yi Yuan was out to posture. The 1,000 query wall's 7th level's questions were all incomparable profound. Even understanding it needed to expend a very long time. Yi Yuan just used several breaths of time before putting the jade slip down. He did not even think about it at all. How could he answer them? Even Wu Xian was also rather disappointed seeing Yi Yuan's actions. In his heart, he naturally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's performance yesterday, he somehow had some more antic. 1. P. Asian in his heart. This was the fundamental reason why he was willing to come. Same as Ren Dong. Wu Xian also viewed the video, which recorded Yi Yuan refining pills anew. Using marvelous work of art was insufficient to describe it. Refining standards such as this, even he, an alchemy sovereign, was unable to achieve them at all. Wu Xian was very curious. What kind of person could nurture such a heaven-defying junior? Very soon, Yi Yuan put down the number 126 jade slip. This was considered him reading finish all the questions. Boy, these 10 questions are all unbelievably difficult. You probably can't even study in detail within a short period of time. The exquisite jade pavilion has individual rooms and pill refining rooms. You can experiment while you answer, Wu Xian reminded. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer these questions in such a short time. Him asking Yi Yuan before was just wanted to ask if Yi Yuan had any hopes of answering, and not to answer right away. The chairman's question, he himself studied it for a very long time too. He would even take it out to study for a bit occasionally, but he still was unable to find the correct approach. Even if Yi Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to answer so quickly either. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need. Third young Master Chao, invite the consultation team here. I'll answer finish in one shot. Save the trouble too. As it happens, Master Wu Xian is here too. Be a witness for me then." What? You want to answer right now? There are over 1,000 alchemists watching here. Don't make a fool out of so many people. Chao Feng was taken aback with shock by Yi Yuan's actions. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I just want to answer in front of so many people's faces. Otherwise, wouldn't everybody miss out on a great show? Enough nonsense. I'm going to inscribe the jade slips right now. They still need a very long time to evaluate it. Don't drag the time." Chapter 5:10 The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. This kind of inscribing did not need to use up too much time. Yi Yuan finished inscribing the jade slip soon enough. Yi Yuan did not delay either, directly picking up the second jade slip to inscribe. When Chao Fong saw this scene, he sneered coldly inwardly. Even if you are heaven-defying, could you really answer all 10 of these questions? If this was really the case, wouldn't my Chao family putting up this 1,000-query wall become a joke? Come in. Invite the consultation team's 3 elders here. Chao Fong instructed. Since Yi Yuan wished to be Embark's said, then just let it be disgraced. When the 3 elders directly rejected his answer, see what else he has to say. Very soon, 3 alchemy sovereign experts were invited into the main hall. Like this, there were 4 alchemy sovereign experts in the main hall. Furthermore, in the consultation team, there was even a middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Such a lineup could be rated as extravagant. Yi, Wuxian, why are you here as well? Asked one of the alchemy sovereign experts in surprise. Hee, Lu Yun, I'm here today for this boy. Wu Xian pointed at the Yi Yuan who was currently inscribing jade slips. Lu Yun trio took a look at Yi Yuan, and their gaze involuntarily turned intense. Who is this young man to actually challenge 10 7th-level problems in one go? What they were surprised by was Yi Yuan's lavishness and not Yi Yuan's courage. In these 3 people's perspective, Yi Yuan was simply being comical. Except, they could not figure out why Wu Xian, who was an alchemy sovereign expert, would accompany a child to mess around here. 3 elders, he's called Yi Yuan, merely someone talking big to impress people. It was only on account of Elder Wu Xian's face that I invited 3 elders to move your grand presence to the main hall. That's fine. We received Chao family's appointment, so we naturally have to put in some effort. Old brother Wu Xian is worthy of us moving here. It's just that which family's child is this young man? Playing around too much. Old brother Wu Xian, why are you accompanying him to kick up a row too? Said the middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Hee, old brother Zhu Jiang, don't make an error of judgment. This youth has some capabilities. Answering 10 in one go might be messing around a little. But if one of them, I feel that there's a possibility. Wu Xian said. When Zhu Jiang heard Wu Xian's words, he could not help being slightly stunned. What kind of person Wu Xian was, he was very clear. Wu Xian's conduct was prudent and was also very experienced and vigorous when refining pills. He never did frivolous things. Today, he actually praised the youngster in front of everyone like so. Could it be that this youngster was really out of the ordinary? The other 2 could not help sizing up Yi Yuan too, but they could not perceive the slightest extraordinary aspect. Moreover, Yi Yuan's speed of inscribing the jade slips was too fast. No matter how one looked, it was also like being mischievous. To answer the 7th level's questions, any one of them would need a person to expend massive amount of time and energy. Who would answer the way he did? If Yi Yuan challenged one before and went back to do enormous amounts of research, then came back to challenge again now, that would give no cause for criticism. But answering 10 in one go, was there any other explanation other than messing around? Old brother Wu Xian, this joke cannot be made. What kind of degree the 7th level's questions reached, you're aware. A youth still wet behind his ears, can answer them? Zhu Jiang said in disbelief. Wu Xian smiled faintly and said, whether he can answer or not, I'm not certain either. But I have a feeling that maybe he can really answer. Done. Zhu Jiang had yet to ask again, and Yi Yuan's voice came over. Hiss. The alchemists present all drew a cold breath. Wasn't this answering speed a little too quick? This boy is really gutsy enough to make 4 alchemy sovereign experts mess around with him. Wonder what kind of expression Master Zhu Jiang, the 3 of them, will have in a moment. Such a fast speed is completely fooling people. How can the 7th level's questions be answered so quickly? Although this youngster's strength isn't bad, his temperament still needs tempering. Such a way of trying to impress people by sensationalizing things is really too disgracing. Seeing Yi Yuan finish inscribing the jade slip so quickly, those alchemists basically already lost interest in continuing to watch. If not for several alchemy sovereign experts being here, they probably wouldn't even be bothered to look. Young man, are you sure that you're not making a fool out of us few old fellows? Although old brother Wu Xian regards you very highly, you yourself need to have a sense of propriety as well. Zhu Jiang said with a deep meaning. Ho, how can Yi Yuan dare to beguile seniors? Whether I answer correctly or not, seniors will know after evaluating it for a bit. It's just, seniors don't go against your conscience to judge them, and that will do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Yi Yuan's words came out, Zhu Jiang trio were startled in their hearts. The three of them actually were not subordinate to the Chao family. They were only holding down the fort at this 1,000-query wall on behalf of the Chao family. This was already the Chao family's custom. The consultation team would change once every 5 years. The alchemy sovereign experts invited over had no relations whatsoever with the Chao family. This way, it would ensure the fairness to the greatest limit. It was also precisely because of this relations. H.I. plus P that although the Chao family had declined now, it was an immensely powerful faction in this Wufang city and even in the entire endless world. This kind of approach was not wrong. It was just that Zhu Jiang trio received the Chao family's appointment all year round. They would naturally have to take away quite a bit of benefits from the Chao family. Chao Fong troubling them for a bit because of some minor thing, they naturally found it hard to decline. Yi Yuan's words earlier were lightly pointing it out to them, but these few people were all experienced and shrewd with age. They naturally would not show it on their faces. Good. Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This old man will take a look first to see if your answer makes sense or not. As he said, Zhu Jiang was about to go take the number 136 answer. Old brother Zhu Jiang. This question number 136 was issued by Lord Chairman. Wu Xian is incapable, but I wonder if I can cut in front to examine it first? Wu Xian suddenly called out. Zhu Jiang was stunned, but he nodded and said, since old brother Wu Xian is in such a mood, what's the harm in letting you look first? Zhu Jiang did not care at all, because he totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer it. Then I thank old brother Zhu Jiang. As he said, Wu Xian gave Yi Yuan a long, meaningful look and took up the number 136 answer that Yi Yuan inscribed. Wu Xian's divine sense sunk into the jade slip. In the beginning, he still looked calm and composed. But with the passing of time, Wu Xian's brows gradually knitted tightly together. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help becoming curious. Could it be that this boy's answers really still had some knack to it? But Chao Fong sneered coldly inside. These two people's two-man act was really realistic. Even he was fooled too. It was just that one still needed to speak with the truth in the end. What? Old brother Wu Xian? Is it possible that this answer really still has some knack to it? Although Zhu Jiang was asking Wu Xian, he clearly still did not believe. Actually, his thoughts were roughly the same as Chao Fong's. It was that Wu Xian and Yi Yuan were acting out a two-man show. So that's how it is. All of a sudden, Wu Xian started laughing maniacally, his entire person appearing extremely excited. Chapter 511, No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. When Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. Wu Xian suddenly took out a communication talisman and inserted some essence energy. The communication talisman vanished with a swoosh. Seeing Wu Xian's expression, Chao Fong's heart involuntarily palpitated. Could it be that this boy really answered the question number 136? Old brother Wu Xian, is it possible that? Zhu Jiang asked in puzzlement. Only now did Wu Xian come to a realization. Said the jade slip to Zhu Jiang and said, Dear me, old brother Zhu Jiang, apologies. This question is from Lord Chairman. I've researched it for a very long time too, but I keep feeling that there are some places which I don't understand, and it cannot be solved no matter what. Now that I suddenly have a clear understanding, I'm seriously too excited. It was really answered. Zhu Jiang was still somewhat suspicious. You'll know when you take a look. Wu Xian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him too. Let him verify himself, and he would naturally know. Zhu Jiang started checking the contents inside the jade slip doubtfully, his brows similarly becoming increasingly tighter. After a long while, Zhu Jiang silently pa-s, said the jade slip to Lu Yun. Lu Yun pa-s, said the jade slip to the other alchemy sovereign after checking it. After the three people finished looking, they exchanged glances, and none of them spoke. Chao Fang was long sitting on pins and needles by the side. At this time, how could he still endure it? He could not help opening his mouth and asked, "Three masters, just what is the result?" Zhu Jiang looked at Chao Fang deeply and slowly opened his mouth to say, "Lord Danshenzi's question is rather famous. This elderly self had researched it before too. Just as old brother Wu Xian said, it was just unsolvable in a certain area, unable to break through it. Just now, seeing the description inside this jade slip, we finally see the light. This question number 136 is finally resolved after a time interval of 5 years." Chao Fang's heart seemed to seize violently for a bit as he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. This boy actually really answered it. If Wu Xian still had the possibility of playing out a carefully choreographed dance with Yi Yuan, the consultation team's 3 alchemy sovereign experts absolutely would not lie. How could this boy be so monstrous? A question that even peak alchemy sovereign experts could not answer. He could actually answer it so easily. Although alchemists had no restrictions in realm regarding the stockpiling of knowledge, a person's energy was limited. The corresponding level could generally only understand the alchemy knowledge at the same level. Even if somebody had spare energy to learn other things, it was also at most just a little exceeding the present level. But this Yuan was just a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, and yet he crossed 2 major realms to answer a peak alchemy king level question. Just how perverse was this? Chao Fang's expression was incomparably ugly. He knew that regardless whether Yi Yuan's questions at the back was answered correctly or not, Yi Yuan's name would shake Wu Fang City with the help of today's events. Third young Master Chao. How much is the reward for this question number 136? Yi Yuan asked with a half-smile. Chao Fang looked like he ate a fly right now. He squeezed out a few words from the crevices between his teeth. 10,000 high-grade essence crystals. Yi Yuan nodded and said, smilingly, "Like this, huh? Doesn't that mean that not only are my essence crystals back already, I even earned 9,000 high-grade essence crystals instead? Hoo-hoo, this transaction is worth it. This money, keep it on the tab first. After these 10 questions are all A's, cess finish, pay it to me together. 3 seniors continue then." Zhu Jiang could not refrain from sizing Yi Yuan up a couple of times. He was speculating if Yi Yuan guessed this question or relied on true ability to answer it. If it was relying on genuine capability, then this youth was too terrifying. High-rank quasi-alchemy king strength, and he actually already possessed knowledge Serpa. Sing peak alchemy sovereign. If this was really the case, then alchemist ranks simply had no bottlenecks to him at all. As long as he practiced a powerful soul incantation, he could advance all the way free and unimpeded. Seeing how Yi Yuan had such strength at this young age, the soul incantation that he cultivated could not be lousy too no matter what. Okay, this old man will take a look at this question number 135. As he said, Zhu Jiang sunk his divine sense into the jade slip once more. At the same time, inside a hidden chamber in the Alchemist Association, a communication talisman suddenly lit up. The eyes of Danshenzi, who was currently in close seclusion, lit up, and he muttered, "The Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill that I researched for so many years, I could not find a right approach all along. Now, there's actually somebody who could crack that barrier. I want to see just where this youngster comes from." Finished talking, Danshenzi's figure moved, vanished. H.I. plus ing from within the hidden chamber. At the exquisite jade pavilion, the crowd already descended into a frenzy at this time. Question number 135 is correct too. Oh my God, just what kind of background does this youngster have to actually have such skill? If question number 136 were like a dead rat falling into the clutches of a blind cat, then this question number 135 couldn't be described using luck. right? The thousand-query wall has stood erect in Wufang City for a history of several thousand years. Such a grand occasion most likely has never appeared before. You guys, do you think that he can resolve all 10 of these questions? Are you joking? Answering all 10 questions, just extensive to what kind of degree does this youth's alchemy knowledge have to be? 10 questions being all correct. Seeing Yi Yuan answer 2 questions correctly in succession, this idea popped up uncontrollably in many people's head, not knowing why. Although reason told them that this was something impossible, they kept on harboring some hope in their hearts and felt that Yi Yuan might really be able to complete them. Time passed, said by the minute. The expression on Zhu Zhang's face became increasingly solemn. Even that initially constantly jolly Wu Xian, the expression on his face right now, became extremely fascinating too. Number 134, correct. Reward money, 12,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 133, correct. Reward money, 14,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 126, correct. Reward money, 15,000 high-grade essence crystals. Roughly 6 hours later, Chao Fang's complexion was already deathly pale. How is this possible? Question number 126 has already existed for over a decade. A number of middle-rank alchemy sovereigns and above major powers came forward to challenge it before, but not a single person succeeded. How on earth did this brat accomplish it? Chao Fang's brain blanked out. Yi Yuan's performance smashed his confidence bit by bit. Third, young Master Chao. The total is 136,500 high-grade essence crystals. Now, can the bill be settled? Yi Yuan looked at Chao Fang and said nonchalantly. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very astoundedly. In these alchemists' view, the significance of answering these 10 questions was far greater than the importance of this 130,000 high-grade essence crystals. This Yi Yuan actually asked Chao Fang for essence crystals at the first moment. This manner of eating him up. Looking at that indifferent look of Yi Yuan's, Chao Fang swore in his heart and said through clenched jaws, "Terrific boy. You really came prepared. Come in, pay the essence crystals to him." The exquisite jade pavilion was indeed immensely wealthy. They gathered 136,500 high-grade essence crystals very quickly. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to receive the storage ring, while saying to Ling with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Ling I'm going to challenge question number 125 now. I'll have to trouble Miss Ling to help out deduct the fees from inside." Ling was frightened until her hands trembled when she heard that, and the storage ring slipped off her hands. Chapter 512, what? He still wants to challenge number 125? What? He still wants to challenge number 125? Today is really an eye-opener. When did such a heaven-defying junior appear in our endless world? Still junior? Your alchemy standards aren't even fit to carry shoes for him, right? Yi Yuan used essence energy to grab it gently. Then storage ring then landed in his hand gently. Miss Ling is a person who trains in martial arts too. Why can't you even hold a storage ring firmly? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I. Ling was long shocked dizzy by Yi Yuan's performance already. Hearing that Yi Yuan still wanted to continue challenging now, she cried even more bitterly without ceasing in her heart. Still on commission, huh? This time, she definitely was going to be beaten up to death by the third young master. When Chao Fang heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression flickered irregularly. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. This fellow was really going to win away all of the Chao family's available essence crystals. Before this, Chao Fang felt that Yi Yuan was talking big. But now, he was already utterly without confidence. Yi Yuan already answered all 10 questions. Who dared to guarantee that he could not answer the 11th one, or the 12th one? Come, men, take down box number 125. Chao Fang said in a grim voice. A staff brought box number 125 in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and casually took up the jade slip. He then sunk his divine sense inside. Everyone held their breaths. looking at the Yi Yuan with shut eyes. Same as before, Yi Yuan finished browsing the contents in the jade slip very quickly and started inscribing. Before long, through Zhu Jiang and the 4 of their evaluations, Yi Yuan was correct once again. Question number 125 correct. Reward money, 20,000 high-grade essence crystals. Looking from the reward money, the difficulty of question number 125 clearly went up another level. The reward monies previously all increased by 1,000 or 500, but this time it swelled by 5,000 high-grade essence crystals in one shot. But this did not seem to be any different to Yi Yuan from before. He practically used the same amount of time to answer it. Instead, it was Zhu Jiang, the 4 of them, who spent increasingly longer time to assess it. Yi Yuan obviously would not stop. He chose to continue challenging number 124. A period of time later, Zhu Jiang's voice sounded once more. Question number 124 correct. Reward money, 21,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 123 correct. Reward money, 22,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 116 correct. Reward money, 33,000 high-grade essence crystals. Every period of time, Zhu Jiang's voice was like a heavy hammer, pounding everyone's chest and making them practically feel asphyxiated. This 1,000 query wall's 7th level. Each time a question was answered, it would cause a stir in the entire city. The alchemists present were all extremely excited in the beginning, but by this time, they felt a chill deep down in their hearts. Question number 116 had already been placed there for close to 100 years. And Body answered it all this while. This question's degree of difficulty was already not on the same level as Dan Chenzi's problem. But Yi Yuan took his time to answer it from start to end, as if all of the questions were at the tip of his fingers. This youth was too scary. After these 10 questions, Yi Yuan's reward money already ACCU. Mulat to a terrifying sum of 260,000 high-grade essence crystals. Under normal circumstances, alchemists were all comparatively wealthy. But an alchemy king's total net worth was at most just several tens of thousands of high-grade essence crystals too. The prize money that Yi Yuan won right now was already 10 times of an ordinary alchemy king. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was still continuing answering. Chao Feng's expression was already black like the bottom of a pot. He truly found it hard to dismount the tiger now. Previously, Yi Yuan said to use the monetary reward to exchange for Sky Maple, and he was unwilling to. Now, in front of so many people's faces, did he have to beg Yi Yuan to take Sky Maple? This slap of his slapping down. How would he have a foothold in Wu Fong City in the future? But if he did not release Sky Maple, Yi Yuan would really bankrupt the Chao family. 400,000 high-grade essence crystals was merely a hair from 9 oxen to the entire Chao family. But the problem was that the monetary reward at the back was increasingly terrifying. Continuing like this, the Chao family really would not have available essence crystals to pay it off. Moreover, if Yi Yuan really kept winning all the way, it would be a tremendous blow to the 1,000 Query Wall's fame and prestige. This was an outcome that the Chao family could not bear. If old Patriarch knew what happened here, he would surely fly into a great rage. What to do right now? Right at this time, Ahoa, R.S. E. an aged voice reverberated throughout the entire main hall. Apologies. The 1,000 Query Wall is temporarily closed today. Fellow men of the same line present. Each person can draw 10 pieces of high-grade essence crystals from the exquisite jade pavilion's front door to show my Chao family's apologies. A figure suddenly appeared beside Chao Feng. When those alchemists saw that figure, their pupils involuntarily constricted. This person was none other than precisely the Chao family's old patriarch, a middle-rank alchemy sovereign, Chao Zheng. Grandfather. When Chao Feng saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed. Chao Zheng showing up, those alchemists knew that this show today could not carry on anymore. These alchemists were just about to bow out when Yi Yuan said leisurely, I heard that the Chao family keeps a foothold on this earth with the word impartial. But why are you carrying out this bias matter today? Chao Jing did not think that Yi Yuan would dare to be so unbridled in front of him too. His expression could not help darkening as he said, "The exquisite Jade Pavilion is only closing for a day. How is it something bias?" When those alchemists sensed the thick smell of gunpowder, they could not help stopping. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Zheng and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, although the Thousand Query Wall originated from the Chao family. Through thousands of years of development, it has already become the Wufang city and even the endless world symbol. Hence, even though this Thousand Query Wall is still maintained by the Chao family, it's no longer owned by the Chao family. Every alchemist has the right to raise and answer questions here. Presumably, there has never been such an act of closing shop since the Thousand Query Wall was established until today, right? Could it be just because this junior answered a few 7th levels questions, seniors going to close shop? Isn't an action such as this depriving all the alchemists in the world of their right to a pilgrimage? Isn't it something bias? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all the alchemists secretly cheered in their hearts. They were different from the Chao family. They naturally wished to see these 7th levels questions be breached one by one. Such a grand occasion was hard to encounter even once in 1,000 years. How could they miss it? Although they all knew that this was the Chao family wanting to ensure the Thousand Query Wall's prestige and stature, this indeed damaged everybody's interests. Chao Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that. A faintly discernible killing intent gradually washed over towards Yi Yuan. This Ren will be a peacemaker today. Everybody all disperse. Right then, another voice sounded out. An elderly man appeared in the crowd. Everyone's faces changed. Chao Zheng looked at the arrival rather surprisedly, and he gave a slight bow, saying, "To think that today's matter actually alarmed City Lord. It's this Chao's fault." But Ren Xingchuan did not bother with Chao Zheng and yelled, "Since Lord Chairman came as well, why not show yourself?" All the alchemists were shocked inwardly. This lineup today really became progressively greater.